Good morning. So Comcast is gapping up on news that it's spinning off a lot of its news-related media, going back to just being a broadcasting company, cable. They're spinning off NBC Universal, getting rid of all of the political commentary, I guess, that's hurting all of the lawsuits and everything. So Comcast is gapping up. You can see over here this morning. It's up $4. Comcast. Okay. $16 to 20%. Major tax-free spinoff of its NBC Universal and Sky cable businesses. Moderna, we looked at that one. Almost put it on the watch list. I put Microsoft on instead. Moderna, mRNA. At the highs, following through. Moderna. Eli Lilly, of course, on Friday had a very big move. It's up again this morning. Eli Lilly. So Eli Lilly is up again this morning. And Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft, that's above Friday's high, gapping up. 379.60. Looks like we'll hit 380 shortly. Maybe 390 today. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. We've got about 3 minutes to go. All right, we're about to open. Got 40 seconds to go. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 29th, coming into the end of the month. We got about 20 seconds to go for the opening bell. First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking some profits off the table if it makes sense to do so. Reassessing the markets. We're up quite a bit. Okay, we are open. I'll keep an eye on Microsoft. Profit taking into this gap up. Okay, Charter, CHTR. That one gapped up this morning. Charter Communications. Okay. BlackBerry following through. BlackBerry following through. All right, we were up about 60, 65 handles and fading a bit. S&P 500. We're above the 50-day moving average. If we stay above the 50-day, I'll take the hedges off that I have currently. The put flies, I'll take those off. Okay, 50-day looks fine.
FCEL, DCOY, TAC, DCOY, TAC, CLWT, LRMR.
Okay, S&P 500 continuation. We're pushing higher. S&P.
LWLG, RDW, SIDU.
All right, let's take a look at Trace.
NRSN, FCEL, TE. TAC. DCOY. SPCE.
Okay.
DCOY.
Let me tone this down a little bit.
LRMR. QDEL. NNOX. AZIA. TNMG. EDRY. CBRG. LBWR. QYAH halted to the upside.
Okay, we got resistance right at 7,400 right there.
ILLR.
We're just above it.
PETS. AAOX. FCEL.
Something's not.
DCOY.
This doesn't look right.
SPCE.
Okay, let's stick to this.
QPEL.
We're above 7,400.
AXTX. AZIA.
Okay, so Microsoft, a little profit taking, Nvidia, profit taking. We got Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, all up, following through with Tesla. Okay, Comcast gapping up, spinning off some of its properties. Axon.
AXTX. CBRG. PSIG. TNMG. BTOG. CBRX. AAOX. ACMR. CBRX. OUST. AXTX. SLS. FCEL. EROC. NNBR. DCOY. AXTX. AXTI. PSIG. BTOG.
Okay, what is that?
NCM halted. RDWU. SLS.
Okay, the top 10 on the NASDAQ at the moment. Charter Communications, Comcast, Axon, Honeywell, Strategy, Applied Materials, Palantir. Let's go through some of these. Palantir, PLTR. Palantir. Applied Materials. Applied Materials was active on Friday. Palantir, Google. Google on the move. Google's on the move. Google following through. Nice pop.
RDWU. RKLX. INFQ. UPC may resume in less than a minute. LGCL may resume in less than a minute. UPXG may res in 10 seconds. WSMSTU may res in 10 seconds. AKA may res in 10 seconds.
SpaceX. SpaceX hitting 159 or so.
HON. AAOX. ARXS.
Cerebras bouncing back to 192. Cerebras. Apple, a little profit taking there on Apple.
FCEL. SLCOY may resume in less than a minute. ASMH halted. UPC may res in 10 seconds. LGCL may res in 10 seconds. SLS. CMND. ASTT halted.
Apple fading.
WZRD may res in
All right, so Amazon, Google, Meta are hanging out at the moment at the highs. Amazon.
LGCL.
Okay, looks like that could follow through. Amazon looks pretty good here. Just need more volume. Futures pulling back pretty aggressively.
CYAH may resume in less than a minute. HON. DCOY may res in 10 seconds.
Amazon,
may resume in less than a minute. LGCL halted down.
AMD up again. AMD bouncing. AMD. Google looking good though. Google looks good. Hanging out at the highs. We just need to see more volume on Google. You can see this move is coming on fairly low volume. That's interesting.
SNDQ,
BLZE.
UPC,
BYAH may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, let me get Discord up.
TNMG,
Let's do Discord.
FCJATT may res in 10 seconds. AZI. SNTQ.
AM Music,
Okay, watching Google for follow through.
UPC,
BSAT.
NNOX, TNMG,
AAOX.
AZI,
FCEL. OUST.
LRMR,
AZI. LRMR.
Okay, 0-day NVIDIA Pulse, Tesla Pulse. All right, Tesla's on the move. Tesla, looking for that to follow through. Wasn't super confident on keeping it on the watch list, but it is performing this morning. Tesla, let's see, we got calls leading 61%, 1.2 million and 6 prints right at the open.
0 DTE call size.
SKYQ. SNTQ.
UPC,
Okay, Tesla,
SanDisk Pulse.
SKYQ,
Long dated.
AZI,
0 DTE call
okay,
size.
Tesla's still going here.
Size.
FCEL.
Looks like a nice follow through day, bounce off the lows. SpaceX
AMD Pulse.
tagging 159, looks like 159.65 or so.
Size.
159,
Deep push.
159.70, give or take. SpaceX, okay, trying to get above this level that it's had trouble with the last few days. If this gets above this pivot, SpaceX could go.
SanDisk Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
SpaceX right at a breakout level.
ACMM may resume in less than a minute. ASMH may resume in less than a minute. AZI.
SKYQ, AZI,
RTWU. RKLF. ASTT may resume in less than a minute. AUBA. BSAT. ABC may res in 10 seconds.
UPC,
LITX. AZI.
AZI,
All right. Tesla continuation looking pretty good here. Tesla, SpaceX, looking forward to break
0
above
DTE
this
call size.
these highs.
LGCL may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, that's the high in the morning right there. You know what? Let me just use the horizontal.
CNVS,
Ooh.
UPC,
ASTT may res in 10 seconds. LITX. AZI.
AZI,
Okay, watching SpaceX.
AIIO.
It was added to the Russell
ESG,
1000.
BE Pulse. Long dated.
LRMR.
Deep calls.
DCOI may resume in less than a minute. LITX.
AMSS,
ACIAH may resume in less than a minute.
All right, so they'll add SpaceX to the NASDAQ
Call
composite,
size.
or is it the Qs? I forget which. Anyway, we can look that up. Going to be added on July 6th. So we're looking for SpaceX to move out of this zone. A lot of people are looking for more downside. Okay, so I'm not a predictor. I'm just watching price action. If it breaks out above this level here, that would be bullish. This high of the day that it tagged this morning, if it gets above 160, that would be good. There goes Netflix. Netflix moving. Software in focus after Friday's rotation.
TVRD, AMSS,
Okay, you're looking at Walmart. Okay, let's take a look at Walmart. Okay,
TNMG,
Casey's.
SKYQ,
All right, nice bounce. Casey's needs to get back above the 50 today.
ZSQR, TVRD,
Futures look like they want to go. Futures look like they want to push. Looking pretty strong. Holding. Our VWAP is starting to flatten out, so we want VWAP to continue rising.
ESIG,
Okay, Intel Pulse. Okay, Intel is currently down.
Spider
SKYQ,
Pulse.
RKLZ,
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Intel Pulse. Shenanigans.
AC01, GWH,
ESECU may resume in less than a minute. AIIO. ATLN.
Tesla Pulse.
Okay, watching Oracle. Oracle's been in a doghouse lately.
SKYQ,
MSTZ.
RKLZ,
NDX Pulse.
TNMG, GWH,
ABCL.
DC01,
SKYQ. FCEL. ATLN.
ATLN,
ATXG halted. LRE
Amazon
SECU may
Pulse.
res in 10 seconds.
Long dated. 0 DTE.
RKLZ,
Call side.
OUST.
GWH,
AZI may resume in less than a minute. ABCL.
SanDisk Pulse.
DC01,
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
ESIG,
Oracle, Broadcom.
ATLN,
FCEL.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
All right.
GWH,
SMU. WDCX.
DC01, ESIG,
Q's Pulse.
ASMH
Long
may res in
dated.
10 seconds.
Size. 0 DTE. Call side.
CCMD halted to the
TNMG.
upside. AZI may res in 10 seconds. TALI. TNMG.
Apple Pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE.
LGC
Call
may resume
side.
in less than a minute.
Size.
UPC,
WDCX.
Nvidia Pulse. Long
BYAH,
dated.
CrowdStrike.
TNMG,
CrowdStrike is on the watch list. CrowdStrike, CRWD. CrowdStrike,
UST.
CrowdStrike, very, very bullish looking.
G.
ASTC,
Meta Pulse. Long dated.
UPC, BYAH,
MSTZ. SWMR.
SPX
LGCL may res in 10
Pulse.
seconds.
Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side.
UST.
Size.
MXL.
ASTC,
BE Pulse. Long
UPC,
dated. Deep calls.
BYAH, OUST, TNMG,
TNMG.
All right, I created an opening range breakout pine script for TradingView if you're interested. If you trade the 1 minute chart, the requirements are in the trading room. All right, it follows the opening range, 9:30 to 10 o'clock. Breakout, a close above the high of this range is what we're looking for after 10 o'clock. The volume needs to be at least 1.5 times the average volume of the opening 30-minute range, and price is currently above VWAP. It's within the first 2 hours of the regular session before 11:30, and I wanted to draw a horizontal line at the breakout level, mark the breakout, and issue an alert, a pop-up that fires once the bar conditions are met. Okay, so that's on TradingView. If you go under indicators, it's a free indicator. It's under Cousin Vinny Orb opening range breakout, 30-minute. It's the name of the script. That was requested by Cybernetic based on an SMB script.
ATXG may resume in less than a minute.
SRFM.
Okay, futures continue to rise. CrowdStrike looking good. Ooh, too far
0 DTE.
too far gone here.
Size.
BOT.
Okay, Tesla. Palantir, ARM Holdings, that's down. Most of the semis are still getting sold for now. Intel, Microsoft.
MSTZ. IREZ. PCLN halted. ATXG may res in 10 seconds.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
370, Microsoft. There you are. Gapping up again. Microsoft looking good. Should follow through, I would think. Microsoft. I already have calls, so I haven't done anything with this one.
Easy.
Microsoft.
SPCG.
Lots of volume this morning.
MUZ. IREZ.
Opening range is around 379. Let's look at SpaceX. SpaceX.
Spider pulse. Long dated.
Okay, here's that indicator I was telling you about. Okay, this one here.
SPCQ.
All right, I'll add it to the list.
SKYQ.
SKYQ.
What it's looking for is volume.
10 seconds.
Okay, let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft, looking for that volume.
STIM. IREZ.
Tesla.
Spider pulse.
LGCL.
Long dated. Deep calls. Micron pulse. Deep puts.
NNBR. UPC.
OUST. ZCSD halted down. APPS.
STIM. LGCL.
Micron pulse. Long dated.
Okay.
Deep calls. Google pulse. BE pulse.
STIM.
Okay, so we should have a fairly bullish day today, all things considered. We had a lot of put selling last week.
Crowd disk pulse.
STIM.
Long dated.
CrowdStrike,
Shenanigans.
CrowdStrike again,
CO1.
following through. CrowdStrike.
BFLY.
Okay, Core 1M we need to keep an eye on. That's at 849 again.
Intel pulse. Shenanigans. Micron pulse. Deep calls.
People keep chasing calls. We keep getting these spasms and these pullbacks. Okay. Spiders,
LGCL.
we're above,
Pulse. Long dated.
almost above 740 now.
DCO1.
Okay, we're back above the 50-day, as you can see on the right, 50-day. These put flies,
Soft
if we
pulse.
start to trend this week, if Core 1M moves back above, say, 10 or 11, I'll probably take these off. For now, I'll just keep them on. They expire at the end of the month. Okay, so we are here
LGCL.
January 29th. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 29th.
UPC.
There goes Amazon. Amazon's still booking here. Amazon.
Tesla Pulse.
Okay, very
Zero
strong.
DT.
Amazon, very strong move here.
Size.
Let's see how much Amazon do I have left. I've got quite a bit, actually. This looks good. I have July 17th.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Deep
EVMA.
puts.
Okay. What's App Lovin doing? App Lovin.
UPC.
Nice bounce back above the 50 day. App Lovin. The list, why is this not on? That's why. Okay, Benny. Charter Communications still number one. It's spinning off its NBC products and one other asset, getting out of the woke side of the business that's causing so many lawsuits, going back to its original business model. Axon following through.
Long
Okay.
dated. Size. Nvidia Pulse. Deep puts.
Okay, BlackBerry. BlackBerry also on the move.
Zero DTE. Call side.
EVMA.
Size.
Netflix following through. Okay, that looks pretty good. Netflix. Nice reversal. Microsoft. Okay, software. You should be focused on software. A lot of the medical related names like Eli Lilly, pharmaceuticals, gapping up again. Watch these. Merck. Okay, J&J. Okay, all of these look good. ALNY. Active this morning. ALNY. Okay, Netflix still going. Tesla at the highs of the day, flagging. Futures hanging out. Okay, so we're watching what this is going to do here. We're going to fade or we're going to stay up here. Core 1M. Core 1M is at 860. We need that to get more elevated. SpaceX off the highs. NFXL, that one's looking good, following through.
UPC.
Netflix at the highs. We're coming into the 10 o'clock hour. Futures pulling back now. Futures pulling back. Trapping some bulls that are chasing. We want to stay above 7,400. We're at VWAP right now. Tesla.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
IWM. Okay, so we want the 10-year yield to move lower.
Disk Pulse. Shenanigans.
Currently, it's trying to hold on to this level, the US 10-year.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
Okay,
Deep call.
US 10-year. If that continues to drop, watch IWM. IWM. Okay, watch that one. It's pulling back into Friday's price action. IWM. Looking for an opportunity. Several looking for opportunities up here. Okay, Oracle. No, Microsoft. Microsoft turning back up. Oracle. What are you doing, Oracle? Where are you? There you are. Okay, Oracle. Man, this thing does sell when it at pre-market. It gets up there in pre-market and they sell right after the open lately.
TSM Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, we're very near the April low now. Oracle. That one's a disappointment. I have ORCX shares.
AMD pulse.
LGCL may
Long
resume
dated.
10 seconds.
Netflix looking for the follow through.
SNK. LITZ.
Tesla.
MG.
Tesla pulling back in now.
0 DTE.
A little bit at the highs. People taking profits.
CRCD.
Amazon.
ABCL.
Google.
LGCL.
SNK. CRCD.
Futures pulling back.
Marvel.
SOXS.
Long dated.
SECQ. MUZ.
0 DTE. Call side.
LGCL.
SpaceX at the low of the morning. Okay, CBRS Cerebras pulling back, pushing back
0
up.
DTE. Call side. Size.
Cerebras pushing back up. Stochastics MACD turning, RSI turning. All right, we'll see what Cerebras does this week. Google. Okay, we're coming into the 10 o'clock hour.
LGCL.
Netflix.
MOTT may resume in less than a minute.
0 DTE. Call side.
SOXS. NRGB.
EZL.
Okay, a lot of zero day trading today.
LGCL.
0 day.
BE pulse.
Hedge
Long
flows
dated.
turning down.
Deep calls.
7,400, 7,440 resistance. Okay, and giving it a little bit more time before executing.
EZL.
Want to see that this market continues to hold here. S&P already starting to retrace. SPY.
LGCL.
0 DTE.
SPY trying to hold on to the 50-day. SPY trying to hold on to that 50-day. Don't want to get sucked in.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
We did need the New York Fangs. That's one of the things that we needed to work in order for the markets to follow through, because we had the S&P
Long dated. Deep
equal
calls.
weight at highs. S&P equal weights at highs, giving us a gravestone doji at the moment. New York Stock Exchange composite, 2,400 components. That's still bullish. IWM pulling
0
back a bit.
DTE. Call side.
Qs gapping up a bit but fading. And SPY we just talked about. Let's look at breadth right now. It feels a little slow. Okay, everything's turned down right now except for the NASDAQ. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. Apple looking for the bounce. Okay, Charter Communications gapping up.
Long dated. Deep calls.
Comcast gapping up. Comcast spinning off some of its
Spider pulse. Long dated.
litigious assets that are causing them lots of lawsuits. They're spinning those off, NBC in particular. And that gapped up. So we'll watch this one for a dip that gets bought. Right now, I don't want to chase it. Comcast at the top of the list. Axon following through, finally hitting that 500 level. We had the 500, 520. 500, 520 for January, if you recall. I bailed on that on Friday, figures. But I got a fill, and I was happy with the fill. So a little thin. It was thinly traded.
Size.
Let's see. Let me take a look at that again. Axon. Axon. Actually, I had July, right? I had July. Let me just take a look at these real quick. The 500. Yeah, you see that it's only traded one contract so far today. I had the 500. No, wasn't July, was it? Oh, that might be the wrong one. 17. July 17.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Yeah, 500, 520. Yeah, that's right. Because the open interest was less than 500
0
on each of these.
DTE. Call side.
I got out on Friday. All right, so these bid up a little bit more than where I got out. So I'm not too unsatisfied, even though it gapped up this morning. There's not a lot of contracts trading unless it's short term.
Deep calls.
It's July, August 21st. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, there's no open interest, so it's kind of hard to trade that. You have to trade
Deep puts.
either an ETF, 2x ETF, or an ETF that has all of these police-related names. Let's see. Security,
Deep
I guess.
puts.
Universal Security Instruments, Kratos, Technology. All right, we'll come back to that in a little while. Okay, SPY trying and test in the low. Are we going to fade? S&P is still up 41 handles. Tesla looks like it wants to go some more, so we'll focus on Tesla.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, 1 minute chart. Okay, so you can see there's your opening range. So this script will draw a horizontal line at the opening range high. Now we're looking for a follow through. Volume looks pretty good so far. That's Tesla. Let's look at Google. Okay, there's your opening range high. Netflix, opening range high. SpaceX. No follow through. Cerebras.
0 DTE. Call side.
Okay, everything is fading from the opening range high for now. Comcast. Okay, you can see opening range high up here. Honeywell. Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, all of these are holding up very well. Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, security name, CRWD, CrowdStrike, just off the opening range high. Zscaler, okay, that one's turning as well. Watch Zscaler, this will look pretty good. If it gets above the 50-day, this has been basing. Zscaler has been basing for the last 4 weeks since the last earnings.
Size.
Amazon. Okay, there's its opening range high. Volume coming in. Looking for Amazon to break higher, looks like. Amazon, AMZN. Amazon.
Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
Okay, so you can see Amazon. MACD is turning. RSI is rising. Looks like Amazon's in play. Amazon's in play.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts.
Okay, nice bounce on Amazon. Okay, looks like it's going to break out. All right, so Amazon. We're at the highs here. What do I have? I already have some positions, some call positions in Amazon. This is looking good. Okay, 250s. Not too far out of the money. 250s.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. Spider pulse. Long dated.
The healthcare sector in the S&P gained
CCMB.
8%. It's its best five
AppLovin, Google. Let's see. AppLovin. Opening range high, it's just still hanging there. Okay, the futures are pulling back, so I'm reluctant to pull the trigger at the moment. The Qs are showing the most strength, and even it pulled back. As far as breadth is concerned, that is. All right, let me be specific. Breadth looks pretty good,
Marvel Pulse.
or it did
Long dated.
on the NASDAQ. Okay, it's still rising. Okay, so we want to focus on NASDAQ and New York FANG components. New York FANG components, in particular, Amazon, Amazon, Google, Meta, Netflix, Tesla. These are showing a lot of strength. We're holding on to this level for now. Okay, 50 days right there.
0 DTE. Call side.
9 EMA is down here.
RKLZ,
AIIO. LGCL.
AZI,
200 days down below. And 21 day is right
Soft Pulse.
above the
Long
50
dated.
day.
Deep calls.
Okay, it looks like we're trying to turn the corner.
Triple semi pulse. Marvel Pulse.
All right, triple semi.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated.
SSPC, RKLZTT may res in 10 seconds.
AIIO.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
AZI,
SDOT.
Okay, Bollinger Bands are coming in. We're trying to hold this level on the New York FANG, so it'd be nice to see some of these continue. Like, all right, there goes Google. Google on the move. Google
0
breaking out.
DTE. Call side. Size.
Stochastics pointing up on the New York FANG. So these look pretty good for now. Let's see if we can't get a follow through in Google. Okay, Google.
Intel Pulse.
1 minute chart. Google breaking higher. Google. Okay, we're breaking above the opening range high. Google. Trying to anyway. Took out some stops. Let's see if we follow through.
Shenanigans.
Apple pulling back, Microsoft pulling back. Those gapped up, right? Apple gapped up, fading back into Friday's price action. Microsoft, Doji above. Okay, so we want to see that follow through. We want to see software continue to catch a bid. Okay, ServiceNow was one out. I don't think I put it on the watch list. I was looking at it though. ServiceNow gapping up. ServiceNow. ServiceNow above the 50 day.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
SIG,
Okay, I put Starbucks instead on the watch list. So let's see what Starbucks is doing. Starbucks. No follow through yet.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of these watch list stocks. See how they're doing this morning. Many of them look like they were going to follow through.
ILLR. PSIG. UPC.
RKLZ, IONC,
Why is that not opening?
STZ,
Hmm.
From the Supreme Court, not on those, but rather around mail-in
TNMG.
ballots and whether they can arrive after
MUC.
election day. It's a decision that preserves grace periods in 30 states.
NIXS.
Okay, so AMD on the watch list. AMD. A lot of the healthcare stocks, that AMD is pulling back. All right.
CQ,
ASTH Healthcare.
UPC.
Healthcare stocks.
SPCG,
Healthcare stocks. CrowdStrike. We talked about CrowdStrike. No follow through. So stocks are not following through at the moment. Dave, gapping up but fading. All right, Elf Beauty. This one looked pretty good. Elf Beauty, looking for a follow through. It dipped first, so maybe we'll get a better
0
setup.
DTE.
Home Depot, looking for the follow through in Home Depot and a test of the 200 day. Home Depot. Hinge Hinge Health breaking higher. Hinge from the watch list. Humana and United Health, those two we're looking at a follow through. Neither one of them has taken off yet. What about DaVita Health? DaVita Health? Okay, let's take a look at, let's see, JLL. The real estate stocks were looking good. JLL, Vornado. I was going to put Vornado on the list, but we don't have too many stocks. Okay, so Vornado, you can see, is already starting to trigger. The script is starting to trigger the opening range breakout. Okay, watching here. Vornado looks like it might go, actually. Vornado, VNO. So real estate was very strong over the last couple of weeks, I guess. XLRE.
Spider Pulse.
Okay, here's XLRE. Okay, it's grinding higher. Stocks like Vornado
AMD Pulse.
in the Northeast, New York City area, they have the contract with, what's his name? The billionaire from Citadel. That Park Avenue project that's having difficulties. People are leaving the city. If you believe everything you hear. Okay, IWM continues to pull back. What's the U.S. 10-year doing?
CrowdStrike.
Spider Pulse. Long dated.
U.S. 10-year. All right, so there's a lot of things going on right now. I don't know if you can see it, but there's lots of back and forth.
Long dated.
The 10-year looks like it's trying to hold this level. That's putting pressure on IWM. Okay, the Qs pulling back to the 50-day. Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA, all three of those are down. Okay, Apple
AMD.
trying to get above the 50-day. Microsoft, we want to see software rotate in. We don't want to fade here. SpaceX continues to fade. Okay, SpaceX doesn't start working here. I'm going to just jettison it for now. SpaceX. I can come back to it later. Let's see. SpaceX not working. Let me take another look at SpaceX, SPCX. All right, still in this range. Technically, it isn't a stop yet.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
I have a stop under Friday's low. I don't know if I want to wait for it to get down there. If it gets down there and bounces, I'll be upset. SpaceX, CBRS as well. That's up this morning.
0 DTE.
Looking for it to bounce. Looking for SpaceX to do this as well. Bounce and break higher. It hasn't happened yet. Netflix looking the best. Netflix.
Long dated.
Netflix and Google looking the best.
Deep puts.
Google, nice
Shenanigans.
bounce there. Amazon, nice follow through day bounce back above the 200-day. Looks like Amazon wants to keep going here. Amazon,
Long dated. Deep.
opening range high right there.
Puts. Amazon Pulse.
Let's see if Amazon's going to go. Amazon looks like it wants to go. Let's see. AMZU.
Long dated.
AMZU. Amazon up. 2 times shares.
Deep calls. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, we're starting to break out. Amazon, watch this breakout here. Amazon. Okay, there goes Amazon. I already have calls, so I'm not going to add to them right now.
0 DTE. Call
250s. Let's see what else I have. Okay, 250s.
Soft pulse. Long dated.
Okay, looking good. Amazon. Okay, we have a holiday shortened week. Obviously, Friday we're off. for July 4th.
DAMD.
Zero DTE, call side.
SDOT.
SDOT.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls. BE Pulse. Zero DTE.
Okay.
call side. Size.
Amazon, I have some 250s. I took some of those off into the strength. Those went green.
NVIDIA
They're out of the money, but I was down on these for a couple of weeks. I had plenty of time. These are some of the ones that when we started talking back in February, we're talking about making sure that your options were at least out in June, if you recall, June, July, August. So these are some of the calls that I rolled out to August. Looks like Amazon wants to keep going here. Okay, Amazon looking good. It's above the opening range. Volume is coming in. Okay. What are any catalysts? Do we have any catalysts? Cooperation with Amazon to support its entry into the North American personal care sector. Okay.
SDOT.
Okay, looks good. Amazon. Amazon breaking out.
ILLR.
Here's Amazon breaking out. Above opening range high.
Double semi-pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts. Zero DTE, call side. Size.
SDOT.
ILLR.
ILLR.
Okay, Amazon.
The Supreme Court releasing two decisions in tandem. First,
UPC.
the Supreme Court has let the Fed's Lisa
Opening range breakout.
for now a very closely watched case. Alongside that, the U.S. v. Slaughter, that being decided, that expands the president's power to fire a top official at an independent agency. Let's discuss both of these. Bloomberg's Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent, joins us now. Mike, let's take these one by one. Let's start with Lisa Cook. What is the Supreme Court
NPIZ.
decided?
AZ. LGC.
Okay, looks good.
UPC.
Tesla. All right, Amazon looking good.
The administration tried to fire, the president tried to fire Lisa Cook because it was alleged that she had committed mortgage fraud, and there's no proof or evidence of that. She sued to.
All right, so it looks like we're going to try to get, all right, swing high over here. Right there, 50 days overhead. Volume looks awesome on Friday. Note Friday's volume.
Zero DTE, call side.
Pocket pivot. Above average volume.
Amazon Pulse, long dated.
Okay, long dated calls are being bought on Amazon.
Size. Amazon Pulse.
More Amazon. More Amazon. Okay, that's good. Amazon. Calls are leading right now. Amazon. So they're very active on this one today. Three times baseline.
agencies. And the court is finding in this case, the president does
Let's see if we follow through.
underscores the administration's argument, and it kind of goes where the Supreme Court has been leading in terms of what they call the unitary executive, that the president is the head of the executive branch and therefore has the ability to get rid of anybody who is on any of these commissions. So this could affect a number of other different committees, independent agencies, including the FTC, the SEC, the National Labor Relations Board, the FCC. And so this is an important ruling that gives the president a lot more power than he has that previous president.
Okay, let's look at some of these other ones. Let's look at Home Depot. Home Depot pulling back in. Tesla from earlier. Tesla pulling back a bit off the opening range high. Amazon looking special today. Amazon, look for a little retest of the breakout level, potentially.
0DT.
Futures turning back up. Futures trying to turn back up. Looks like a bear flag, so don't get sucked into this. Need to get back above 7,400. Let's see what hedge flows look like. Hedge flows are still dropping off.
NBIZ.
LGCL.
Okay, let's see what's moving here.
0DTE. Call side.
SPY, Tesla already this morning. Tesla.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Google buying calls. Tesla. Ooh, a whole string of Tesla there. A whole string of Tesla there.
0DTE. Call side.
A lot of back and forth, you know. A lot of choppiness. Looking for the S&P to bounce. Okay, watching that hedge flow line. Look for that to follow through. All right, so this is new, right? This wasn't here before. 98 percentile. Okay, the daily maximum is usually 1.7 billion. Lower level, let's see what it was. No, it wasn't there. Okay, so this is new. New. All right, this is new this morning. Okay, new.
Right, she can stay in office essentially as this gets played out. Let's also go live now to the Supreme Court, where Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall is standing by. Tyler, again, just some of these.
All right, watching S&P.
Case that does alter some of the once independent agencies in the U.S. and how big of a win this is for Fed independence.
0DTE.
Okay, what level is that? That's 7340, 7340. New print.
FSLY.
Earlier this year, I was here back in January, where we really saw some of those
7340, new print there. Looks like they're trying to support it. Looks like we're trying. Okay, there goes Google. Google's trying to go. Okay, S&P turning back up. S&P.
Tesla pulse.
All right, Google looking better.
Deep calls.
Couple of layers of Google calls. Google. All right, 350s are just out of the money. At 350s, 360s, 375, 80 call spreads, and I have 400, 405 call spreads. Those are out in August. There goes Google. Google on the move. Okay, Google breaking above its opening range high. Google. Google looking good. Amazon flagging. Google looking good. Do we get a follow through? Look, need to see more volume. Check the volume. Look at the volume here for Google. Now look at Amazon. Amazon's volume there when it ripped through that level. Let's see if this picks up again. Apple still fading. Apple. That's unfortunate.
0DTE. Call side.
Zscaler coming up the list. Zscaler is trying to take out that opening range high.
0 DTE, call side, size,
with whom he cannot work. Subordinates who exercise the president's power are subject to removal by him. Then and only then can they remain accountable to the president and the president therefore to the people. So
I just wonder, David, how much this uproots things for corporate America of having steady independent agencies for which you could kind of understand the policy you're getting from them. If there is an idea that perhaps they serve more at the
Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to turn here. Watching Zscaler, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA, nice reversal.
long dated, deep calls.
Structural constitution, there are three branches, right? Essentially, over time, a fourth branch was developed, the administrative branch.
Micron pulse,
Constitution.
long dated, deep calls.
A lot of power, as Mike said, so
ESNL.
judicial, arguably. And basically, what this unitary executive system is, Congress can do things, the executive branch can do things. You can't have some fourth branch deciding exactly.
Thank you, Cayman.
Triple semi pulse, deep calls. SanDisk pulse.
The corporations, a lot of corporations have not been very pleased with what's happened administratively, so I'm not sure they're going to be too upset with this. But it's been a long time coming, but I think we have to remember it was not in the Constitution. That was not provided for. It was sort of an experiment, even going back to the 1930s.
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls. Deep puts.
Amazon. Okay, Amazon is gonna looks like it's gonna break again, break out again. Amazon. Volume start to pick up. Looking for volume to pick up again. Okay, Amazon looking good.
I think it basically allows us to put it to one side and move on because just the timing of trying to
0
indict
DTE,
and get it
call
to trial,
side.
et cetera,
Size.
puts us way into the
TSM pulse, long dated, deep calls.
She has not had a chance to make her case yet, and she has, and her lawyers have basically put out some information that suggests there was no crime committed.
ASDS.
We've seen the
EDIT.
administration
0
try to
DTE,
justify
call
the
side.
basis, and
Size.
they might try to do that.
ASGC
But
wanted to the
a
upside.
decision in which you were found guilty, and then the president would have a chance to fire her for cause.
0
is probably
DTE,
something that
call
is not
side.
going to happen.
Size.
The court does, in its decision, lay out the fact that for cause matters.
Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla popping.
Have, fixed terms, and they
All right, Tesla popping here.
officers of the
WDCX.
Breaking through, opening range breakout. Opening range breakout on Tesla. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Okay, can we get back above 400? It looks like it. All right, I'm going to buy some Tesla, some more Tesla. I have Tesla already. Do I want to do Friday? Thursday? Thursday calls? Let's see, Tesla. Or should I go out? I should get myself some time, right? Let's see. Let's look at the daily. All right. Why is this? Okay, there we go. All right, daily looks pretty extended. I don't want to chase it right now, but it looks really good. Tesla.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Tesla looks like it wants to keep going.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Lots of open interest at the 420 strike.
Call side. Size.
Okay, where are the money magic levels on Tesla? Tesla. Let's see, Tesla.
0 DTE, call side.
Tesla, we got 385 and 400. 385, we're above 385. 400, it's just overhead. Looks like they're going to keep pushing this.
Intel pulse, long dated. SPX pulse, long dated.
Tesla. Are we going to go? All right, Tesla going here. Tesla looks super bullish.
SP.
It's above
long
It's above
dated.
its call wall, 385. It gets above 400. That would be something. I would imagine it's going to run into resistance at 400. It's already made quite a move today already. People are going to be chasing it.
Sandisk Pulse. Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
In theory, remake the whole court, or the whole thing.
Well, that's just the important point here.
SIMO.
Forget about Jack Cook or even Jay Powell. How many votes does the president have?
0 DTE. Call side.
385.
KUST. APSI.
Can we go some more?
AMA.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
Powell is still there. So he's been largely successful in all of this, but
TNM.
Tesla continuation. Let's see if we can't get a follow through here. Tesla.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
STT may resume in less than SI.
Opening range breakout.
Don't forget.
CBRG. CBRS. AMA.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay, Nvidia turning more. There goes Tesla.
ASTM.
Tesla with a nice move here.
SNL.
Amazon Pulse. Long dated.
CBRG. CBRS.
Taylor, let me just say it to you for the final word.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
0 DTE. Call side.
APSI. CBRG.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
All right, Tesla looking good. Under Armour, cheap name, continuation,
Nvidia Pulse.
watch
Long
list.
dated. Deep calls. Deep puts.
SAT. ASTX.
Tyler, thank you very much for that coverage. So does Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the Supreme Court. And thank you to Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economic and policy correspondent, and David Weston, host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, which you can catch every Friday, 6 p.m. in London and 11 p.m. in London.
Meta,
11 p.m. in New York City. Again, just to recap.
Tesla, Google, Amazon. A lot of buying going on here. New York Fangs look good. Okay, Amazon looking good. Tesla, nice bullish day on Tesla. Okay, 50 days overhead. 21 day is right just above price right now. Okay. Tesla, Google. Okay, nice. It's still sliding along that lower band, so it needs to get back above the 21 day and the 50 day. Amazon, though, looking good. Second bullish day, back above the 200 day now. Volume on Friday was really noteworthy. Stochastics, MACD, RSI rising. All right, so I would like to buy some more Amazon. I'm just not going to do it at the high of the day. I want to wait for it to maybe give me a B and C pivot. At this point, it's still rising. Amazon doing well. Tesla pulling back a bit. Looking for a bounce.
Q's Pulse. Zero DTE, call side.
I'm literally saying every single year, Isabel, I forget. But like, what do I don't need another robot vacuum. I don't even use one. I tell myself I'm gonna buy it, then I forget, then I regret it, then I wait the next year. Hey, you just panic buy and mess up with you.
Tesla. Okay, Google.
Zero DTE.
Google looking very strong.
Size.
Google breaking higher. About to take out the high of the day here. Google really strong. Strong volume here. All right, lots of volume coming in. Google. Let's see how much. Okay, so those are just out of the money. 350 is looking good. Google have August. Got plenty of time. Looking good. Good, good, good. Tesla. Want to see that follow through. Tesla.
Nvidia
Cerebras.
Pulse, long dated.
All right, Google. Yeah, that looks good. Google.
CBRG.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what's actually working here. Okay, we know that software, we're seeing some rotation. Consumer discretionary seeing activity. That's thanks to Tesla and Amazon. That makes those two make up nearly 50% of the weight of the XLY consumer discretionary sector. Okay, nice move back to the 200-day, tag the 50 days, getting rejected. Looking for Tesla and Amazon to continue. Okay, right now they're consolidating at the highs, these two. Okay, so I'm looking for B and C pivots at this point. Amazon, I'm looking to get into more Amazon, but I want it to pull back a little bit. I don't want to chase it. We have an opening range breakout on Amazon. There goes Google. Google's still pushing here. Google, opening range breakout. The volume is looking really good here, right? Volume looking good. Google, nice. Google.
CBRG. CBRS.
Google still going here.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Nvidia Pulse, deep puts.
Still going, Google. Google's still moving. Nice volume on Google.
CBRS.
Trying to get entries on Google. That's just pulling away from the limit orders. Okay. Google's still running here. All right, looking good.
After nearly 40 years apart, the Del Monte brand is back under one roof. Today marks the company's first day trading under new ticker DMC. Joining us now
CBRS.
is Del Monte Chairman and CEO Mohammed Abu Ghazali. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining. And so you have the packaged and the fresh components of the business now coming back together. Well, why do this after 37 years?
Well, it took some time for us to bring it back together. I mean, it was like a dream.
What's Uber doing? Uber. The Pelosi's buying Uber last week. Uber following through. Uber, follow through day, follow through week. Pelosi has the March 2027 50 calls.
0 DTE. Call sign.
Okay, Uber
Size.
looking good. Uber.
We can talk about the supply chains in a moment, but just the consumer demand part of it has changed so much. And I wonder, putting these together, if you're also writing this trend of people
Tesla looking for the follow through.
fresh food, less chemicals, and how important
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
I think
Hmm.
we're a unique company in terms of having the fresh and the consumer goods and non-fresh, so we can do a lot of cross-merchandising, marketing,
And NPR.
and
And
as
NPR.
historically well known.
Okay, looking good. Discord.
Trusted brand. I mean, we do have the highest
JEM.
quality in the market.
How has consumer demand been? Are they willing to pay up for high quality right now, or is there so much pressure that maybe they're more likely to reach for the canned tin of
Okay,
pineapple
Uber at the highs.
pink one?
UPC.
Well, you have both consumers. You have the one that can afford to buy
And NPR.
apple or pineapple. fresh.
0
And
DTE.
you have
Call
people
side.
with
Size.
families.
The
So
UST.
we do cater for both sectors of the economy.
Louis, I know another big impediment or headwind that you've been dealing with in your first quarter. You specifically pointed to the Middle East conflict and the Strait of Hormuz, and some of the pressure that's put on the supply chain and what that's done to profits. Are you seeing anything that looks like a normalization as we start to see some ships
And
flow through the Strait
NPR.
of Hormuz?
Yeah, we were impacted mainly
And
by the
NPR.
cost of the fuel, transportation, supply chain,
SP exports.
materials, fertilizers, and paper and things like that. But
Intel. What's Intel doing? Intel, Microsoft. Okay.
and as the oil prices have gone down, so we believe this will be hopefully in the next few months.
Well, you also have deep expertise in the Middle East as well, given your background. And the president has talked about that. He wants Iran to use the unfrozen assets.
Nvidia
to buy
Pulse.
American
And
agriculture.
Long dated.
I wonder what you think
Deep
of that,
calls.
whether you think something
CRIS.
like that might be likely, considering these are two worlds you know very well.
Well, I believe that Iran needs, grain.
Tesla looks good.
NPR.
For the
The
buy from
UST.
the US or somewhere else. And,
Google
I think
Pulse.
globalization,
Long dated.
and buying
Deep
from the
calls.
US will be good
Deep
things for both
puts.
countries. So,
SP exports.
MVP.
I hope that this will happen.
I mean, your business is one that is very exposed to politics. The farming sector is one that the president cares about.
Micron
Our
Pulse.
presence is
Long
spoken about.
dated.
The
CRIS.
Deep
grocery
calls.
store is one he cares a lot about. And in the Middle East, it feels like it is
Tesla.
issue after issue that you have to navigate. How have you been navigating that?
Okay, Uber pulling back in a little bit right now.
Approach to DC changed at all?
Giving a better entry on a dip.
The last 30, 40 years.
And
So
NPR.
it's not something new to us. And we can,
MVP.
we are agile and we can manage, as these headwinds come in our way.
Google Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
CRIS.
Uber.
Sandisk Pulse.
How have you been trying to hedge some of that?
BOT.
By streamlining the business in a better way, try to tighten the belt, on other cost centers, you can save on marketing a little bit, you can save on other
CCMP.
things that will not impact the business in any significant way. So we survive.
And at the same time, you're doing some interesting work when it comes to pharmaceuticals. I think you have an application about treating pancreatic cancer cells on pineapple-derived
Google
extracts.
Pulse.
Is that right?
Where did you get that?
Okay, no, perhaps not. You have no patent filings around that. You do have your pink pineapple.
We have
How much of that is just about it looks really good, and so you get some
LGC
fun,
now.
advertising out of it.
No. As a matter of fact, we just mentioned we have been doing some research with a very prestigious university.
Okay, watching
For the last few years.
Uber at the moment, the S&P, hedge flows
SDLT.
trying to turn up. Okay, hedge flows trying to turn up. Looks like we might have a sine wave or a price action stay in a doji Doji pattern. Let's take a look at up down volume. Up down volume for now. So up down volume, we want that to be skewed in the bullish direction. Toss is slow this morning. Do I have to reboot? Okay, so the New York Stock Exchange is 1-to-1 down. NASDAQ is 1.5 up. Composite SPY is 1.5 up. The Qs are 2.5, 2.36 up, and the diamonds are 2.8 up. IWM is 1-to-1 down. So while there is some selling, it's not 10-to-1 down. It's 1-to-1 down on IWM. So the Qs are faring the best. Okay.
Tesla Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Former Disney CEO Bob Iger and Thrive Capital founder Josh Kushner are exploring a bid for an NBA expansion team in Las Vegas. Joining us now is Bloomberg senior reporter Randall Levesque, who covers sports and co-hosts the Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast. Randall, what could this ultimately look like?
Well, it's my understanding that Josh is discussing making a bid backed by Eternal, which is Thrive Holding Company, and that has Bob Iger's involvement. Now, the group of bidders that are interested in Las Vegas is very crowded.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, there goes Amazon's about to break out again.
Again, it feels like every day there's a story about the experts who wants to make some sort of bid for a professional sports team. I mean, this has been ongoing.
Uber fading from the high of the day for now. Let's see, Tesla faded a little bit. Look at the opening range breakout, trying to hold above that level. Google, Amazon still going here. Amazon's going again, going for it again.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Okay.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Cheaper to buy an expansion franchise because it's untested, or the Seahawks. But after they've already
SLS. BOT. GLWG. GLW.
Because I know with the NFL, it's like private equity can only be in 10% of the team. What are some of the other limitations for
GLWG, UPC,
CBRG.
JEM,
AMAU.
There goes Amazon again. Oh, shit. Woo, go Amazon. Amazon running.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
UPC,
There goes Amazon. Big move on Amazon today.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
GLW.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
SDOT,
Marvel Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
GLWG. GLW.
Iran conflict ultimately reinforces many of the themes supporting power and metals demand, so more so than oil and gas. Joining us now is corporate and economic statecraft senior reporter. Joe, how much of this is just about what we have learned about the flow of materials and the vulnerability of it? I mean, this isn't necessarily anything new, but what lessons have we learned over since this conflict began?
Just reinforces the point, right?
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
All right, Amazon's still pushing here. Google. All right, Google looking for another. Okay, it bounced right off the opening range high. Okay, here.
Nvidia Pulse.
Okay, and Tesla. Wow, Amazon is just gone. Okay, Apple turning the corner. Nice volume.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
CRSP. GLW. GLWG. AIO.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Feels like we're ignoring the headlines. I wonder if there is a sense that at some point what's happening in physical markets will
Okay, Apple doing well to turn here. Okay, S&P is squeezing. We've got all of the up volume indicators going green now, except for the New York Stock Exchange. It's 1-to-1 down. Let's go take a look at the NYSE. And while we're at it, let's look at junk bonds. Junk bonds still dealing with that flat 50-day squeezing. So these people are not that active. It's okay. It's just not an impediment at this point. It's something that we'd like to see above the 50-day. 10-year yield, we want that to fade. That'll help IWM, which is currently seeing some buyers at the low of the day. It was 1-to-1 down there, Mondo. The selling that we saw, that was 1-to-1 down. It wasn't like, it's almost like an algo doing this, right? All right, there goes maybe the 300 call for, let me see, IWM, 300 call. IWM. Okay, where's the open? There's the opening range up there. I'll pass for now. I'll pass. We want the 10-year to turn lower, though. US 10-year. You want that lower? Okay. It's currently hanging out, so we're okay for that for now. Okay, Apple trying to turn the corner. Apple trying to turn the corner. Nothing yet. Okay, Tesla looking for the breakout. Tesla, the breakout.
Soft pulse. Long dated.
Tesla looking for the breakout. Go Tesla.
Avgopo. Long dated. Deep calls. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Tesla looking for a break above the highs here.
GLWG. LRCX. AMA. SCP may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, what is Core 1? Core 1M is at 883. You want to see that climb, Core 1M. We need that to climb a bit more. Okay, Core 1M. Need that to turn back up. Made it up to 10, back down. Boy, there's some volatility in this. Wow. Okay, SPY. SPY back above the 50-day. Okay, if we start to trend higher, I'll take the, don't have much time left. Probably should just leave it on in case we have any kind of shenanigans. Microsoft making new lows. Microsoft, so no follow through. No follow through. We're looking for that software rotation. No follow through yet. Okay. So IBM, that was one I was very interested in last week. IBM looking pretty good. IBM's a nice trade setup. IBM, nice setup.
Amazon Pulse.
Bullish. Stop. Low today. If options
Long dated.
go out August, September.
Zero
Minimum.
DTE. Call side. Size.
This looks really good. Dr. Frank, if you're listening, your IBM's on the move. I hope you're doing well today. Feeling better? Thinking about our Dr. Frank. Okay, IBM looks good. IBM, okay, that's trending. Let's see, IBM. Okay, opening range breakout. There we go. IBM.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market with hundreds of other candidate risks. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Doo-doo.
SXTC.
SPX Pulse.
DNMG.
LRCX. GLWG. GLW.
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
DNMG.
Deep calls.
Mhm.
Q's Pulse. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
LRCX.
Okay, so this script,
Long dated.
this Pine script, after 11 o'clock, it's not going to give more alerts, but we can watch these stocks that are continuing to follow through on the breakout, opening range breakout, that orange line. Okay, looking for strength to continue. Volume, very, very obvious volume. IBM as well. I really like IBM. I'd like to do something with IBM.
And data centers as the country seeks to maintain its edge in the AI era. And Anthropic wins US approval to restore some access to its Mythos 5 AI model after resolving concerns about the technology's potential threats to national security. M&A Monday is blasting off into orbit here on Bloomberg Tech. Rocket Lab making its biggest acquisition ever, GreenSpy Iridium, in an $8 billion deal as it looks to challenge SpaceX in the rapidly growing lower orbit economy. This is how the shares are reacting. The deal terms $54 a share in a cash and stock transaction for the satellite telephone pioneer, valuing Iridium at an enterprise value of about $8 billion. The offer $54 $34. That's about 27% premium. Friday's close.
LGCP may resume in less than a
That's a
minute.
little shy of 54. But why? Joining us now is Peter Beck,
SDOT.
founder and CEO, live from Auckland, New Zealand. Let's start there, Peter. Why buy Iridium and why now?
Yeah, it's great to talk to you. But look, I think it's become pretty obvious, and we've talked about it for quite some time, that the really large space companies of the future are going to be a little bit blurry about what a space company even is. And today, rocket, and we have a large spacecraft business and components business. But really, the third leg of the stool was always an application. And by combining Rocket Lab and Iridium together, we really make that complete picture. And what that essentially means is we are a self-launching company.
LGCP may
And I
res in
think
10
if you look
seconds.
at other companies that have their own rockets and
Intel
their own
Pulse.
satellites,
Long
it's a very
dated.
powerful
Deep
combination.
calls. Shenanigans.
This morning, people got very quickly to this
GLWG.
Micron Pulse.
The basics of it, there's also the idea of spectrum, right? So Iridium has valuable but a limited source of spectrum. Can you just quantify that for us? How much spectrum you get access to, and kind of like how you leverage that to Rocket Lab's advantage?
Yeah, look, you're exactly right. I mean, you can have all the spacecraft and all the rockets in the hangars you want, but if you don't have the spectrum to actually utilize them, especially for communications, then it's all for nothing. And the very unique thing about Iridium spectrum is that it's L-band.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Effective in those very difficult and harsh conditions. So not surprisingly, Iridium's built a
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
And the defense, the defense network.
GLWG.
So
CCMP.
this obviously enables
Okay, we're starting to see some consolidation here.
and profitable business today. But the spectrum is an incredibly valuable asset.
Uber.
Peter, going forward, does Rocket Lab just more generally become a buyer of spectrum and an acquirer of assets?
ASML
Access to
Pulse.
more spectrum?
No, not at all. I mean, the spectrum gives us a fantastic, baseline and head start.
CCMP.
Thinking about the opposite, we've always using years to first, build constellations of satellites, deploy them, and then of course, that's before you even see your first dollar of revenue. So this really supercharges
Tesla.
kind of interest in applications.
0
We're at the
DTE.
highs, Tesla.
Size.
Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 29th, coming into the end of the month.
0 DTE. Call side.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I think, just the economics alone and the synergies alone, when you have, control over the most expensive and the most longest lead time items being launched in spacecraft manufacture, I think that just puts, that level of vertical integration just puts everybody into a totally different league. So,
Okay, what's trading? Discord. 0 DTEQs, S&P big caps. Okay, ASML calls leading 78%. ASML watching Tesla here, looking for a breakout on Tesla to a new high.
But of course, it's throwing off a lot of cash to service it. But
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
I've got a lot of questions for you about Neutron next gen launch system that you're working on. I think one reason we get a lot of questions from the audience now about Neutron is that people want you to kind of explain how dependent this future business line is on Neutron.
Tesla. All right, Google's still pushing here. Google's still pushing. All right, trying to take out the high.
Amazon Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Amazon fading a little bit right now. Amazon, S&P, hedge flows, still moving sideways. So we're probably going to get like a doji day, I would expect, the way things are shaping up right now. So whenever you see that hedge flow line going back and forth, up and down, creating peaks and valleys, look for prices to stay between these levels overhead. Okay, so you can see that we got support below at 73.40 and resistance overhead at 74.50. 74.50. Okay, so basically 100 points. 73.40, 74.40. Okay. All right, so that's what we got to deal with. So we're right in the middle. So you could sell premium outside these levels most likely and do very well if you're interested in selling premium. I would go maybe 70 470 or 7,500 on the upside, or below 73.25 or something like that down here. Looks like we're just going to stay in a range. SpaceX recovering off the low. SpaceX. Google just off the high. Tesla at the high of the day. Tesla. A lot of these stocks have pulled back from the highs. All right, so IBM looking good, just off the highs. IBM. Market carpet. Okay, so lots of selling in real estate. Okay. That was strong last week. All right, so we're seeing consumer discretionary very, very strong. Amazon and Tesla make up nearly 50% of the weight of the discretionary sector. Okay, we got some financials, so let's take a look at those. Morgan Stanley. Okay, looking for the bounce. Goldman Sachs, looking for something else. Wells Fargo, holding on the best, actually. Green Day on Wells Fargo. Citigroup, Bank of America, PNC Bank. They bought several banks a year ago. Over the last couple of years, they've acquired a couple of banks. They're trying to compete with the big ones, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. What's SoFi doing? SoFi. Okay, SoFi is trying to break out. If SoFi gets above 19, okay, this is going to be a winner. All right, so this has been sitting down here for the last 3 months, 4 months. Frustrating a lot of people. I looked at it as a long term. I have a 2028 calls. Okay, I have the 20 call and the 25 call out in 2028. Let me just go check it again so I'll tell you exactly what I have here. SoFi. I have the 2028, June 2028, 25 call and 20 call. I got a bunch of those. I have some December of this year, the 20 call for December as well. So something near term and something long term. Out 2 years from now. 2 years from now. I'm going to forget about these calls that are out in 2028. I'm sure they're going to do just fine. When you get BlackRock buying 70 million shares, you got Susquehanna with about 10 or 20 million shares. You got Jane Street with about 10 or 20 million shares. Don't think they're buying to lose money. Now, some people have said, well, maybe they've had these positions for a while, and they're just underwater. Maybe. But they still have pretty big positions. And right now, it's above the 10 EMA weekly. So I'm looking for this to break above 20 eventually. At some point, the financials will start to kick in again, maybe in September, November, something like that. For now, I'll just sit on these calls. It's no big deal. It's not a huge position. I only have 10 of each of those. So that's 30 calls total. The weekly, SpaceX, daily, SpaceX, still trying to break higher, shaking people out. It got added to the Russell 1000 on Friday. It gets added to the NASDAQ on July the 6th. All right.
GLW. SIMO.
Okay. SpaceX, July 7th now. So it'll be open on the 7th.
Tesla pulse.
Oh, officially added to the NASDAQ 100. Okay, so that answers my question before. I didn't know if it was the composite or the NASDAQ 100, which will be in the queues, all right? So SpaceX technically will be added on July 6th at the close, or it's on the 7th now, the 7th before the open. This sets a record for the fastest index inclusion in benchmarks history, triggered by newly updated NASDAQ rules for mega cap IPOs.
DCMD.
Zero DTE. Colstrip. Size.
Okay, Tesla, let's go. All right, so they're holding the highs fairly well. Microsoft and Apple not so much, but Nvidia's back up. Tesla is holding on. Nvidia turning back up. You can see over there on the right, buyers at the low of the day at the 200-day. That red line, the lower bolder red line, that's the 200-day moving average. So a fade back to that level. Nvidia. We're just watching it for a bit. Either it gets bid or not. Okay, Netflix has been hot the last couple of days, coming off the lows. The volume has been above average, so we're looking for that to continue. It needs to get above the opening range high, that orange line there.
Call side. Size.
AMD also turning back up. AMD kept it on the watch list.
Zero DTE.
It's been basing for the last 5 days. I've noticed that it's been sitting right on top of the 21-day, and every time it touches or goes below the 21-day, buyers step up. So it looks like they're still building positions here in AMD. Be aware of it. All right, watch that 21-day right there. Okay, the 21-day is what I'm focused on right there. Okay.
Zero DTE. Call
As long as it stays above this 21-day and the buyers keep showing up, I'm expecting that this is going to move back up towards 550. They sold a lot of the chips.
Shenanigans.
There goes AMD now. AMD moving higher. Okay. Opening range high is way up here. Okay, so it's got a ways to go. AMD.
Zero DTE. Call side.
Tesla. Okay, looking for Tesla to do something here. Okay.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. SPX Pulse. Zero DTE. Colstrip. Size.
Okay, SpaceX continues to come off the low here. SpaceX. Okay. Not much to look at, right? Not much to look at the moment.
Q's Pulse.
Tesla.
Dated.
Okay. Amazon had a nice run up this morning. Now it's pulling back in, looking for a B and C pivot. That would be the best entry. If you don't want to chase something like Amazon, best thing you can do is wait for
Nvidia Pulse.
an
Long dated.
ABCD pattern. Right now it's pulling back to VWAP. Watch out responds to VWAP. If traders show up, that means that there's a lot of people still trading it today. If traders show up at the VWAP, 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 VWAP. My take on the markets is that you can see this very clearly. Unless this starts trending, that purple line, okay, unless that starts trending higher, this is just going to keep going back and forth. And if I double check and I'll look at my charts on Thinkorswim, I have 1-to-1 up down volume, slightly more than 1-to-1, 1.4 on the NASDAQ, 1.2 on the SPY, 2-to-1 on the Q. So the Qs are definitely in favor. Okay, the tech stocks are definitely in favor. Semiconductors recovering a bit. NVIDIA recovering a bit. AMD recovering a bit. What's Micron doing? Micron. Okay, let's look at Micron. MU. Okay, that's recovering a bit. Okay, retail stocks like AEO, Walmart, Bill's trading Casey, CASY, Casey, that's holding the high. Retailers. Oh, UAA, Under Armour. Was looking at that one. It's a cheap stock, looking for it to trend. Under Armour. Lulu is the one that got my attention. Lulu, not a trade for me yet. I need to get above the 50-day, but it's trying to base down here. Lulu. Okay, Tesla. Tesla had a pretty big bullish day today. Bollinger Bands are coming together, so I'm expecting it to run back to the 21 days right overhead, 50 days just above that. All right, that's fair value, short term and intermediate term. Fair value, short term, 21-day, intermediate term, 50-day. Long-term fair value is up there at the 200-day. Okay, so it's coming off of discounted fair value, move back to fair value, looking for it to move above fair value, get a little premium, maybe sell that into strength. Future's still sitting here. Ah, boy.
The amount of money that's kind of waiting in the pipeline for the IPOs is, if it does all come through, will be one of the biggest years ever. I think we need to take account that people will put cash into those, but they probably will also reduce a bit of what they're already holding to make space for those things. So I think that's a little bit of a downward pressure on markets.
Okay, let's see. What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot, just shy of the 200-day consolidating. It's probably going to run right through that. What happens is you have the moving averages and price action get squeezed. Price action and the short-term moving averages get squeezed up against the 200-day. It's based on similar principles that HCPG. You might know him on Twitter or X. HCPG. He's got a technique that uses the 1 or 5 minute chart and R1, R2, or S1, S2. When prices squeeze up against it, you're looking for, in this case, would be squeezing up against R1, I would imagine, R1, R2 on Tesla at this point. So if I go and look at, let's see, where are...
0 DTE, call side, size.
Okay.
LGCL.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today.
They've resorted everything on stock charts. Hard to find stuff now.
Hangluck is my absolute favorite right now. It's super fun, free to download, and has so many machines to choose from. No ads, no hidden costs. I can just focus on playing. Plus, there are
0 DTE, call side, size.
LGCL.
Pivot points. Pivot points. Let's go.
DNMG.
1 minute.
This is it. The trade that
Pivot points. All right. So we're at
0
R2
DTE.
right now. All right. So that's what I thought. Okay. Tesla's at R2 already. Okay. So that makes sense. I was just checking that out. See what it was doing. Tesla. Looking for a break to the upside. That would be a break above R2. Then you'd be going for R3.
Micron Pulse.
Okay, Google's hot to trot today. Google's about to break out here. Google,
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Google trying to break out. All right. Google. Strong day. Strong day so far. Trying to break out.
It's time now for Talking Tech. I'm Yahaira Ahmed. First up, Millennium Management is stepping up its game and dedicated lab to accelerate early access to cutting-edge tech for Blue Lab.
LGC now.
Over the next few
SDOT.
weeks and coincides with sweeping changes in the hedge fund industry to adopt AI capabilities. Plus, Verizon is taking a heavy hit to grow its global footprint. The telecom giant projects a second quarter loss of up to $800 million after striking a deal with the UK's BT Group to merge their international businesses. The new $4 billion joint venture includes a $625 million equalization payment from Verizon.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
All right, Google trying to break out here. Watching for it. Mm-hmm.
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, looking for a breakout. All right, NVIDIA fading a bit. Tesla starting to fade.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Watching Google for a breakout here. Okay, high of the day is right there. High of the day. Okay, we need the volume. That's the thing that's missing right now. The last pop right there, last pop, that was on volume right there. Those ORB, opening range breakout pivots, notes, that was on volume. Okay, both on the upside and the downside, and we bounced right above VWAP, so we're looking for that breakout. RSI and MACD are kind of just meandering sideways. MACD on the daily. Yeah, we could follow through tomorrow. That'd be nice. Might be a little extended right now. SpaceX is trying to turn back up. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com.
Shenanigans.
It is Monday, June 29th, coming into the end of the month. We start July. July is seasonally one of the strongest months of the year for the retail, or for the technology and markets in general. Okay, so if we go over here and we look at, if you have a stock charts membership, okay, you can check seasonality. You can just remember this stuff. It's very easy. I mean, July and November tends to be the strongest months of the year. January, as it goes in January, so goes the rest of the year, as the saying goes. So you're always looking for January, July, and November. The reason why November works is because people are coming back from vacation into October, and you get the surge into November. Plus, You've got the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, you generally see this price action or this type of earnings. You see this earnings come into play into the fourth quarter. And generally, October 1st through November 15th tends to be a very big surge. And then November 16th, the end of November, second half of November into December, you can see that between the two, that's 32.5%. That's a big surge. So look for a surge
DRAM. Don't forget, long dated, deep cold.
in July and November.
DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, Google, looking for the breakout in Google. Google, looking for the breakout. I'm going to take a couple minute break here.
DRAM. Don't forget, long
Google, I'm going to go ahead and make myself a
0 DTE, call side. Size.
bagel with cream cheese. I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Tesla Pulse.
ISTS. ASTS. ALGM.
When control of commerce changes entire sectors like energy and Google on interactive brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping that House Senate seat. Think that probability is too low? By yes, 20%. Think it's too high? By no, 70%. Each correct prediction is exactly $1 per contract plus interest. Interactive brokers, you can trade that prediction market hundreds of other daily prices.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
ALGM.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
SOXL. AMAT.
Micron Pulse. Long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans. 0 DTE, call side.
SLL.
Size. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Welcome back to the Inroad Tech. I want to get back to that Comcast here. So Comcast is going to spin off NBC
SOXL.
and Sky, basically separating into two
AMAT.
separate companies. This is something that's about a year out, and existing investors will have exposure to it. But it's really interesting to see how the streets kind of react to this. In fact, Bloomberg Intelligence and our own analysts kind of see
0 DTE, call side. Size.
for more M&A in the cable media space, right? So you have a separate entity that is focused on the media business, NBC Universal, while Comcast doubles down on more of that kind of legacy infrastructure business.
TMMG.
Either enable rights for transactions,
LGC now.
strategic flexibility, and can pave the way.
TMMG.
Interesting. It's kind of like what happens next, right? Let's take a look at today's big number as well. $570 billion. That's the amount of market value
MSTX.
Microsoft is set to one point down as much as 20% during the month. So right now, it's on track for its worst monthly drop since December of
Intel Pulse.
its
Shenanigans.
performance in almost 20
LGC now.
one we're tracking. Away
ASTX,
from the
ALAB, TSLL,
CCMB.
MSTR,
This year so far, what are offerings for SpaceX and
MSTX,
bankers say there's plenty more.
GLW, TSLT,
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla breakout.
LGC now.
SOXL,
All right, Tesla, new high of the day.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Tesla's in play.
LGC now. SVOT.
Avgo Pulse.
RMBS,
Long dated. Size.
ASTX, GLW,
LGC now.
Let's go back to the number so far in 2026. You know, this is a big number. This is something that we've not seen for quite a few number of years. No, we've never seen it. And actually, look at the breadth. So we're talking about obviously the big fundraise from SpaceX, again, record-setting number kind of in bolster space. SK Hynix would potentially be the second largest IPO ever. So we need two deals in
WDCX, RMBS,
LGC now.
ALAB,
big fundraising from Alphabet potentially puts the pressure on other hyperscalers to sell. And so diverting away from that, which is kind of the bread and butter for the build out of this AI or this data center, building the expectations that there will be more lying on the other side of the midway point, again, on the other side of the July economy. Again, just want to call out things that have been working across the AI ecosystem. Cerebras, again, not really trading as well as we had expected, or certainly was day one, but that's a north of $6 billion IPO. And then you just go down the list, it's about a dozen raising
ALAB, KLAC,
that number to continue to be back to the second half.
LGC now.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Very excited about Reinvention Center today, which is literally
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Micron seeing some call buying as well. Micron,
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Broadcom, all these chips are getting bought now.
Shenanigans.
Chips are getting bought. The dips are getting bought. AMD, Broadcom, Intel.
ALAB,
TSM Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
MSTR,
CCMD.
All right, Tesla pushing a bit higher.
ASTX,
ASTC,
SOXL, GLW, WDCX,
TSM Pulse, long dated, deep puts,
Oh, these fucking games. These people are so unscrupulous.
For us. And so that ability to continue to invest that capital both within our own factories and down into the supply base.
zero
Unlock
DTE, call
capacity
side.
to drive
Side.
additional growth for the business is the number one priority for us. Number two would be around
ALAB,
right, any inorganic plays that we'd be able to make as well as part of that. And so those are really
WDCX,
our two priorities. But first and foremost, it's really about investing the capital in the areas to unlock continued demand within factories.
Did you give any clues as to whether M&A would come more likely from the commercial or the defense side?
There was no specific area per se. We really focus more on technology. And what's important for Honeywell Aerospace that I think isn't well understood is that we develop technology that is not
ILR.
bespoke for a particular end market. Meaning, we don't develop technology
SOXL.
specifically for the commercial end market.
ALAB,
We don't develop technology specifically for the
MSTS.
defense end market. We actually develop once and deploy everywhere.
Zero
So it's not specific with any
DTE,
one
call
platform. So
side.
even if
Size.
we were to acquire a company that had more
MSTR.
commercial technology associated with it, we would bring that technology over into the defense sector, and same way as we would do if we were to acquire
Size.
something that was more
Deep
defense centric.
calls.
Like our acquisition of Case, as an example, back in September of 2024. It was a great acquisition for us. It allows us to take that capability and technology differentiation, U.S. domestic defense only, move them internationally, which is a strong play for us. Because 30% of our
SP
defense
exports,
business right now
long
is
dated.
international defense.
MSTX,
Do you think that the conglomerate creating
Zero
comes back?
DTE,
Are we done
call
with that?
side.
Or is it pure
Side.
plays for as far as the eye can see? In general,
I think there's a tremendous advantage of being a pure play. I mean, us as Honeywell Aerospace, embedded within the conglomerate of Honeywell, had very different strategies compared to the other businesses. Very different needs, very different demand profiles. And so an ability to invest as opposed to doing it across multiple businesses that have disparate strategies and needs, and being able to focus that 100% as a pure play is a tremendous value
I
unlock.
mean, like in the old days, you would say, well, they can ride out various cycles and sort of, have this rolling cyclical
Sanders
strength.
Pulse,
But
deep
that
calls.
argument kind of died several years ago.
I think it was an argument for some period of time. What I would tell you about Honeywell Aerospace is that the diversification of our portfolio, as well as the diversification of the end markets that we serve, actually provides an equivalent level of resiliency of the business. Our
Sanders
commercial
Pulse,
business is up, our
deep
defense
calls.
business is up. It doesn't matter which end market we're talking about, and the breadth of the portfolio, whether it's avionics, radar systems, communication systems, jet engines, APUs, thermal management systems, friction control, fuel control. It's such a breadth and across multiple end markets that in and of itself provides resiliency. And for us, there's no single platform in the aerospace industry that represents more than mid-single digit % of our revenue. So by default, it's very
AMD.
to be ebbs and flows just within the A&D community.
Is that diversification your competitive edge? I'm thinking, like, what is your distinction versus a GE Aerospace or a Raytheon?
The fact that we are very diverse.
Honeywell spinning off
Competitive edge.
Honeywell Aerospace,
That we serve. Again, commercial, air transport, biz app, defense.
HON.
Us in the defense segment. Again, 30% of that is international defense. And the other aspect that I would say is that we truly consider ourselves,
Tesla.
even though 40% of our
Tesla
business
trying to
is
continue.
we truly consider ourselves really a commercial company. Because we develop the products in the commercial space, our own investments, our own manufacturing dollars, our own capital deployment to create those manufacturing environments. And we move those commercial products into the defense. So we sell commercial products into the
Sanders
defense
Pulse,
segment. That's a
long
very big
dated.
differentiator for us, I
Shenanigans.
think, going forward, an advantage.
Well, we appreciate you.
Okay, hedge flows are trying to start trending, it looks like.
Shenanigans.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Exciting day for
Trying to start making higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if up-down volume matches up with what we're seeing. 2-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. The Qs. All right. Price action is still squeezing. We've got Bollinger Bands contracting. on the 1 to 5 minute charts. So right now, prices are not moving very far.
0 DT.
You can see that in hedge flows, they're not, prices are not moving much. We got resistance just overhead, right along where we are right now. 7,400. We're right above that level. Looking for a follow through.
WDCX. SOXL.
SPX Pulse.
ASTS.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
SPOT.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's freaking awesome.
ASTX.
SPOT. LGCL.
SOXL.
All right, Tesla, trying to push a bit higher, Tesla.
ASTX.
Google still pushing here. Google, very strong day. Google looks like it wants to keep going. Okay, still going here, Google.
Most of the guests are still feeling optimistic and that pullbacks are opportunities. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
ASTX.
Google, wow, nice day on Google, huh?
Quarterly Solutions and former White House CIO. Thank you very much. This isn't just about one company or one AI model anymore. It's about what happens when government scrutiny becomes a market signal. Our next guest has argued that being labeled too dangerous may actually be good marketing for
BlackBerry, BlackBerry.
CEO of Hugging Face. And if you're unfamiliar, Hugging Face is where the more than 7 million developers discover, test, deploy AI models from leading labs to open source, giving Clem a pretty unique perspective.
BlackBerry having a good day again, day 3.
Industry. And Clem, I want to start with that post you put on X, the idea that that designation is good marketing. Could you explain a little bit more why you think that?
Tesla Pulse. Long dated.
BlackBerry, day 3.
It's not completely unfair for them to start being regulated, given that they've been doing what we call doom marketing for
Size.
years now.
Long dated.
Remember GPT-2
Deep
that
calls.
was released, I think, 5-6 years ago, was already deemed like too dangerous to release.
Size.
So I feel like it's
Long
fair
dated.
for the US
Deep
government to at
calls.
least try to get more transparency about what these models can and can't do. And you know, I think it's important to
Micron
remember
Pulse.
that these are
Long dated.
gigantic
Deep calls.
companies,
Deep
the
puts.
fastest growing in the world, on their way to maybe be the most valuable companies by the end of this year. So I
0
think
DTE.
these
Call
kinds of
side.
regulation
Size.
and interaction with the US government. I think one thing that we need to
Long
be
dated.
careful of
Deep
is
calls.
to kind of like spread these constraints and these regulations to the rest of the ecosystem, like startups, legal tech, you know, university, academia, who certainly don't have the same kind of like legal and policy capabilities than these companies have.
SPOT.
I want to get to that distinction on regulating sort of the frontier labs and APIs and open source in just a minute, but to end the conversation on that post, do you think that the US government had handled this correctly with Anthropic and Mythos and Fable?
Well, I think it's important to get more transparency for everyone, right? The government needs to have more transparency about what these models are capable or not capable of doing.
which is hard to do through APIs, right? Because there are guardrails, there are limitations that makes it hard to actually know what they're capable and not capable of doing. So I think it's quite fair for
0 DTE, call side. Size.
very complex black box system. You know, obviously, like it's hard to do that perfectly given how fast the field is moving and how uncertain some of these risks are. But I think it's not unfair overall.
You argue that there should be a distinction how governments regulate frontier AI and open source. Why should open source be treated differently? What is it that the ecosystem needs differently on the open source?
Well, first in terms of capabilities, I think it's broadly accepted that the most dangerous capabilities are concentrated behind, in these kind of like frontier AI labs, where the majority of kind of like open source models are more like specialized, smaller, more kind of like broadly beneficial models that are really creating more risks. So there's a difference in terms of capabilities. There's a difference in terms of transparency. You know, like open source models, it's really easy to evaluate and to look at what they can and can't do from the get-go, because you know you get the models, so you can test it really easily. Versus an API, it's really hard to do that. So you need kind of like some more kind of like access, I would say, to really assess them. And also, of course, like the provenance is different, right? Like open source is like an ecosystem of smaller companies, smaller organizations, you know, versus, you know, Frontier Labs is a couple of companies that are concentrating a lot of power behind closed doors.
There's been a lot of press coverage of late, and other
Triple
data sets,
semi-pulse,
your own
long
revenue
dated.
coverage, right? Open source is your lifeblood, but open source models seem to be competitive in a market against closed models. What else would you point to evidence that?
But it's not just us, right? Like the open system right now is booming. We see tons of companies doing super well, like the insurance providers, NeoCloud, are posting kind of like fantastic growth. A million new models.
Triple semi-pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side.
And you see that
Size.
usage too, right? The usage of open source by American companies, American startups, American small companies is also booming. So this is really exciting because it basically enable and empower more people to really own AI themselves rather than with APIs. So this is quite exciting.
All right, Amazon fading from the highs. BlackBerry looking good.
Hugging Face is also looking a lot at robotics. What I would be really grateful for is to understand the role that open source is playing in robotics and physical AI, but also like the benefit of leaning on open source in that field.
I think it's even more important than general AI, just because, you know, if you think of having a robot at home that is interacting with your environment, with your kids. I just got two daughters a few months ago. So when I think about a robot interacting with my
Q's
daughters,
pulse.
like I don't want to have to trust a black box controlled just by one.
SP exports, long dated.
I want to have some transparency about what's going on this robot. How is it built? How does it decide to interact one way or another? And for that, open source is the only way, right? Like it gives you transparency, it gives you control, it creates an ecosystem.
Okay, futures are trying to do something, but we're just trying to get a trend going. You can see hedge flows are starting to rise. Could be a harbinger of good things to come in the short term, intraday.
Tesla pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Creating new challenges for the corporate sphere. We have a really interesting
SLW.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The intention was trying to bring the company into the trends of the future.
ASTX.
Some fun for the time. I actually found some.
LPTH.
For real? What is it, nigga?
LCUT.
Legit. Well, it's 100% safe. I just cashed out $600 today.
That's
Now I'm going to start playing. Trust me, you're going to be thanking me later.
Cleaning slots. Play now.
FLY.
Okay, Tesla trying to push higher. Watch the hedge flow. Hedge flows are trying to keep going here.
STOT. ELU. ASTX. STRC.
That's DOT.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all Discovery channels. When news breaks,
STOT.
across the Bloomberg terminal,
ALGM.
Bloomberg has you covered. Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court for all the context and clarity you need. There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections. Hear it first on Bloomberg. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite.
That's DOT.
Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Furniture and home goods retailer Wayfair has long been a heavy hitter in e-commerce. Now
Okay, SpaceX turning back up now. SpaceX.
and CFO Kate Gulliver loves the challenge.
Pretty wild. Spending almost 25 years in the business and be launching an entirely new channel.
Was
STOT.
chief future officer only on Bloomberg.
ASTX.
It's a really important problem that they should be paying close attention to. And to the extent that everybody, whether it's corporations, market participants, everyday Americans want to do something about it, I think the first step involves making sure that we elect members of Congress who are going to stand up and provide
Tesla continuation here.
against not only difficult
Wow, what a big day on Tesla.
fundamentally unfair policy practices that just reward friends and allies and punish those who are politically out of favor.
You think this,
STRC.
if a Democratic president comes to office, do you think he or she will leverage this new power as effectively as arguably the president has now?
Yes, absolutely. This is what the Supreme Court has just said that they can do.
There goes
This is
Tesla.
why I have never understood this as a partisan fight or a partisan debate. Again, Commissioner
Sanders
Humphrey,
Pulse.
whose precedent
Zero
was overturned today,
DTE
was a
call
conservative
sign.
Republican
Size.
who didn't like FDR's New Deal and
Tesla
thought it
Pulse.
interfered with business, and that's why FDR wanted to get rid of him. So this is fundamentally about whether our institutions are going to have some of that staying power that Congress intended them to have. I don't know. I mean, people will say, look, the voters spoke. You know, voters elected a president to run the executive branch, and that he should have authority to execute on that policy. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And a Republican majority at the FTC can do that. I was a Trump appointee when I was first joined the FTC as a minority commissioner. And I was in the
Intel
minority.
Pulse.
Cerebras back to 201. Cerebras.
Term was effectuating the president's
Cerebras trading 200.
consistent with his policy priorities.
Moved above 201 earlier. Cerebras.
It would have to contend with the dissents or the concurrences that we put out as minority commissioners, and the public would have a chance to understand whether decisions were really being made on the merits, whether they're the product of good faith policy disagreements, or whether there was
So Rebecca, now looking back, I mean, knowing what you know now, would you still have brought this case, knowing that it overturned such an important precedent?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do the right thing because it's the right thing. And had I not brought the case, the precedent would have been functionally overturned anyway. And I'd rather that people see what is very clear to me, which is the Supreme Court working to hand affirmatively more power to the president, and what I think is a fundamentally inconsistent distinction that they try to draw between the FTC and the Fed. And you see that in the fact that there were only two justices that joined both the yes, he can remove it, the FTC, and no, he can't remove it, the Fed decision. That's very difficult to square intellectually, and I think that work speaks for itself.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the distinction that the Supreme Court made. Thank you for jumping on with us with your first reaction. Rebecca Slaughter, we appreciate it. After that landmark Supreme Court.
GLWG.
SDOT.
SDOT.
Okay, AMD at the highs. Tesla pushing a bit higher.
Schwab coaching is actionable.
Google still showing a lot of strength here. Google's trying to go again.
Human touch with your investing. We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
So the nice thing about Schwab coaching is that clients get access to 9 different sets of expertise.
We want to engage with you and chat on the shows we host. We want to engage with you outside of the classes we host.
Consolidation that could add to this trade. So we shall see. We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
Somebody's a real bookworm. We've got courses for you to learn from. They can dig in, go at their own pace.
We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got this ongoing 24, 25 times.
Bitcoin once again trying to bottom. Bitcoin. Google still pushing.
They're kind of helping each other learn step by step along with the education that we provide them.
Google still pushing.
Regardless of where
Zero
you are on
DTE.
that application. So it's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can tap into 30-some hours worth of it each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free.
What's Uber doing? Uber. All right, that pulled back a little bit from the high of the day. Uber looking for that to follow through. This got a lot of shenanigans going on here. Was much higher earlier, pulling back in. Friday was a pretty decent day for Uber.
Stay connected to what moves markets.
All right, Netflix rolling over a bit. Netflix, give you a B and C pivot potentially on Netflix. I hope everyone's having a good day. It's 12 o'clock. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 29th, coming into the end of the month, waiting for CNBC to come back on. It's 12 o'clock straight up on the East Coast, the best coast with the most. I'm your host here for the rest of the day until about 4 o'clock p.m. Lately, I've been getting off right at 4 o'clock, hard stop. It's the summertime. We got lots of things to do after I get out of here at 4 o'clock. So, okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla pushing a bit more. Tesla breaking out more. Oh, wow. Tesla looking good here, huh? Tesla following through. Nice.
GLWG.
High of the day, Tesla. Wow. Look at Tesla. Holy smokes. Tesla's on the move. That's a hell of a day. Tesla, hell of a day on Tesla. Tesla.
WDCX. GLWG. FLY.
UPC.
Intel Pulse. Shenanigans.
Very nice, Tesla. Very nice move on Tesla. Frank's on.
Intel Pulse.
Frank is on.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you, Dr. Frank. I'm glad things are at least a little better for you.
Jenny Harrington and Jim Lebenthal. But first, quick check of the markets. It has been
a pretty volatile session. Big reversals for the three major indices right now. You're seeing
All right, some of these Chinese stocks. Let's see, CPMG.
just over 0.75%. The Nasdaq, the best performer, up just about 1.5%. The Russell
CPMG, Coupang, Baidu, Alibaba. Okay. Pinduoduo. Yeah, not much to do there. What's Robinhood doing? I was looking at that on Friday. Nice bounce on Robinhood. Looking for a follow through. Let's see. I do have a Robinhood left, right? Left, right. Yeah, I got Robinhood. What do I have here? I have September. Okay, September's. All right, Tesla's still going here. Tesla. It's a hell of a day for Tesla.
Is that we keep talking about the rotation that's going on in the market, and I think it's important. And I'd love to
$22 up almost 6%. Tesla.
Which is going to be the winner at the end of the year, because I feel like you're getting rewarded for being in both places. You want to go S&P equal weight? Okay, you're up 10% year to date. S&P equal weight more recently has pulled ahead of
All right, Tesla deepening ties with SpaceX.
SPX Pulse. SanDisk Pulse.
S&P equal weight's down. S&P market cap is up 90 basis points. Here comes the
Zero DTE.
Mag 7
Colstrip.
once again. They're not really
Size.
the lag 7. You want something on the 52-week list? You want to pick from energy? You could look at Valero. You want to look
50 days coming into view very quickly now. There goes AMD breaking out. AMD breaking out. Watch AMD. Okay, AMD breaking out. Okay, IBM.
Amazon.
Off the highs of the day, looking for IBM. A BNC pivot would be good. Google still going here. Google looks good. Applied Materials taking over the #1 spot. Applied Materials breaking out. That one's been active lately, back and forth. It's been choppy, but nice follow through. In the chip sector, Charter Communications. These are the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Axon finally making it to 500. Axon. We got the 500, 520s. KLAC, another chip company with a nice reversal. Completely reversing last week. Taiwan Semiconductor turning up. I still have Taiwan Semi, right? No. Okay, so apparently I sold that. Taiwan, okay. I might have got stopped out. What's Bloom Energy doing? Bloom Energy got stopped out last week. Got stopped out when it lost the 50-day. I'm right where I got stopped, so it's no big deal, but had high hopes for that one. Maybe it starts trending at some point. It was a failed breakout on Bloom Energy.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
That's really encouraging to me. I think by far the most important thing, though, is that oil prices are down 39% from their highs. And that is really very, very positive, not only for consumer, but businesses, but also maybe the fact that we've seen peak inflation. Because I think that's what
Tesla's still going here. Tesla.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Okay, looks good. Tesla coming up to the 50-day very quickly. Probably going to get rejected there, I would think. 20 plus today. Tesla 20 plus.
I think so. And actually, in our just growth strategy, we own Meta. And just on Friday, for accounts that didn't already own it, where they came in and the stock was trading in the high 700s, we didn't buy it. Because why would we buy it at 700 when we think we can get it cheaper? So on Friday, we put Meta into portfolios that didn't own it already. So yeah, I think so. But with respect to Steph's comment about being broad, she wants you to be broad within technology, and I think you extrapolate that out to the broader market too. It's just, I think many sectors. Yeah, many sectors.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
That was missing last
Size.
year. And Seth, you said tech drove you nuts. Tech drove me nuts last year because I thought there was a lack of such a lack of creativity by investors to only say, hey, AI, where's the most obvious winner? And this year we're seeing people broaden out, and they're starting to say like, hey, real estate investment trusts,
Zero
insurance,
DTE.
like we talked
Call
about a few
sign.
weeks ago, Joe.
Size.
Energy.
Cerebrus reversing CBRS. Nice reversal. Cerebrus had earnings last week, shook a lot of people out of their positions. Okay. Okay, Cerebrus on the move. Excuse me. Don't mean to clear my throat. In your ear, in your hair. CBRS. CBRS. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, I like it. IWM, I like it better now. AMD pushing higher. I don't have any AMD left, do I? I don't think so. AMD. No, I don't. Okay. So for those of you in AMD, that's looking pretty good. Cerebrus continuation, pushing higher. Cerebrus.
I mean, let's hope so.
It seems like there's a predisposition to want to complain about everything, to want to complain about inflation.
Consumer is the least of my worries. And I don't have that many worries, but look, let's also, I just mentioned this AAA national average for gasoline per gallon is down to $3.99. It topped out at $4.50. So that's a reduction of about 11%. Steph, you mentioned
Triple
declining
semi-pump,
price of crude oil,
deep
and we all know
coals.
that gasoline trails the declines in terms of time. It takes a little time for that to flow through to the price of the pump. So more relief is coming for the consumer. And let's face it, the labor markets are strong. We've had 4 months of labor job creation in the monthly labor reports.
Okay, Cerebrus definitely getting bought.
So I find little to worry about.
Dip buyers.
And with regards to the markets, I'm going to key off of what all three of you have said, but maybe go back to you, Joe, because I feel like, Joe, quite often when we speak in our opening monologues in the A block, you quite often talk about the rotation. The rotations, we will admit, have been coming fast and furious for the last few weeks. And what I think I heard
Tesla still pushing higher. Tesla. Tesla's at the high of the day right now. Tesla having a good day. Back to Cerebrus, CBRS. That one's active.
So left for dead. Now that's where the hot sector is. Right now, energy is cold, obviously, because of the decline in crude oil prices. But that's a sector that you can patiently wait because of the dividends.
Apple and Microsoft still holding things back. If Apple and Microsoft could manage to catch a bid, those would help push the indices higher. Speaking of indices, let's go look at the equal weight index, RSPCT. All right, that's at the highs. Our RSP, the equal weight index, every stock in the 500 listed are equally weighted. This is at the highs. Let's look at breadth. Let's see what breadth looks like. This morning it was just the NASDAQ, still just the NASDAQ climbing. Okay. Everything else is pointing lower for now. So selling against this into strength. NYSE, we want to see McClellan volume oscillator turn back up. That's neutral right now, just oscillating around zero, below zero right now. New highs, new lows. We want to see this above the zero line, and advanced decline making new highs, which it is. Okay, so that looks good. Green elder sticks on the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange. Whenever you're in doubt, you always want to check out the New York Stock Exchange. 2,400 components. Okay, 70% are American U.S. companies. About 25% are American depository receipts, ADRs, and about 5% are tracking stocks and real estate investment trusts. Speaking of real estate investment trusts and real estate, let's look at Vornado. Vornado, VNO. All right, Vornado continues to trend. JLL, Jones Lang LaSalle, both in the Northeast. Jones Lang LaSalle, CBRE, CB Richard Ellis. Okay. What's it? Boston Properties. Boston Properties inside day. That's probably going to break out. Big cup and handle. You can see it's pretty clear. Weekly time frame on these. Turning back up. A little extended for Boston Properties, but Vornado. Yeah, that's extended too. Vornado CBRE weekly. Trying to stay above the 10 EMA weekly, and Joan Lang LaSalle. Okay, so Vornado and Boston Properties looking the best. There goes Google. Google on the weekly, trying to get back above that 10 EMA. Google just look at how beautiful that trend is. Looks very regimented, right? Like it's like that's algos buying or something. Probably not. Just speculating. 60-minute back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. It's been in a downtrend for weeks. Now it's starting to turn. Maybe it gets more than it did back here in June 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. That part of June right there. Looking for it to turn back up, start trending. Okay. Tesla still going here, Tesla.
Yeah, so I just think what we saw that I think was so interesting in the last really 12 months, last half of last year, first 6 months of this year, is the disconnect between the reliance between the market's reliance on two things. Historically, I've always said the market needs two things. They need interest rates to be in their favor and earnings to be in their favor. Over the last year, the market hasn't cared about interest rates. It really hasn't. And that's because earnings have been
Okay, let's look at Tesla. Tesla, the 60-minute 20 EMA. Okay. So you can see this descending pattern. Connect the highs, connect the lows. We're above the 20 EMA. Do we continue? We need to get through the major moving averages that are overhead on Tesla. Okay, once we get through the 50-day, we've already made it through the 21-day today. It's a pretty remarkable day, actually. Up 22 points, almost 6%. 50-day is just overhead. 50-day is at 405. 50-day. What do we say? We said that the call wall was at 400, right? Tesla. Tesla call wall. Let's see here. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. Okay, Tesla. Okay, looks like Brent already had something this morning. Tesla.
It sets it up for the next leg higher. This Mag 7 pullback is a setup for the next leg higher.
I would agree with you on that. I went back
multiples that we've seen so far. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like Microsoft at 22 times, and Azure grew 38 to 40% over the
Tesla. Where's the call and put wall? It's not listed. Interesting.
0 DTE. Call sign.
Cerebras still at the highs. Cerebras. Tesla still pushing the highs. Tesla still pushing. Okay. Back to the high of the day. Wow, this is some hell of a day today, Tesla. AMD breaking higher too. Watch AMD. AMD is breaking to the upside. Breaking out. Okay, opener range high is overhead. We're coming up to it now. We're above VWAP. Pretty strong reaction. If you look over on the right, what I've noticed over the last week or so was the buyers that are showing up at the 21-day. Every time it dips below, buyers show up at the low of the day and push it back up. So there's definitely buyers there. Definitely buyers at the 510 all the way down to 509. 500, sorry, all the way down to 500 or so. So buyers keep showing up on AMD. That's a pretty good sign if you're long AMD. I don't have any position left. I never got back in. So if we start to break higher, that would be potentially a good sign that these buyers keep showing up at this level at the 21-day. So make a note of it. Okay. Google's still pushing. Advanced Micro still pushing. AMD looks good for those of you still in it. I'm no longer in it. Don't want to buy it here. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm going to take a couple of minute break, and I'll be right back.
Micron Pulse, long dated, SP export.
So is that where you want to be in the second half of the year? After a bit of a pullback, and for the Mag 7, after a bit of a pullback that led to the valuation going down, lowest level in 10 years. Well, the momentum factor is the factor that is going to really tell the story for us in the second half of the year. If in fact the bears are correct, and that there's just way too much bullishness positioning in the market, and
Triple
we are
semi
right for
pulse,
pullback.
long
The
dated.
first crack in the bull trend will come from the momentum factor itself. Until that
Intel
moment,
Pulse,
until the
shenanigans.
evidence presents itself, I don't think you want to move far.
Intel, the dip got bought, folks.
Momentum factor that's driving this
Moving right back up to the opening range high.
not just isolated.
Intel
Semi pulse,
moving right back to the opening range high. Intel.
They think about high beta, hyper growth. In fact, momentum is being distributed evenly into areas of the market where the valuations are reasonable. A lot of the financial sector can be identified.
Opening range high right there.
Insurance companies, Allstate, Travelers, Chubb, all doing really well so far year to date. So I think it's right to stay focused on the momentum factor. I think the momentum factor.
Notice the buyer showed up at the 21-day. Very good dip buy.
And if you're worried that the market's going to roll over, you all see the crack in the momentum factor. That'll be the leading indicator. Speaking of momentum, we got to talk about Micron. Try bury it out with the note saying not owning Micron today has some similarities in their view to not owning Nvidia about 2.5 years ago. We show. And they're going to need money. You're look at some of the pitches in Europe. They're very old. They don't maximize attendance. And so we think those clubs are going to need to raise capital here in the U.S. to fund that construction. And so you'll see some uplistings and some increase in valuations in that respect. But yeah, listen, it's the biggest sport in the world. The final will draw probably 10 times what the Super Bowl has drawn. And so it's a big deal. We think it's at least a modern catalyst for this one.
All right. I want to ask you about one of the holdings in goals on GeoLS, and that is Comcast. Of course, Comcast is a distributor of a lot of the World Cup games as through Telemundo, but also just involved in the sports ecosystem. The company came out with news today that it is going to split up its businesses and basically spin off the broadcast side along with Telemundo and the theme parks, and then, of course, keep its broadband operations separate. What does that mean for how you position Comcast within your portfolio?
Yeah, so when I started here at Gabelli almost 24 years ago, I started as a media analyst. And so I've been covering this company for a very long time.
Intel
Comcast
Pulse,
acquisition of NBC
long
in
dated,
2009 was seen
deep
as a great deal.
puts,
Still thinking
shenanigans.
it was a very good deal. They paid a great price to GE for it. But the world has changed. And so not a huge surprise that they're separating the broadband assets from the content assets. We own it in the fund because NBC is part of the sports ecosystem, both because of their rights to the NFL and other sports, and
long dated,
because of their rights to the Olympics. So that's why you own it here. As far as the deal goes itself, we do think it will be value surfacing for this company, which trades at a very cheap multiple all by itself.
Nvidia
And
Pulse,
this should increase
long dated,
strategic
deep
possibilities
puts,
for both
size,
sides of the house. I don't
deep
think anything
calls.
happens immediately on the content side, but do expect further consolidation amongst broadband companies.
Well, Chris, I am curious. I mean, taking a look at the statement from the company, Comcast shareholders will have shares in both businesses. And, you know, I know it's early days, but do you plan to hang on to shares of both companies, or is there one that you would, prioritize over the other?
Well, speaking more broadly, of course, across all of our funds, we'll have to look at where the valuation goes. But specifically with regard to goals, we do want to see some true alignment with sports assets, sports interests. So, broadband doesn't fit quite as well. But we do own a number of companies in the broader sports ecosystem, including venues, ticketing companies, and media partners. So that would fit well here.
All right, good stuff. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Chris Morangi of Gabelli Funds joining us from Rye, New York. Still ahead on ETF IQ, we look at a market neutral ETF that's designed to help reduce equity risk and volatility through the Bloomberg Intelligence traffic light system. This is ETF IQ. I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally
Zero DTE, call side.
The
Size.
intention was trying to bring the company into the trend. So
TGNX.
TGNX.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
At Capital Group, we design our
ALAB.
ETFs to weather the ups and downs of the market, so they can be rooted at the core of the portfolio and meticulously crafted to endure. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs.
SPX Pulse.
SOXL.
TGNX. SPOT.
GLWG.
TGNX.
LITX.
SPOT.
And wherever it happens, I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
It's Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
Exercise pick up in this economy based on the jobs number.
There is a lot of concern about why the labor market is not keeping pace with what we're seeing right now in the AI space.
This Thursday, Jonathan, Lisa, Anne Marie, and Mike will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
The unsaid thing is that we're basically at full employment behind the labor market right now, not a over.
The June Jobs Report, Thursday on Bloomberg.
ASTX.
Melinda, let's take a look at your weekly movers. First off, U.S. stocks are rebounding, with the S&P 500 set to snap a 5-day losing streak as investors buy the dip in beaten down tech stocks. Meanwhile, oil is heading higher, with Brent crude
Micron
around
Pulse.
$73 a barrel,
Shenanigans.
as traders weigh upcoming U.S.-Iran peace talks.
SOXL.
Shipping through the Strait of Hormuz continues, though at a slower pace than before the recent unrest.
NVIDIA Pulse, long
Comcast is
dated.
climbing after announcing plans to spin off NBC Universal and Sky into a separate company, unwinding a strategy that tied together cable, media, and entertainment assets for more than a decade. And finally, Amazon is higher after Adobe said U.S. consumers spent a record more than $26 billion during the company's Prime Day, up more than 9% from last year. Those are your midday movers. I'm Nora Melinda. It's time now to take a look at the Bloomberg Intelligence traffic light system, which ranks ETFs by risk level. So green light means low risk, yellow light means moderate risk, and red light means high risk. Eric, what do you have for us today?
Today is a very unique ETF, AGF US Market Neutral Anti-Beta Fund.
That's a handful.
Yeah, I know the ticker is BTAL. That's what we call it. It's been around for a long time, about 15 years. This is an ETF. Look, I know the market's very long in the tooth, and people are like, oh my God, maybe I should get a short position. This is a true alternative. Now, it gets a yellow light because it is actively managed and it has hidden fees. It goes long, low beta stocks and short, high beta stocks. So in a situation where you think these like really like high, like memory stocks or AI stocks is going to get sold off really hardcore, this should go up But it won't be that dangerous if that doesn't happen because you already have a short position in low-rated stocks. I mean, a long position. So it's really a true market neutral. But if you do think the AI bubble is going to burst, but it won't bring down the entire stock market, this should have a good run. It was up 20% in 2022. So it's sort of like a kinder, gentler way to hedge or short the market than one of these leverage ETFs.
Less than 30 seconds here. You mentioned hidden fees. I take a look at the expense ratio, 1.4%. What categorizes as a hidden fee here?
In the case where you're shorting stocks, you have to pay to borrow. So the borrow costs of those end up in the expense ratio. If you did this on your own, you'd have to pay for it. The management fee is going to be a fraction of that, though. So they're only taking a little. The rest of the cost is the borrow cost to short these stocks. But really, honestly, this is pretty
Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
Professional investors out there, they look at it as a kind of a true hedge fund that you can use. That isn't that. It doesn't have the volatility drag that negative leverage ETFs have.
Right, and not at hedge fund prices either. All right, thank you so much, Eric. And of course, besides the traffic light, I remind you can listen to Eric and Joe Weber on Trillions, their podcast that covers the industry. This is Bloomberg TFIQ.
Mateo, one of the things that really struck me is how focused you are on the customer.
Tesla Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
RKLX.
About what's next.
It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
DRAM, don't forget, long dated, deep calls.
ASTX.
At Capital Group, we take care when crafting our active ETFs so they can make a difference at the core of the portfolio. Because we don't fit molds, we prefer to cast dimensions. Capital Group, actively different active ETFs.
FDI is surging by recent years. What do you think is driving
TSM Pulse, long dated.
Security, but also protection of IP, that governance and innovation DNA, when you bring them together and you attract the right people, the right quality of life, security, and so on, the magic happens.
ASTX.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
In business, markets, economics, tech, and climate, more than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
This is Bloomberg TFIQ. I'm Sarah Fu, along with Katie Brickell. And it's time for today's drill down, where we focus on one ETF. Eric, what do you got?
Today, Katie, we have an ETF that has it took the same letter 3 times, FFF. It's the Founders 100 ETF. This is one of the more simple things I can explain. Which is
Zero DTE, call sign.
Mostly large cap. And it says, okay, which stocks did the person who founded it is still running the company? Right? It makes sense. That's the visionary founder who was successful. Would you want to invest in that? That's the idea here. It's not big at 5 million, right? So it's just new, but it's, I don't know, 6 months old. 75 bips is the fee, which is about average for a thematic ETF like this. Let's look at the holdings.
Tesla
And we'll
Pulse,
recognize some
long dated.
companies at the top here. Meta, Nvidia, Dell, Oracle. But you don't get, like, for example, Amazon, Jeff Bezos left, or Apple, Steve Jobs left, Tim Cook took over. So this is exactly what you get.
Tesla
You see
Pulse,
100 holdings in
long
it,
dated.
hence the Founders 100. Now let's look at the performance. And again, 6 months isn't a lot to judge it, but it has struggled out of the gate compared to the S&P. Now there's a lot of software and AI stuff we're probably going to discuss when it comes to this. But that right there, 15%, that is a big gap, but it's early. We'll see what happens with 100 companies. It can move quickly one way or the other. And if there's a rebound, I think it will get some votes, Katie.
All right, Eric, thank you. And joining us to talk about this ETF, I'm pleased to say, is
Sanders
Michael Monahan, who
Pulse.
manages this fund. Michael, first off, great to have you on set with us. And let's talk a little bit about portfolio construction
Sanders
here, because
Pulse.
as Eric mentioned, you have about 100 companies in your portfolio. I see that Meta is at the top, though. That's about 6.3% of your portfolio, and then it cascades from there. So how do you think about weighting here when you're putting this together?
Thanks for the question, Katie, and thanks for having us. So we run a modified market cap weighting. So we start with a market cap weighting, and we constrain any one position at 7%.
Micron
managed
Pulse,
risk. We did a
long
bunch of
dated,
scenario
deep
analysis prior to
calls.
starting the fund, looked at weights from 3 to 10%, and found that the best risk reward over very long periods of time, looking at this data set, would be with a 7% cap.
Okay, 7% cap. SpaceX.
Sanders
Republic,
Pulse,
led by
shenanigans.
Elon Musk. How did you incorporate SpaceX into the fund?
So the one place that we have discretion, it's generally a factor model of picking the stocks. The one place we have discretion is on founder IPOs that we meet the mandate, and we bought a 1% position on the IPO.
It seems like if I'm looking at why it underperformed, Apple, Amazon, looks like the Microsoft, looks like there's some companies in there where they're part of the Mag 7 but not founder run. And so what do you attribute that to? Like when you see a company where the new person took over and they have a lot of success, does it challenge the thesis here?
So if you look at the Mag 7, it's actually the Mag 3. The strong performance in the Mag 7 has come from Meta, Tesla, and Nvidia. So I think it holds. And the same thing applies to the
Zero
NASDAQ 100 and the
DTE,
S&P 500.
call
So
side.
the strength of
Side.
the NASDAQ 100 has come from the 20 founder-led companies, and the 37 founder-led companies in the S&P 500 were driving the outperformance.
And just to zoom out a little bit, I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting concept, and as Eric said, it makes sense. But tell us why this needs to exist. Why this launched 6 months ago? What was your sort of guiding idea and vision when you did come up with this?
Yeah, so the guiding vision was actually a spark of inspiration. I was at the Smithsonian and saw the Fort McHenry flag. It maybe ties into the U.S.'s 250th anniversary. We looked at the flag and got inspired and said, look, the people that built America are different. These are iconoclasts. My partner, Lauren Cassidy, has been running money for 20 years. And I said to her, what would happen if we built a portfolio of only iconoclasts? And founders are iconoclasts. We looked at 11,000 stocks over 30 years, and the average outperformance by a founder CEO versus a board-hired CEO was 4%. We saw that it didn't exist. We saw that the S&P and the NASDAQ were both dramatically underweight founders. They're about 30% founders. And we wanted to bring this high efficacy form of investing
Sanders
to our
Pulse,
customers and
shenanigans.
who are investing with us.
What you have in the end is a company or an ETF that's very heavily tilted to technology. Different forms of technology. You've got software, you've got internet media, you've got semiconductors, tech hardware. But I believe in total, you've got 51% weighting in technology. So it almost feels like a version of the NASDAQ 100.
So I think there's some key differences. The first one being the founder factor. The second one being we've got a bit more tilt to software versus semis. The NASDAQ has had a great benefit this year from the run-up in memory stocks. As we know, those are deep cyclicals, and deep cyclicals at one point will reverse. And so we think there's quite a bit of differentiation between the two products.
You're not the first, right? You're what we call an ETF on the Lazarus list. You resurrected an idea that had come out previously. BOSS was the ticker. GlobalX had the fund. It looks like it closed in 2023.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Deep.
All right. Let's see. CBR.
Yeah, so I think the first thing we noticed, we looked at Boss, we looked at a couple others. All of the rest of them modeled themselves as something called founder-like. And so they put founder in the name, but they weren't actually focused on only owning founder-led stocks. We believe we're the first to do that, to own the founder-led stocks and to jump all the way into the deep end of the pool and commit to it.
All right, Michael, that's a good place to leave it. Really appreciate you stopping by. That is Michael Monahan of Founders ETFs. You can read all about this drill down, plus the latest in the ETF industry when you subscribe to
SPX
the
Pulse.
ETF IQ
Long
newsletter.
dated.
That is Bloomberg.com/ETF IQ newsletter. But coming up on ETF IQ, the show, the Truth Location Takeover, why more exchanges are opening up to the new trading tech. Shane Boyd joins us in her new role. She's now the VP and head of issuer growth over at Securitize. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The reinvention
Zero
was trying to
DTE.
bring
Call
the
side.
company
Size.
into the trends of the future.
If the game you're playing right now can't hit a jackpot in 10 minutes, just delete it. Then come try 10 luck. You have a chance to win big. No ads, no fees. Straight to your bank account.
CBRS looks like it's done for today. It's at the high of the day right now. CBRS, CBRX,
Long dated.
CBRX. Don't think it's going to make it past this right now. For now, this looks pretty good though for tomorrow. Probably better. Google fading from the high. Tesla. Oh, I'm so sick of these game advertisements showing people winning, crying that they win. That's so sad. They try to get people to fall for that shit. All right, so Tesla, Intel. All right, Intel is up against the opening range high. Intel.
Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction.
These games, people that have won, that's cool, but they have to keep filling the top of the funnel in order to keep pushing money back in, because not everybody's going to make money. That's the sad part about it. People think they can beat the odds. You know, you got that whole gambling mentality. Anyway, just watching Intel, the high from last week. Highs from last week.
Zero DTE.
Okay, we got buyers at the 21-day. That looks good. Looks like we're going to pop through this area. Watch, Intel's trying to pop right now. Intel's trying to go right now.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business.
Triple semi-pump. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, here we go. Opening range high, that orange line. Okay, looks good. Tesla made it to a new high and then retreated a little bit.
With the S&P 500 set to snap a 5-day losing streak as investors buy the dip in beaten down tech stocks. Meanwhile, oil is edging higher, with Brent crude trading around $73 a barrel. As traders weigh upcoming U.S.-Iran peace talks, shipping through the Strait of Hormuz continues, though at a slower pace than before the recent unrest. And in telecom, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile are all lower after Bloomberg News reported that SpaceX and Charter Communications have discussed launching a consumer wireless service that could challenge the industry's biggest players. And finally, strategy is higher after unveiling up to $2 billion in stock buybacks and a new financing framework that could include selling Bitcoin to support liquidity and repurchase shares. Those are your midday movers. I'm Nora Melinda. This is Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Fu. Let's get to the ETF life cycle, where we walk you through the three main stages of ETFs, from initial filings to final farewells. Step one is the filing, and the SEC is now reviewing paperwork for the Defined S&P Accelerator ETF. So ticker SPA will be an actively managed fund investing in the S&P 500 or S&P 500 ETFs. But the twist is it will offer additional exposure to recently listed companies that are not yet a part of the benchmark index, presumably like a SpaceX. Step two is the launch. State Street's new NASDAQ 100 ETF began trading under the ticker QNDX. With this debut, State Street now offers ETFs tracking all the major U.S.-focused equity benchmarks. QNDX charges 10 basis points a year, making it cheaper than the biggest NASDAQ 100 fund, Invesco's QQQ, with its 18 basis point fee, as well as the 15 basis points charged by QQQM, which is the Q's lower cost NASDAQ 100 fund. NASDAQ recently widened access beyond Invesco to firms including State Street and
Micron Pulse,
and for some,
long dated.
the final stage is farewell. As popular as leveraged ETFs have become, not all of them survive. Granite Shares has closed 3 of its 2 times products. They include MSTV, which was a 2 times inverse Michael Saylor strategy, ETRL, which was 2 times long eToro, and BULX, which was 2 times long Webull. And that is this week's life cycle.
One other growing feature in the ETF landscape is tokenization, or putting assets on a blockchain. Securitize is one of the biggest companies doing this. It has more than $4 billion in AUM, and joining us for more, I'm thrilled to say, is Zhang Boy. She is Vice President and Head of Issuer Growth over at Securitize, and prior to joining Securitize, she served as Head of U.S. Equities and ETPs over at NASDAQ. Zhang, great to have you back with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's great to be back.
So
Soft
let's talk a little
pulse,
bit about
long
what
dated.
you do, because tokenization, I mean, hopefully all of us, including me, get the basics of it. But you here are, of course, head of issuer growth. Securitize works with a bunch of
Soft
asset
pulse,
managers,
long dated.
BlackRock probably chief among them here. So tell us a little bit about what your role looks like.
Yeah, so I mean, Securitize, we're a tokenization platform. We're the world's leading tokenization platform. And to your point, we work with issuers to tokenize their funds and their stock. So we work with the world's largest asset managers, including BlackRock, VanEck, BNY, Hamilton Lane, Apollo, to name a few, as well as public companies to tokenize. And what really sets us apart is we really approach it in a regulated and compliant way. So we have regulated entities in the US as well as in Europe to ensure that we're supporting issuers end to end in their tokenization journey. So we support them throughout.
Okay, so we got Intel breaking out now. Intel.
To tokenization, record keeping on chain, fund servicing, to distribution and secondary trading of the assets.
Okay, Intel breaking out.
Tokenization a lot. I've gotten dove deep into the topic. There's definitely movement here. You can see all the big names. But then it gets like, oh, are ETFs challenged by tokenization? And I want to get your take on this. Okay.
All right.
Tokens really just distributing ETFs for now, because you're teaming up with these ETFs. Why are you doing that? To give the on-chain people who have grown up in crypto,
Micron Pulse,
regular people's
long dated.
assets,
Shenanigans, Tesla Pulse,
Thus,
0 DTE, call side,
will hit 50
size,
trillion by 2035.
SPX Pulse,
Now, we
long
actually
dated.
put 35 trillion, but they're growing at 32% annualized. You can see the chart here. Are we going to be wrong? Like, will tokens challenge this chart? Because you're going to get the boomers.
Intel Pulse, Shenanigans.
Will that happen, or are we just going to distribute ETFs for now?
When you look at ETFs, it's about revolutionizing the investment vehicle that you're offering these portfolios to investors. Tokenization is the next iteration of that. It's about modernizing the rails that the market is built on. So, ETF tokenization will bring
SPX
ETFs on chain,
long dated.
allow
Intel
to be
Pulse,
represented as a
Shenanigans.
digital certificate in a wallet that will be
easily transferable in a compliant way, makes it, and there's more efficiencies and more programmatically. And so from a distribution standpoint, to your point, that's really one of the reasons why issuers are tokenizing, is to be able to reach that crypto native investor base and have a global reach, have a new investor base that might not be buying ETFs there today already. So to your point, I do think it's an accelerant for growth for ETFs. It's going to allow investors globally be able to now easily
Okay, it's after 12. Those guys.
transfer it easily, and then also create more utility once an ETF is tokenized. Like when, as an investor today, I can buy, can sell, can hold an ETF. Once it's tokenized, I can also now use it as collateral to borrow again.
It has had a remarkable recovery from the February-March lows, but this company is hitting it on all cylinders at this point in time.
Yeah, PANW.
Of 31%.
Paticus, you were looking at that one last night, right? PANW. Nice follow through breakout. PANW.
Company made 3 deals in the last 6 months, over $30 billion. And so we're going to see massive synergies. And platformization is just getting going. And I think that these guys trading at about 20.
CrowdStrike also. CrowdStrike coming off the low. CrowdStrike, Zscaler as well. Zscaler, looking for these dips to get bought.
So we actually sold Costco at 10.15 at the end of
AMD. Okay, buyers at the 21-day AMD. I still don't have a position. I'd like to get back in.
We still own Walmart.
Tesla.
Since October
Micron
24 at 81.
Shenanigans.
The best consumer staple trade right now is not Costco or
Okay,
Walmart. It's Monster.
BlackBerry
By the way, we cut
continues. BlackBerry just broke out a little bit more there.
So there was an article in Barron's and it's saying like, hey, watch out
BlackBerry
for
just
uptrend.
broke out above this level.
This is something that
Looking
we
good.
barely anticipated.
Opening range breakout, then stepped up a little bit higher, create a little consolidation. Now it's breaking above that consolidation.
So it's like, hey, if you're reading it in Barron's,
Looks good.
ConAgra down about 18%, almost 19% year to date. Coming up next, Mike Santoli joining us for this midday word. Stay with us.
Okay, BlackBerry looking good. Nice follow through. BlackBerry. Where's my BlackBerry? There it. No, that's BE. Let me just change this to BB. BlackBerry. Okay, BlackBerry looking good. BlackBerry. Nice. Day 3. Follow through. Broadcom. Wow. Broadcom $72.5 million trade. 26,000. Broadcom. Let's see what I got here. Let me see if I can match that. Let's see. Broadcom. Up. Broadcom. Okay, 0 day, Micron, Intel, Broadcom. Let me see.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Let's see, Broadcom. GLW with Pulse. GLW, SOX, SOXL, Pulse, Intel Pulse, a lot of SNDK Pulse. A lot of these chips getting bought. Okay. 0 day. AVGO. AVGO. Wow. Holy smokes.
Intel Pulse. Shenanigans.
11:30. Wow. 11:30. That's a big one.
0 DTE.
10 times baseline.
Size.
Broadcode print 10 times baseline. 10 prints, 85.7 million. Holy smokes. That's a good one, dollar. Okay, matching yours, dollar. Here we go. Nice.
ASTX. RKLX. MWHS may res in 10 seconds.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, let me take a look at Broadcom. That's a crazy, that's a crazy print there. Oh, wow. What are they doing? What are they doing? All right, so dollar gave you the strikes. Dollar gave you the strikes. Let's go take a look at those. All right, so we're looking at the October 410s, it looks like. October. Wow. October. 16 410s. Yeah, that looks big. That looks big. All right, I'm going to buy some of those. Broadcom. My toss is like, I got the spinning beach ball here. Toss. I have to reboot, I guess. Broadcom's been running all day. I got so many things running on this laptop. M4 chip. It can handle it. It's just, right now it's slow. Okay, so we're looking at, what did we say?
0 DTE. Call side.
We said the October 16th. October 16th, 410s.
Long dated.
October 16th, 410s. Okay, let's take a look at the 410s. Maybe I'll do like 410, 420 or 410, 430. Let's see. Holy smokes, that's a lot. Holy smokes. Okay, let's see. Can we do a spread on this? What do they have available? That's a 40 delta. 410. Okay, buy a vertical.
NBIS. Long dated.
410, 420.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. NVIDIA Pulse.
CBRG. RKLX.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Broadcom. ABGL.
CBRX.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
RKLX. ALGM. CBRG.
Mm-hmm.
ASTX. RKLX.
Okay, let's see. Broadcom. ABGO. Broadcom.
ASTX.
Okay, we'll see where this goes. Broadcom. Okay, let's take a look at Broadcom ABGO. All right. BlackBerry's still going. BlackBerry's still going. Broadcom. Okay, let's see if this goes. Where's the opening range high? Is up there near 375-ish. Okay, cool.
DGNX.
DGNX.
Micron Pulse.
You want
Deep calls.
your cold nose, you kitty cat. You got a cold nose, kitty. You want some more? Where's the food? Here it is. Okay. Your sister's sleeping. How you doing, Goosey? Sleeping? Okay. All right. Pretty nice day so far. A reprieve from last week.
SPX Pulse.
A lot of these chips getting some big trades on. Putting some big trades on. October 410s on Broadcom. Okay, let me just make a note here so I don't forget. I don't think I'm going to forget, but okay, 410. Okay, let's go here. October 410 call noted by dollar. Okay, that was 0629. Okay.
CBRS.
Okay, let me.
SOXL.
Let's go here. Okay.
MSTX.
410. Call. Coordinates 410. Okay, there you go. All right, so we're noted here. Big trade here on. Nice.
DGNX. MSTX.
DGNX.
Okay, here goes Broadcom on the move, starting to move on up, moving on up to the east side, or is it the west side? Do, 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 do. Moving on up.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
GNX. WEN. JACK.
Okay. EDGO. EDGO. Let's see if anybody else caught it. Anybody else caught it? AVGO. I'd give credit to whoever else has found it. I don't see Jason hasn't mentioned it. Jason didn't mention it. Okay. So Broadcom, nice catch there. I completely missed it on Pulse. Dollar alerted us to it. Just double checked, and I found the Pulse alert that went off at 11. Looks like same time you looked at it there, dollar 11.33. Broadcom with an $85.7 million trade. 10 prints in 1 minute versus 4 prints in the prior 4 minutes. Pace 10 times normal, 10 times the baseline. That looks good. 100% calls leading. So this looks like a good trade here, Broadcom. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let me see. Let me, now that I have Thinkorswim open, let me see about this script. Let me, okay, let me do this. Let me go here. It's over here. Okay, I wrote this this 1 minute opening range breakout script for TradingView, and I also had Thinkorswim version. Let's see if it works or not. Because it's a really good script. Tesla this morning, opening range breakout trade, triggered down here. You see it right there. Okay, opening range breakout right there. Okay, the script. It plots the 10 o'clock opening range high. It compares the volume on any bar after that 10 a.m. and it has to be 1.5 times the volume that's already traded. So it has to be a big volume bar. It alerts you. It places the arrow underneath the bar, the candle, plots the line, and we'll use that for reference. So this was Tesla. Rob, you not able to find this, huh? If you go under indicators, I wonder why it's not showing up. Author. Maybe I didn't save it. Indicator added to, oops, no, I don't want that. I don't want to do that. I already have it once. I'm not a PineScript expert. I don't know why it's not showing up. There goes Broadcom though. SPCH is also on the move. There goes SpaceX. SpaceX on the move. SpaceX on the move. Whoa, there goes Cerebras. Oh man, these guys are ripping it here. Wow, nice. Let's look at Cerebras, SBRS, Cerebras. All right, high of the day is now way up here. It's still going there, Bodrum. Ursel, still going. Okay, there goes SpaceX, Cerebras, high of the day, SPCX, breaking higher, looks good. I have SPCH shares, so it needs to break above this level right here, okay, on the daily, on the right. Got to get above that level, but it's looking pretty good. Cerebras, CBRS, looks good. A new high of the day, Cerebras. I was going to cut these loose if they dropped any more. It's a stop, but they reversed. CBRS, CBRX.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
LINT.
App 11. Okay,
Tesla
Tesla.
Pulse.
Tesla's still going here. Tesla Pulse. Tesla's still going. Tesla. Tesla more.
Tesla Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
MSTR.
Tesla breaking out here. Tesla. TSLA. Tesla breaking out. Looking good. Tesla breaking out.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
TSLA. I can't eat that right now.
No? You know, have a break?
Tesla breaking. Oh man, this is going really nice here. Tesla breaking out.
Zero DTE.
Whoa, Tesla is really ripping here. Oh, look at Tesla. That's a hell of 50 days right there. This is a big day for Tesla. Holy smokes. Tesla. $7, 7%, $26.40. Wow, what a day on Tesla, huh? Hi, hi, hi. All right, so I have more Tesla, different strikes here. July and August. Oh man, this looks beautiful. Tesla.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Wow, look at that move above the 60-minute 20 MA. We talked about this earlier when it was down here near 395, shy of the 400 call wall. There it goes.
It'll be another awfully important ruling tomorrow, and something tells me Tyler will be back at the Supreme Court. Thank you, Tyler Kendall. Of course, we have the voice of Mick Mulvaney, and we're going to be talking later on this hour with Elizabeth Weinberg from the Constitutional Accountability Center to talk about the legal significance.
Tesla 400 410s are doing well.
Long dated. Deep calls.
Mick Mulvaney, of course, former acting White House Chief of Staff, co-founder Freedom Caucus, former
Tesla.
acting CFPB director. Classic seersucker today. You look great. If you can't wear a seersucker in DC in July, it's going to be 100 degrees in 2 days. I think you're smarter than I am right now. But welcome back would be first, but I'll tell you, I don't know if that's true. The President of the United States, I'm guessing,
Zero DTE. Call sign.
We
Size.
haven't mentioned the mail-in ballot component. That was a whole separate ruling as well. With regard to Lisa Cook, though, did the president just find the line? The Fed's simply different than any other agency?
Yeah, and if I wanted to, I can see both sides of this one. If I want to take the side of the court on this one, if you go back historically, and I've not read the opinion, I just got in town, so, but money supply's
SpaceX.
always been different. Congress always
SpaceX going to everything is. Look at this crazy market. Wow, very nice. Very nice.
executive functions, the monetary policies of the country, congressional authority. So maybe that's different, and maybe that was the basis for his decision. Now, I just heard something from your reporter that struck me as completely wrong, which is that monetary policy should not be subject to political influence. How about that line? Really? That's why the Chief Justice. Yeah, that scares the hell out of me. Why? Because everything
Spider Pulse, long dated. Size.
So who's going to make? Ultimately, who does the Supreme Court think gets to make monetary policy? A bunch of people that we don't elect. That is really frightening to me. If it was Congress's right in the beginning of the Constitution, they're subject to political pressure. Why wouldn't we still have that? I worry about these decisions that say, well, there's some things that
these people on Bloomberg, hair on fire. Oh my God, the sky is falling. You be in the markets long enough, you hear all kind of crazy stuff.
was created by Elizabeth Warren because she thought that consumer protection should be above politics. Once you start going down that road, think about all the things that our government really should be above politics.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Size.
That frightens me. So anyway, I think that sentence may come back to haunt conservatives 100 years from now. I still think this is probably the right decision.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Does that line then keep her from being fired that day? I don't know. I can be. If this is not...
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Originally in Congress. But again, now it's apparently above politics. Then what would be the justification for letting a president fire somebody? Why wouldn't an impeachment be the ordinary process to remove a person for those types of causes? Again, I think it's the right decision, but apparently, I mean, don't get me wrong. If it comes, I'm not like some people in my party. Yeah, I recognize the fact I don't know everything about everything. So fine. I don't lecture the Pope on theology. I'm not going to lecture John Roberts on Constitution.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Pretty much anybody else. Yeah, and that's the right decision. And Humphrey's executive was
Zero DTE, call strip.
years ago, 85, whatever it was, and I think it was Roberts who actually said that.
Tesla go. Oh my gosh, look at Tesla. There goes Nvidia. Google wants to break out again.
Long dated.
AMD's breaking out. Oh my gosh, what a nice day. Making up for some negativity last week. You know what? I probably should take these. What the hell? I was going to take the put flies off, but there's no point. Expire tomorrow anyway.
Zero DTE, call side.
Nice. Okay, let me put instead of IWM, let me put Broadcom here. AVGO.
Zero DTE, call side.
AVGO. Chips.
Intel Pulse, shenanigans.
Okay, Broadcom. Broadcom with a nice little reversal. Broadcom coming off the low, going to get back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. There goes Broadcom now.
Intel Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
There goes SpaceX.
Presidents should be able to hire and fire people in their executive branch in order to put their policies into place. That's what they got elected to do. You might not like it.
SPX Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Policy standpoint under Biden, but it's the right way to run the country. So if there's a house cleaning, yeah, probably.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
I've talked long times about the deep state. Maybe this is sort of light at the end of the tunnel. The mail-in ballots ruling is significant as long as it's postmarked.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
When the election is complete, I think were the words that were
SpaceX.
The Save America Act or some of the other attempts presidents made to cut down on mail-in. Yeah, again, I think it's probably the right
SPX Pulse.
Traditionally allowed states to run their own elections in this country. Don't like it. Don't like the fact it takes California 7.5 weeks to count or something absurd like that.
Tesla's still going here. Tesla. Holy smokes. Very nice. High of the day.
AMD Pulse, long dated. Zero DTE, call side. Size.
How do you really prove citizenship, especially on the day of an election, those types of things? I don't like things that discourage people from voting once and voting legally. So I'd like the bill generally. Everybody I talk to the most says the votes simply aren't there for a variety of reasons, and that doesn't change if it's a budget reconciliation, if it's tied to funding, it's tied to anything. I just don't see the pathway to success. You must be chuckling.
Okay, looking good. AMD, Tesla at the high of the day. There goes Broadcom. Broadcom having a good day. ABGO. Broadcom still pushing here.
DTE. Call sign. Size.
But okay, there was one bill that got out before they locked the doors. Well, this housing bill, is he going to sign it? I don't understand why he didn't sign it in the first place. And again, he didn't say he was going to veto it, right? He said it was going to. There's nothing for this was 8 days now. It becomes law. Look, there's parts of the bill I don't like. That's the nature of the compromise. I don't like the part that bans corporations from opening houses and it's a market distortion. But I also don't think it's nice to have to pay to get a bill done. If I was going to be critical of my good friend Tim Scott, it was the language that he used, which says, houses are for people, not for corporations.
Okay, so let me do. I keep forgetting to do this. Let's see. Downloads. Let's see.
Found that this institution of ownership is really, I mean, we're really nibbling around the edges. Is it nothing like it doesn't really exist? It is. It's like it would be completely defensible to come out and say, look, it's not going to be that big a deal. It's not going to, but it was the price we had to pay to get all these other good policies. People understand compromise. We're doing our own standards every single day. But look, it's a decent bill. It's like 45 different provisions that some of it could actually help a little bit. It's going to help much because it doesn't get to the root cause, which is the
Broadcom's still going here. Broadcom. Broadcom still running. Broadcom.
Last one, high-minded question. You mentioned, well, all this has been so far, right? You mentioned some of the bigger political themes that are happening here, and you were on the ground floor for the Tea Party. Yeah. You see what's happening. The president calls them communists. Socialist Democrats. We've got another contest in Colorado tomorrow. We're starting to bring this outside of Manhattan. If you look at Maine, if you look at Michigan, Colorado, and
California. 0 DTE. Call sign.
The birth of a new type of Tea Party on the left. That's exactly what this is. Yeah, and you and I may have talked about this. They're about the Democrats about 10 years behind us on this, in large part because of the tremendous leadership of Nancy Pelosi along with Barack Obama exercised over them. They had a lot more control over their party, and just naturally Democrats are better team players than Republicans. Were a little bit more individualistic on our side of the aisle, so we were a little bit ahead of them in sort of this Freedom Caucus evolution. They're just catching up. Their populist wings are catching up. They're getting ready to go through their Donald Trump primary. We'll wait and see who runs in 2028. Who's there, Donald Trump? Yeah. Because I think you're going to see it. But the parties continue to fracture. It's probably not surprising. We're a country of 350 million people with only two parties. They were never going to be monolithic in the first place. But if you want to see the way the Democrats are going, go back and start studying the Republican Party starting about 2008, 2009, and you'll see the same. What is it? History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Well, it's rhyming here. It's just a question of whether this, in fact, continues to snowball around the country, and if it's something that's.
All right, Broadcom still going here. Broadcom looking good.
Happy Seersucker Day a little late, and happy 4th of July. Every day is a Seersucker Day sort of thing. It is going to be this week. 90s tomorrow, 100 they said by Thursday. Good Lord. Mick Mulvaney was, of course, Donald Trump's acting chief of staff in the first term. Spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill to co-found the Freedom Caucus. And great, Nick, to have you back. Thank you as we reassemble our political panel to pick up on some of the things that we just talked about. Rick Davis is here.
Micron Pulse.
Republican strategist, partner at Stoneport Capital, and Frederick Hicks, Democratic strategist, founder, CEO, Hicks Evaluation Group. Gentlemen, it's great to have you both with us. What do you think about that, Rick?
0 DT.
Broadcom at the high of the day.
Size.
In California, start making you wonder if this is in fact a national story, not a New York story. Are Democrats recruiting for their own Tea Party or their own Freedom Caucus right now?
Well, there's no question there's been an internal fight going on with Democrats, both in the primaries but also on party control. The left has been the insurgent ideology, and Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call side. Size. Shenanigans.
Has kind of let the caucus do their own thing in the House, which breeds a little bit of that. But
There's no question.
BE Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
The parties that are successful are the ones that migrate back to the center.
Interesting. Is that going to be your
Marvel
party,
Pulse.
Fred? And do you buy this narrative that there's this socialist movement that is gripping the nation?
Well, what's happening right now, at least on the Democratic side, is that you're seeing a reaction to Donald Trump. The reason why you didn't see this really getting in 2008 through
The politics, unbearable. Bloomberg, they just can't help themselves.
Nvidia Pulse.
I got to change channel, sorry. Let's go here. At least go to Schwab. At least they talk mostly about the markets all day. Very seldom talk about politics. Okay, Tesla continues to break higher. Broadcom just hit the high of the day and got rejected. AMD.
Zero DTE. Call script. Size.
But we talked about this a couple of weeks ago and looking at this in relationship to where it was a few years ago, going all the way back to that low from 2018, and it's been coalescing. In fact, been finding a range
SPX
right
Pulse.
here that has been very close to, if not a little bit below, that 2018 low of 205. Now, that being said, it's also started to see a little bit of an increase in momentum and sentiment to the upside here. That RSI clicking back up above
Intel Pulse. Shenanigans. Zero DTE. Call side. Size. Long dated.
A little bit of upward momentum. Now, you just passed an earnings announcement. Implied volatility relatively in the middle. It's about 55th percentile from that standpoint. So there's not really a lean one direction or the other. But I've looked at this from that perspective of where might this price move if we get a move to the upside here, if we get a little bit of a breakout. And you've got to look to this previous resistance level that we see back here at the 225, which was previous support back here. If we get a little bit of a break and some momentum to the upside, which is what we're
Zero
starting to see,
DTE. Call
that
script.
would be the next
Size.
price target in the near term. Doesn't mean that it's changing the trend, because that's still in the context of that overall downward movement. But it may have a short-term pop to the upside here, Jenny.
Okay, so if you take that in mind, I think that's a really interesting call.
Okay, Broadcom still hanging out. Tesla still pushing higher.
Considering the fact that obviously we're still in a pretty consistent long-term downtrend, but could be taking advantage of some of this near-term maybe volatility to the upside. And again, relative to what time frame you're looking at.
So if we're looking at really kind of the next month or so in terms of movement, right? This is a short-term potential move. So I'm thinking about the idea of where it is versus where it's likely to go, given where implied volatility is. And so that's where we think about maybe a long, tall vertical in this case. So bullish expectation, looking at buying a strike where the stock is currently, right around this 205 mark, and then
Zero
selling a call
DTE.
strike
Call
where
side.
it's likely
Size.
to go. So a number of different ways that you can do that. You can look at
Zero
resistance
DTE.
level.
Call
You can
script.
look at the expected move, and the expected move here in this particular case going out to the
Tesla Pulse.
31st of July,
Long
so the end of
dated.
July, giving us about
Deep
a month,
calls.
little over a month and 3 days here. The expected move is about $25. Now, what I know about that from past experience is simply that sometimes those expected moves
Okay, Tesla hanging out at the highs. Tesla. New high of the day. Having a really good day. Back above the 50-day. Big buying today. Big volume. Friday and today. Big follow-through day.
towards expiration. But it doesn't really benefit or hurt from in terms of implied volatility in this particular case. So our max gain in this trade, $930. Max loss, $570. And again, that's just how this is created.
Zero DTE. Call
Almost at that point at this right now, but it's got to see movement to even get to that break even. But if this gets to max gain, if it moves out to that 220 or beyond.
Zero DTE. Call side.
Obviously, we
Size.
have to look at this name for sample purposes, but now to shift gears into CrowdStrike, which very different type of company.
Zero
obviously benefits more from
DTE.
that
Call side.
cybersecurity type of
Size.
spend than Adobe, more in that true like software as a service space. But CrowdStrike has also seen a bit of a pullback, although I will say the difference between this name and Adobe, CrowdStrike is one of these names that trades at a lofty forward multiple. And so expensive on a forward basis, but you could argue, I guess, the growth is a bit more priced in as Adobe does not really see the same extent of growth. I mean, nowhere even close.
Right. Well, it's interesting that you talk about price because the fact that it's currently trading in the 700s, you know, from a typical investor perspective.
All right, Tesla trying to break a bit higher. Okay, SpaceX just off the highs of the day. Intel still pushing, looking pretty good. Oracle off the lows of the session. Looking at a double bottom potentially on Oracle in the short term.
Where there's that opportunity for those strike prices and premiums to be adjusted, or you trade up to the split, take advantage of the typical anatomy of a stock split, which is what we're going to look at doing here in this particular case. So you have the price moving up. It's bouncing down from the 785 resistance level, but today we get this big breakout move above this 700, which is that diagonal downtrend line. Starting to see a little bit of an increase in RSI sentiment here.
Long dated.
Implied volatility kind of staying just about the same.
Micron
Relatively
Pulse.
elevated, so this
Deep
is a
calls.
little bit higher implied volatility. So we're going to look at selling some of that implied volatility here and hedging against the idea that the price of the stock might see this pre-split run up and then bounce down from that resistance level. Not making a big move to the downside, but at the very least, maybe holding at or below that 785 mark, Jenny.
Okay, and I appreciate you putting this attention on our radar because I kind of forgot about that was happening this
Shenanigans.
Friday. I'm also throwing with what dates of right now the year are. It's like we're in that ultimate
SPX Pulse.
But I think a great reminder, stock splits can obviously add some increased volatility going into the event. We can also see it post the event. We'll just have to keep that on our radar. So with that in mind, obviously here, how do you think through trading CrowdStrike, for example, purposes?
Again, looking at this from that standpoint, remembering that stock split is going to change strike prices and premiums. We're going to try to be in and out in just a couple of days here and be done with this trade prior to all of that readjustment. That's a good caveat for traders that are trading across this
Marvel Pulse.
This
Long
stock split
dated.
because those
Deep
strike prices
calls.
and
SPX
premiums
Pulse.
are going to adjust, but you got to be patient for that to happen. It doesn't happen instantaneously. So we're going to look at selling a short vertical spread at that resistance level. So we're going to sell a call spread, or excuse me, we're going to sell a call at 785, and we're going to buy a call at the 795 level, and expect the price of the stock is going to stay in that
Tesla
downward
Pulse.
range. It may go
Long
up a little
dated.
bit, but
Deep
this is one of those
calls.
cases where you got to remember we can be wrong and still potentially make money in this trade, Jenny.
Okay, that's a
BE
great
Pulse.
way to play into
Deep
it. I do like
calls.
the
Tesla
hedge of
Pulse.
being, you can be
Long
kind of wrong,
dated.
but you still obviously have
Shenanigans.
risk protection and the parameters of being very much aware of your risk. I think when it comes to names as volatile, frankly, as CrowdStrike has been, and I mean Adobe's been no exception.
BE
CrowdStrike today though
Pulse.
up 6.6%.
Deep calls.
Speaking to that volatility, but so appreciated to Ben Watson, our OG chart master, for bringing all of the technicals as well as trades.
Zero
Tuesday
DTE.
Connection
Call
Investing.
side.
Coming up next, we'll look
Size.
at the overall health of the AI trade.
Intel
Drivers
Pulse.
are still
Long
perhaps
dated.
being
Deep
underappreciated. While we are
calls.
still seeing
Deep
a
puts.
degree of volatility with the uncertain rate environment, of course, with a Kevin Warsh-led Fed. For instant reactions,
All right, Tesla continue. Man, the Tesla is just unbelievable today. Tesla just keeps going.
follow me on X at NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
SOXL.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Marley Caden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the
BE
headlines,
Pulse.
Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
Man, what a day on Tesla, huh? Jeez. Broadcom still going here. Broadcom is still on the move, making new highs of the day. Broadcom looks good. Broadcom high of the day right there.
DE Pulse.
High of the day.
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
Intel also going. Intel. These chips, man, they didn't take very long for these to get bought, did they? Intel
Zero
up here at the
DTE.
high.
Call sign. Size.
I would say it's probably a good idea if you were down quite a bit, maybe take some risk off the table if you made some profits on this bounce.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size. SP Exports.
From Argent Capital Management. Jed, thank you so much for joining the show today. Now, we are seeing another rotation today back into AI CapEx spenders. Why do you think that we keep swinging between like the winners, the enablers, and the spenders? And it seems like there's a whole degree of volatility within just specifically like AI tech focused names right now.
Yeah, it's been an incredibly volatile last few weeks. It feels like the leadership has been rotating day by day. Couple of ways that I track that. Number one, looking at like growth indexes versus value indexes, we've seen really wide disparities there the last couple of weeks. And then same thing if you look at the S&P 500 versus the S&P 500 equal.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Daily disparities there. I think
Marvel
just
Pulse.
today alone growth is
Deep calls.
by a couple hundred
Deep
basis points in
puts.
the U.S. large cap universe, and then
ASTS. Long dated.
equal weight by over 100 basis points if my memory serves. So yeah, extreme volatility. Hard to explain exactly why it's happening, although
Zero DTE. Call sign.
Okay, S&P still going. S&P having a good day today. High of the day is up here. High of the day. Not too bad. Breaking out.
Shenanigans.
Breaking out above last week's highs.
Marvel.
Wow, Tesla doing well, huh?
Deep puts. Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Microsoft all pretty weak here over the last couple weeks. They happen to be leading us today, but yeah, those are some of the key debates.
SP Exports. Long dated. Micron Pulse.
Apple turning the corner. Apple's turning now. Apple turning.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep call.
But there does seem to be still some back and forth over the ability to then monetize, of course, this massive CapEx.
All right, Tesla currently the focal point of intense retail debate, right? Traders split between bullish optimism over the company's autonomous driving and robotics potential and skepticism regarding its market valuation. Looks like they're starting to talk about the SpaceX inclusion or whatever. All right, Tesla's still going here. Wow, this is pretty impressive. Very impressive. Broadcom, also a very impressive day today for Broadcom.
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
Tesla, top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, Charter Communications, Strategy, Clack, Applied Materials, Western Digital. Tesla still pushing. Wow, Tesla. Hell of a day for Tesla. Every once in a while we'll get a day like this. A big down day several weeks ago when we dropped below the 200 and the 50-day. Now we're right back up. Looks good. Volume looks good. We got enough time to at least match up with Friday's volume. Intel. Yeah, let's see. Intel's still going. Wow.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
equities from here. And obviously, this is the question we've all been asking, of course, following that Fed announcement. That was just a very different tone from the Fed that we've known in years past.
Yeah.
Zero DTE, call sign.
Sure, and inflation
Size.
is higher than policymakers and consumers would like it to be. We're seeing, I think probably a 2.5% type baseline inflation rate, but then a couple things adding to that. The first one is the flow through of last year's tariff. Second is a higher oil price,
Tesla Pulse.
which obviously has been pretty hefty here lately, but will hopefully fade as we move into the second half of the year. And then the third is just the spillover effect of all the AI data center CapEx spending, and we're seeing that in
Tesla Pulse.
Microsoft, Xbox,
Zero DTE, call sign.
iPad and Mac price increase announcements from Apple. Those higher memory costs are filtering through to the consumer, and that impact is getting worse, not better. So inflation is too high. Chairman Warsh spoke, pretty harsh tones about the importance of bringing that down soon. And I think the Fed will be on hold through the end of the year because of that. I don't think this is an environment conducive to them reducing rates given the focus they have on inflation.
Okay, so lastly here, with IPOs and some of the large-scale M&A activity starting to actually pick up, what does that tell you about the risk appetite and the overall health of these capital markets right now, especially as we continue to see more and more deal-making, it seems, although still waiting a bit more on details with like OpenAI, for example?
Yeah, investor enthusiasm is really high. Equity markets have been strong for quite some time now. This is year 4 of a massive bull market in U.S. equities. Large caps have done particularly well. AI is a very capital-hungry technology, and so that massive AI data center spending is resulting in a flood of credit issuance, number one, but also equity issuance. SpaceX's IPO is the most recent evidence of that. We're going to see Anthropic, I assume, before year-end, and then OpenAI probably shortly thereafter, followed by other IPOs too. So yeah, capital markets are the door has creaked open quite a bit. I think Anthropic will push that door further open. Credit spreads are just fine. No problems being signaled there. So yeah, we have very exuberant, healthy, optimistic capital markets, and that's conducive to the IPO market being pretty active here over the next year.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to be excited about and a lot to, of course, watch here as
BE
we continue to see
Deep
all of these headlines.
calls.
Definitely a busy market environment for us market participants, but so appreciate it and really great conversation today. Jen Ellerbrook, from Argent Capital Management, thank you so much for your time on our show today. But coming up next,
Micron
we'll
Pulse.
discuss further
Long
what we're
dated.
seeing right
Deep
now
calls.
for overall
Deep
tech,
puts.
as well as just an approach to some AI calibration versus a traditional automation, what that actually looks
Zero
like here in real time.
DTE, call sign. Size.
All right. AMD just off the high. Google at the high.
She's got your smile, Carl. Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome a new little dependent. Actually, we invest with Schwab now. We have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab helps me generate retirement income. All this Schwab has everything we need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a match?
WSHP.
Invest your way with Schwab. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight
Triple
moves
semi pulse.
to the
Long
earliest
dated.
analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning Movers only on Schwab Network.
WSHP.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, we do talk a lot about AI and chips and data centers, but the next big test may be happening on the factory floor. Grey Matter Robotics is using physical AI to automate some of the toughest manufacturing
Zero
work at a time
DTE.
when
Call
companies
sign.
are dealing with
Size.
labor shortages, as well as we are seeing some reshoring presume, and also just a push for more productivity. But joining us now today for more on this is Aryan Kabir, co-founder and
All right. SpaceX turning back up again. Tesla at the high, just off the high of the day. Google's still going here. Google looking really good. Tesla just got rejected. New high of the day. Wow, this is crazy strength. All right, let me see if I want to do anything with Tesla. I got some options here for August. July is the soonest. Okay.
We combine our proprietary physical AI with industrial robot sensors and tools and deliver full turnkey solution to manufacturers as a service. We work across, we work directly with the U.S. government, Fortune 100 organizations, all the way up to mid-sized businesses.
All right, took a little bit of Tesla off into strength. I have July, also have August and December calls. July, August, and December. August 410, 415s. All right.
NBIS.
All right, so NBIS is getting some action as well. There goes SpaceX looking good. Builders First Source at the highs of the day. Home Depot also rising up. Home Depot. Looking for Home Depot to break through. Looking for Home Depot to break through the 200-day. All right, so that's rising up. 200 days just overhead. Home Depot. Okay, Tesla there. Home Depot. Home Depot breaking higher right now. Home Depot. Buyers stepping up.
However, outside of that, the vast 90% of manufacturing has high mix or high variability. You have part variation, material distributions can be different, process physics induces variability. As a result, anything from football helmets to fire trucks to fighter jets to submarines, you name it, the vast 90% of physical objects around us, they're all dependent on manual labor for manufacturing. Globally, vast majority of these operations are done leveraging a tool. If you're a skilled worker, you take a tool, you make some value-added change to an object using that tool. These are applications like sanding, grinding, painting, blasting, drilling, riveting, countersinking, laser ablation, composite layup, you name it. Globally, the annual labor spent on all of these operations are more than $7 trillion on an annual basis. However, the hard reality is there's not enough people to do it. So it's a massive opportunity. People are not available to do it because the flip side of this
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
When you do this for 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, you get carpal tunnel, shoulder injury, back injury, respiratory problems, and whatnot. So naturally, humans don't want to do it. Like as of today in the U.S., we have 500,000 skilled workers short. In the next 7 years, that number is projected to grow to become almost 4 million skilled workers short. That's going to put our economy at a risk of $2 trillion. And that's where we're bringing physical AI to the factory floor to augment the workforce. We're giving the existing workforce a superhuman sidekick to help them become a lot more productive, 10, 20, 50x more productive from the same footprint of the factory floor.
Okay, so you talked about this factory superintelligence, I think is a great concept, but so what does that look like in practice, and how far away are we from seeing, a more fully autonomous, self-optimizing factory in real time?
We're seeing early signs today. We're seeing some of these early signs, early results today from some of our partners. So we're working across
Tesla
aerospace,
Pulse.
special aviation,
Shenanigans.
defense,
Zero
national security,
DTE.
products, and very
Call
broad set
sign.
of industries. And
Size.
within some of these industries, we're already seeing the early sign with the factory-wide implementation. So when we talk about
Tesla
FSI or
Pulse.
factory superintelligence,
Shenanigans.
what we mean essentially is that this is an intelligent infrastructure layer running across different layers of the factory operation to deliver superhuman decisions and superhuman execution, both in the physical layer as well as in the digital layer. So if you look at a factory operation, there are a lot of these process operations that people do by their hands with a tool. That's where we're bringing all these autonomous robots to augment the workforce.
But at the same time, in a factory, there are a lot of different decisions that you have to make. There are different contingencies that arises, and therefore you have to do orchestration and optimization of the whole operation pretty much on a daily basis. There are a lot of knowledge that are being lost due to aging workforce retiring, and we have to capture those knowledge. There are a lot of work around industrial engineering, solution engineering, process engineering, design work, factory optimization, sustainment work, so on and so forth. And if we keep on throwing humans at it, there's always a limitation. Any new capability we build creates the next bottleneck. So just like AI is boosting productivity of software engineering, we're bringing AI to boost productivity across these multiple layers of factories. And the collective infrastructure, or the holistic construct, is what we call FSI, or Factory Superintelligence.
Okay, and so your robot as a service model is also interesting because it does keep improving over time. How does that change the ROI conversation for manufacturers compared to, say, traditional capital investment?
That's a great question. If you look at automation traditionally, right, you make a capital investment. On day one, you get a machine or a system that's in the best shape. Over time, the performance decays, it goes down, and then you can depreciate the machine. However, the way we operate, we are offering our...
All right, so markets, yeah, good day. Let's take a look at hedge flows into the close. Okay, still trending. We're still trending. Okay, let me go to the 5 minute. Okay, we still got this resistance overhead at 74.40.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Okay, so let me just zoom into this a little bit. 74.40, right above 74.40.
Based on those analyses, upfront solution engineering, we create a roadmap and we create this journey. And step by step, by driving different milestones, we're able to help them achieve that outcome. So that's how we basically operate. And we deliver everything in a subscription model. There's zero risk for customers or end users unless we are able to deliver and meet those KPIs that we committed to.
Okay, really interesting stuff, and a great way to have this conversation as we do discuss. I mean, so many of the developments within broader AI, but I do think from a factory perspective, it's such a great take that we don't usually get to discuss. So we so appreciate it. Aryan Kabir, co-founder and CEO of Gray Matter Robotics. Now, coming up next, American Outdoor Brands is getting fresh price target hikes after better than expected profit in its fourth quarter. So we will discuss where the street sees a cleaner growth path now in fiscal 2027. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
SPX Pulse, 0 DTE, call side,
Live from the
size.
NASDAQ, the CBOE, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on SchwabNetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check. Options Corner. Earth Focus. Technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List.
All right, SpaceX trying to make it back up to the highs of the day. Futures looking very strong.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. American Outdoor Brands is getting a couple couple of bullish analyst updates after fourth quarter results came in better than expected last week, with some firms highlighting a more constructive setup now as we approach
Home Depot at the highs, looking good. All right, so Home Depot, I've had this for a while. Home Depot, still following through. Okay.
Before we go to George here, we are going to just check in on some of these earnings as we have seen, again, a really positive reaction to this from the sell side here. You have Lake Street right now maintaining a buy rating on American Outdoor Brands, raising its price target to $15 a share. Well, we also are seeing, some further upside from overall just the sell side here,
Q's
continuing to
Pulse,
have this really
long
strong
dated.
conviction in American Outdoor Brands. And so, up 33% this month so far. We are seeing, again, a 16.5% move to start off this week. And right now, 75% higher on the year-to-date basis. When you go through some of these analyst calls,
Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
Roth with another buy rating on American Outdoor Brands, continuing to highlight again some of the positives on more of the
SP Exports,
2027. But
long
here now,
dated.
to bring him back in, it's George Tillis, New Markets correspondent for the network. And so, George, run us through some of these analyst calls here as we've seen, some pretty bullish conviction, but adding to now its second straight day of really nice gains.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
American Outdoor Brands, they cater to outdoor lifestyle like hunting and of course camping and a lot of accessories and apparel. And effectively the business, if you look at it price-wise, at least the stock year to date, it was higher by about.
All right, there goes Home Depot breaking it. Oh man, this is killing it. We're killing it today.
Long dated. Deep calls.
The EPS numbers, they were expected to lose about a penny. They actually beat the estimates by about 14 cents. They posted about 13 cents on adjusted profit.
All right, looks like we lost George again. So we are going to continue to discuss the American Outdoor Brands here as we are seeing still, again, as George did mention, a pretty strong runway for growth and also some pretty strong analyst acknowledgments here. Street is saying that it does seem like we can continue to see this profitability, this overall improvement from an economic standpoint continue for American Outdoor Brands, which, again, seeing some analyst favorability here. This name also has seen an overall just improvement story when you assess the last 12 months and you look at the tone that we got from that earnings call last week. All that's
Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
Impress as this does really focus on so much of these calls, this tariff-driven order timing that distorted their fiscal 2027 comparisons, and despite the fact that the sell side is calling
Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
Many is calling this now a 2027 growth reset year after, again, a lot of this pull forward effect was driven by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also just management's main message that tariff-driven order timing was distorted and customer demand, as well as point of sale trends and product innovation
Intel
did stay
Pulse,
relatively intact.
shenanigans.
This does matter.
Okay, Home Depot's still going.
Quarterly revenue miss, a sharp adjusted earnings beat, and then they laid out a fiscal 2027 outlook that does call for renewed sales growth and materially higher EBITDA. So the president and CEO spent much of the call that we did see back recasting the fiscal 2026 by $10 million worth of these retail orders that were pulled into the final weeks of fiscal 2025 ahead of these tariff actions, saying that right now some healthier underlying demand has actually made the fiscal fourth quarter and full year softer than the business really was. The argument was also to management's narrative. They did see full year net sales falling about 14%, but they actually addressed this, saying that the decline was only 5.4% when you account for the
SpaceX about to make a new high. SpaceX making new highs.
And again, nice 16.5% move to kick off this week, just adding on to its 20% move just last Friday. But before we go, let's check in on the overall markets here as we are seeing some improvement on an intraday time frame in the Russell 2000 at least, inching back here. While the S&P is now firmly above 1% higher on the session.
SpaceX looking good.
And the Nasdaq 100 also
Home Depot.
2.1%, leading out in front.
Zero DTE, call sign.
The exception being Microsoft, which is down
Okay, SpaceX. Thank you so much. DoorDash. Uber at the lows. All right, Uber, we got to get that back up there. Tesla looking good.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named
Zero DTE, call side.
for 7
Size.
years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab
Zero
brokerage account,
DTE,
you can
call
manage your
side.
checking and
Size.
investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Mhm. All right, SpaceX going for it. I'm trying to go for it. SpaceX looking good. Cerebras also just off the highs of the session, 216, 218 or so. It's currently at 214. Cerebras having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good time today. Very nice reversal.
Long dated, deep calls.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making
Hughes
a play in a
Pulse,
risk
long dated.
way here going into earnings.
Intel just off the highs of the day now. Intel,
Zero
S&P,
DTE, call side.
7440 is resistance. 7440, S&P 500. Okay, 7440 just overhead. Okay, 7440 is just overhead right there. 7440. Okay, that's resistance. There's a pretty big level right there. 7440. Right now, 7430. So we're just above 7430. Can they make these guys cover? It's been an unusual day today. Maybe they push this right through it. I doubt it. 7440 is probably going to hold prices for now.
SPX Pulse, long dated. SPX Pulse, long dated.
Hello, and good Monday afternoon to you. I'm Nicole Petalides, and this is the Watch List. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Shortened trading week, so we're going to pack it in 4 days. So here's what's coming up in today's show. Our tech spotlight. We highlight SpaceX, how the stock has performed since its IPO over 2 weeks ago, and looking at the IPOs overall. The Watch List panel will explore what's going on with chip stocks, recent volatility in the space, and where there may be opportunity. And in our big moves, we highlight real trades in options from Amazon, SanDisk, and
All right, we're fading off the high right now. Maybe take a little profits off the table. It is 2 o'clock. We're looking for institutions to tell us what to do next. They may start selling. I don't know. I'm just watching price action. So I'm taking a few things off. Tesla, those 410s. Those look okay. All right. Some of you have already been in Tesla in and out. So good job there.
The Nasdaq 100 up 2%. The Dow is up 355 points, and the Russell is down 10 points, 1/3 of 1%. So a lot of the gaps
Zero
still moving on,
DTE.
and
Call
looking
side.
at small caps and
Size.
saying what leadership they have, and so on and so forth. So here's a look right now at the heat map. And I think about communication services and also consumer discretionary and tech really
Zero
leading the way here
DTE.
today.
Call side.
This, as materials, real estate, utilities, and consumer staples are under some pressure. It's also worth noting how tech has turned around, right? You're seeing a lot. Google, by the way, we're going to talk about this with Diane going into the Dow Jones Industrial Average, right? That sometimes can give a boost, though the Dow 30 is not an index that people follow so closely, but it's a big piece of news. It's worth talking about. And so you are seeing tech bouncing back after 5 days of selling. It was the worst sell-off in days, right? Longest sell-off of the year. The Nasdaq lost 4.2% last week. The SOX was down over 7%. SOX had been up 7% the prior week, so they had a lot of volatility. The quarter is great, but not this week or maybe this month, right? Here's a look also to the futures products. Crude oil's up 2.5%, 70.93 barrel. Gold pulls back $59.40, 37 a troy ounce. The 10-year bond yield sitting at $438, $100, and Bitcoin 60,475. I mean, the big part of the catalyst too is that the peace talks in Iran still underway. We have a pause in the hostilities and that
Micron
brings
Pulse.
optimism to the market too. We'll have that conversation. It's time for market moves. Joining me right now, Diane King Hall, host of Morning Movers in the morning at 8, and then the 12 o'clock.
Okay. AMD looks like it wants to go some more. Google's at the high. Jeez. What a nice day. What a nice treat after last week's drubbing.
Long dated.
Many positions didn't do that well. S&P back up to the high. High of the day. Looks good. Trace is still trending. Looks like it's starting to peak though, right? Starting to peak a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's a higher low, higher high. But there's definitely a lot of resistance right here. 99 percentile. 74.40. We're right at it now. 74.40. Percentile.
And there was a question, with regard to the weakness in tech. Was that something? Were there troubled waters underneath the surface? And many experts that I talked to, Nicole, said it's not the case. There was a reset, and pay attention to flows, right? It was a shift. It wasn't like it was a rotation away from the market, especially when you think about the equal weight S&P 500, and you think about the movement that we've seen within
Long
industrials,
dated.
within financials, within healthcare. But of course, we know investors continue to keep an eye on the latest between the U.S. and Iran. I posted a check on Truth Social to see if there was anything new from President Trump. Nothing new yet, so it looks like
Zero
the latest is
DTE.
that there
Call
will be a
sign.
continuation of these
Size.
conversations between the U.S. and Iran. They've agreed to pause hostilities and keep the Strait of Hormuz open to commercial shipping. There has been some traffic through the strait, not obviously at the level that we saw before the war with Iran began, but we've seen some boosting, right? So the ceasefire is
Tesla. Wow. What a day for Tesla, huh? That's crazy. Home Depot, also having a good day. Home Depot trending back up to the highs. What do I want to do with Home Depot? Home Depot is a longer term trade. We talked about taking profits last week into strength, repositioning. Okay, so I got 350, 355 calls on Home Depot for October. 350, 355s for Home Depot. Almost there. Maybe tomorrow we'll get through the 200 day.
Long dated. Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
HD.
In addition to that, we have big news when it comes to Comcast. They had the first spin-off or sell-off, and now the second part of splitting into two businesses here.
So they are. You're seeing shares of Comcast rise today off the back of this news that they'll be spinning off into two
Micron
publicly
Pulse,
traded companies. And
Deep
this just kind of
Puts,
plays into what we've been watching in the media landscape, where you have both the consolidation and kind of a shifting of how things will operate. The rule will separate its media assets, including NBC Universal and Sky, from its cable and its broadband assets, and it'll be a tax-free spinoff that's expected to close in about a year. Current Comcast shareholders will own stock in both companies. They'll have what is expected to do is
350, 355s. Looking for Home Depot to get above. Needs to get above 200-day now.
conversations about Paramount, Skydance, and Warner Brothers Discovery, the conversation about Fox and Roku. So this is the latest kind of shifting of the sands here. Shares of Comcast are up 6%, so we're off of the highs that we saw for this. And it's a move that clearly Comcast needed in terms of how shares have performed so far this year, but it certainly doesn't bring it, kind of.
Okay, Google at the high of the day. All right, I would expect to see some profit taking up here. This has been a hell of a day, so don't let it go to waste. Cerebras going for 220. We're at 214.50 right now. We're off the high of the session. The high was about 219. CBRS, Cerebras. Big reversal today on Cerebras. Okay, CBRS. Okay. High of the day. Whoa. Cerebras notes from last week. Wow. Cerebras looking good. Cerebras notes from last week.
So the view coming into this is you shouldn't expect that big boost, but shares of Alphabet Google are moving higher by more than 4.5% higher. In terms of technical analysis for Alphabet Google, what analysts will point to is it's still in a longer term uptrend, even though one of the things the analysts have been watching is the 20-day simple moving average and its 50-day simple moving average. It's starting to kind of reapproach
Zero
those
DTE,
level. It's
call
close to that 20-day simple moving average. It's still below its 50-day simple moving average. So it's looked at as being in repair mode versus breakout mode, but we'll continue to watch this one. On the flip side,
Intel Pulse,
shares
Shenanigans.
of Verizon under pressure today off the back of this shift. It's a combination of that. A few different factors hitting Verizon right now. That stock down almost 6% at the moment. So it's under major pressure. It will be its lowest close since the beginning of the year. It's on pace for its biggest percent decline since March of last year. It's lost a lot of ground so far this month. Worst month since October 2025. Another headwind for this are reports that we're seeing about SpaceX and its potential link up with Charter Communications and doing mobile phone service. So that would create competition, obviously, for Verizon and its peers. So it's got some different headwinds hitting it today, Nicole.
Yeah, we're going to actually be talking to Ryan Lee from Direction about exactly that.
Okay, we're just there. Oh boy. What a day. What a day. Home Depot. Okay, still pushing Home Depot. Got the 200-day just overhead at 356.43. Okay, so we can get to 355, just shy of the 200-day. Test the 200-day tomorrow would be nice. Home Depot. I'll take more off. What I'll do is I'll take profits if we get to the 200-day. Wait maybe for a day or so, unless it breaks right through the 200-day like S&P did today with the 50-day. That was completely unexpected. I don't think anybody would have guessed that this is what we were going to be looking forward to this week. What's Core 1M right now? Core 1M. Oh, Core 1M is 762. Not good. Okay, that's a warning signal. If you're buying calls at the high of the day, that's a warning signal. Core 1M.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Core 1M.
You can bet on this and win. You can bet on this and lose. This and lose. This and win. This and lose. This and lose. This, lose, win. Lose and lose, win. Even this, lose. Betting isn't investing. Investing is owning. It often rewards patience and discipline over shots in the dark.
SPX.
The long run belongs to those who invest in it. Don't bet on it.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
CMPS.
We are back right here on the watch list. Glad to have you with us. Phillips Securities downgrading both Salesforce and Adobe to a neutral rating from buy, citing slowing growth for both companies despite a head start in
Okay, what's BlackBerry doing? BlackBerry. Okay, back to the highs of the day. I gotta reduce my exposure in BlackBerry. Very nice. September 10s. Oh, I got plenty of time. I should just let this alone, right? Volume looks good. MACD's crossed. Let me just take a look at a few things on BlackBerry. Acting really good. All right, so BlackBerry, Catalysts, price to sales, guidance, GUI. Right. BlackBerry.
Clearly isn't going to just be the underlying fundamentals. It's hard to get to that $2 trillion market cap if that's where you're looking. But reality is, we live in a headline-driven market. Nobody is a bigger piece of that than Elon Musk himself. All of a sudden, retail traders, just like institutions, now have access to the crown jewel of Musk's empire. So it's difficult to say where dust will finally settle. I think the only thing that is a guarantee is we'll continue to see volatility in this name over the coming weeks as we approach its first earnings report.
And are you seeing volatility in the market overall? Is this a SpaceX volatility story, or is it a market volatility story, or both?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay, let me just look at this because I'm just taking notes on BlackBerry. Expanding margins and newly raised fiscal year 27 guidance strongly support fundamental improvement, but its current valuation multiples, price of sales and price earnings are heavily expanded, suggests that immediate massive upside may be capped following impressive blah, 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 blah. Price to sales is 7 times to 9 times. Price earnings is, that's pretty elevated, 114. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of profit on BlackBerry. I'm going to just take half off. I got 20 of these. I'm going to take 10 off. Okay.
Micron Pulse.
350 is good. 350. 350. Can I get 350? 350. Oops, 350. Let's see if I can get 350 for these calls. 350. Take 10 of those off. I just took half of those BlackBerry calls off. Gross margins expanded to 79%. Adjusted EBITDA surged to 24%. Net profit margin reached 10%. But this is a bit extended. So I just took half off. I kept 10.
It's naturally a somewhat bullish indicator there. The S&P obviously is a big one.
Okay, that looks good. BlackBerry. I just took 10 off. Oh, a nice little spurt right into that. So did I get? Sure, I got filled, right? 355. BlackBerry. Filled orders. Yeah, okay. 355. All right, nice, nice. Okay, BlackBerry. I'm going to keep 10. I just sold 10. BlackBerry with a nice pop there. I forget who mentioned it. I think it might have been Spent Cattle, Joel, it might have been Frano, might have been a few people that were long BlackBerry. I tagged along. I had already sold and then got back in last week. So that looks good. BlackBerry.
Call sign. Size. 0 DTE. Call stream.
Okay, cool. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, just keep in mind that Core 1M is very low, folks. Core 1M is down here below 8 again. Okay, whenever it gets down below 8, you can see some shenanigans. All right, be careful. Last thing you want to do is paying up for calls.
Yeah, I think the Charter Communications deal is a pretty interesting one. It really just kind of highlights the breadth of SpaceX. It's very easy to think of SpaceX.
Core 1M is dropping. That's not good. Okay, SPY. Let's see. All right, I'll keep those. Obviously, I'm going to keep those put flies. I don't see us getting anywhere near that, but as long as we stay above the 50-day, we have a chance of bouncing and following through tomorrow. Though it seems a little bit remote, only because Core 1M is dropping the way it is. Doesn't mean we have to drop tomorrow. It could be, midweek or so. I was reading somewhere, I think it was David, I think you had posted something about the stats for the week.
Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts.
Okay, the stats for the week. Yeah, you had the stats for the week. Monday was the 29th. Pretty good odds for an update. Another update on Wednesday. Tomorrow, maybe a little bit of consolidation of today's gains. And the week after July 4th, NASDAQ tends to be strong. The entire week. the week after July 4th. Dow tends to be weak going into Thursday this week. Dow tends to be weak. S&P, NASDAQ tends to pull back a little bit into the week, the last day, trading day of the week, into July 4th. Okay, but we got a couple of good days potentially. We already had one today. 250 years. That's really wild, right?
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily. Identifying who's buying,
SP
selling,
Exports,
how it's going to
Intel Pulse,
Watch
Shenanigans.
Schwab Network and SchwabNetwork.com.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes? Or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem?
Okay, SPY pushing up a little bit more. All right, so somebody took a little profits. We didn't really drop that dramatically. Okay, we'll keep banging up against that resistance level, though, right up in here.
SP Exports.
It's 222. It feels like it's 322. I don't know what today's been a fairly long day. Tesla should really take some more Tesla off into strength, right? Got a nice profit in Tesla. For those of you trading it since this morning, Tesla, very nice.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at SchwabNetwork.com.
Tesla. You're gonna go again? Let's go again. Tesla. I got July 17th. 420s. I got 440s. And I got 440, 445. Call spreads for July. Also have 410, 415s for August. And some lottos for December on Tesla. Those are all contingent upon potentially joining up with SpaceX, which has had a good day today. SpaceX. Cerebras also having a good day. Cerebras, okay, at the highs of the day. Cerebras, CBRS, SpaceX, having a good day. SpaceX, a 60-minute, turning the corner again. With Core 1M down below 8 at 740 or so, it's trading around 740. Core 1M. When I say trading, I mean it's printing around 740. So Core 1M is a measure of volatility comparing individual stocks to the index. And when the calls get too expensive, you can imagine a core position in the Qs. You can imagine the calls, certain calls in individual stocks, move the skew moving to the right and up, getting very expensive, needs to mean revert. That's what Core 1M is telling you, basically. Compared to the index fall, the individual stock fall is so high that the ratio is very low. So when you get that low number on Core 1M, below 8 Core 1M, that relates to expensive calls. Okay. So we're down here below 8 at 767. Okay, so that's not really that great to see. Not good to see. Okay, here's 8 right there. Okay. So the bottom line is you want to be taking, especially calls that have appreciated dramatically. Like Frano had some calls that went from Frano 7 to like 28 or something like that, the Tesla calls. So people were chasing Tesla. That's something you definitely want to take profits in. This is a huge move today. Intel, also huge move on Intel. Back off the low, hit the 21 day, and bounced. Okay, Apple. I think Apple did the same thing, right? No, it wasn't Apple. Who was it? Amazon? No, Google. I forget which one it was. We were Meta? No, Microsoft. I forget which one it was. But anyway, it was like multiple days where we were sitting right on top of the 21 day. Here it is right here. It was AMD. Okay, AMD. Okay, multiple days, the 21 day. Each time this pulled down below, buyers stepped up looking for AMD to push a bit higher. I'd still take some profits off though. Could stay in this range. So you're selling at the high, near the high of the day. We get a dip tomorrow. If you're fortunate enough to get a dip, maybe we do some more. SpaceX. Okay, I have a small position in SPCH shares. I'm probably going to hold on to this and just forget about it at some point and see if SpaceX can continue to move back up towards 225. There's a lot of people out there on YouTube talking out of their caboose, things that they think are going to happen to SpaceX. And you can tell that they're not very well versed in the markets. They're just like making doo-doo up, you know. Anyway, there's a lot of that out there. So a lot of scared money that might have bought SpaceX, chased it up here after the IPO, only to see prices move back down. Trust me, there's people down here buying. You got SpaceX being added to the Russell 1000 on last Friday's close, and you've got July 7th is being added to the NASDAQ, not next week, but the week after. The 7th is Tuesday. Okay, so the 7th is Tuesday.
Right around 150 to 162. All right, so great charting there. Gives the folks who are bullish there some nice optimism to look forward to. 1 year up 63%. Michelle, always great to see you. Happy to see you today. Thank you. Head of Technical Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Coming up, I want to take a look at the chip.
Okay, so SpaceX gets added next week. Okay, the 7th. All right. Okay, that's a Tuesday.
Marley Hayden, live from Chicago. We're tracking market movers, earnings reactions, and what traders are watching next. Stream Schwab Network, live at schwabnetwork.com.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your comp balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Your way with Schwab. Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Hayden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything
Tesla
behind,
Pulse.
literally come
Long
across
dated.
the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade
ready insights. Follow me on X at
All right, so SpaceX just grinding along, moving higher. Just me, but I would be taking some profits off with Core 1M down below 8. I'm just taking a little off here and there, taking half positions off, keeping some things on. Google pushing higher. Google having a good day. High of the day was up here. Okay, so Google just off the highs. Looks like somebody took a little profits right there. Okay, so this was using that script, okay, that I told you about, TradingView script. I'm working on one. I think it's working now for Thinkorswim. Let me see. Let's see here. Oh, let me do that. Let me add to.
Materials supply some of the equipment, and also Supermicro builds AI servers to house those chips. And so it was an exciting story this morning, and it had up arrows. All right, it was up 3% early in the morning, and now you see it down 6%. We'll continue to follow breaking news. If anything more comes out, we'll be sure to bring it to you as they expand that story about the chip smuggling probe. It's time for our watch list panel. Let's dig into semiconductor. Right now, we have Steven Sopko, semiconductor and deep tech industry.
Tesla looks like it wants to keep going. There goes Meta turning back up. Google just off the high of the day. Apple turning back up. Apple pop in here. Okay, Apple end of day. All right, this is what we need to see. We need to see Apple recover, push back up, and we need Microsoft to recover as well. Okay, so buyers did step up inside of Friday's price action, so that's a good sign. It's not the best trade today on Microsoft. It hasn't been acting really bullish anyway, but at least it's recovering. We need Apple and Microsoft to both rally. That's about 13% of the weight of the S&P 500. So when we're engaging bullish follow-through potential, we always want to check out RSP, the equal weight index, which removes the weight of these big stocks like Apple and Microsoft from the mix. So, it's a doji spinning top, but it's at the upper Bollinger Band, and we're just off of all-time highs. So RSI rising, MACD stochastics turning up, New York Stock Exchange. Because you might be receiving mixed signals from me as far as Core 1M. The indices look fine. It's just that if you're buying calls and you're chasing it and you're paying up for these calls, you could very well be right. If you could be buying, let's say, let me use an example. If Core 1M is high, let's say you're buying the 350 call today, right? You're buying the 350 call on Home Depot. You're probably paying up a lot for that Home Depot call. So if Core 1M starts to come in and the call skew starts to flatten a bit, IV comes in, you still be right with the 350 call. It's just that you're going to lose value because implied volatility is going to back off a little bit. Doesn't mean it's going to drop. It could, but that's not what I'm trying to get at, because a lot of these stocks look really good. And if you look at the breadth, breadth has been good for the NASDAQ, not so much for everything else. Okay, S&P, mid caps, small caps. All right, so you see NASDAQ in the lower panel still pushing higher. So that's telling you that NASDAQ is getting the most. There goes SpaceX. SpaceX about to break out. There you go, SpaceX about to break out. Okay, watching SpaceX. About to go some more. SpaceX, thank you very much. 160 and gaining. SpaceX. Okay.
Just taking a look at purely at the chart of the SMH, for instance, it's in a bullish uptrend, higher highs, higher lows, which is a textbook definition of an uptrend here.
Okay, AMD just off the highs. Tesla looks like it wants to keep going. SpaceX is about to run here. SpaceX.
NVIDIA. It's not just
SpaceX.
like Marvell and Intel shining brightly right now.
SpaceX. Oh, there it goes. There goes SpaceX.
Which got an upgrade today to the $750 price target. It still has some room to go there. Qualcomm came up with some great earnings numbers releases last quarter, and the last week they came out and guided their next quarter and the rest of the year significantly higher. So there's a lot of names out there that can do well. I think the SMH, the semiconductor index, did get a little bit hot recently, went a little bit over its skis. I think was reserving for a little bit of a pullback. But look, these pullbacks are being bought aggressively by the dip buyers. And one thing that I learned long ago.
Okay, Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. We had a really big trade, an $87 million trade today on the October. What was it? 410s dollar. Good call, dollar. Thank you for I completely missed that Broadcom trade. Came up on Discord voice. Okay, so that was at 11:33 this morning. 11:33. $85.7 million trade for 10 prints in 1 minute. 10 prints in 1 minute. 85.7 million. 10 times the normal baseline. 33,000 contracts traded. Let's see how much is traded so far today. Okay, those Broadcom calls. It's pretty exciting, right? Broadcom? That's a lot. I mean, how often do you see 80, 90,000, 8 million? What was it? 85 million? 85 million. And we've got 33,000 contracts. Let's see what's in there now. 33,000 contracts. Not totally unusual. Okay, that's BlackBerry. I don't care about BlackBerry. I got 10 left on BlackBerry. Took profits on BlackBerry. Okay, Broadcom. A few moments later. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So I want to take a snapshot of this, right? I want to take a snapshot because I want to see how much of this carries over into tomorrow. Okay. Tesla's going to go again. Tesla looks like it wants to go again. For those of you holding on to Tesla, looks like it wants to go again. Oh, damn. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so it's only 2:40 on the East Coast. We got about an hour and 20 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We also have the S&P 500 climbing. Hedge flows continue to populate higher prices. We got these two levels overhead to deal with. Tesla's going. Here goes Tesla. A few moments later. Tesla. What a day. Holy smokes. Don't get these very often.
So I think Intel is going to provide some of the same sort of results when they report earnings in about 2.5 weeks. So I'm looking for Intel to show some leadership here with the rest of the market. They're the first semiconductor company to come out with earnings before the whole group starts hitting the street with their earnings. So I do think that Intel's got an advantage here, first mover advantage with their earnings report, and I do believe that they're going to come out and hit the ball out of the park here with some heavy, strong margins and some good revenue growth.
Yeah, and look, that stock's gone from $18 up to $141 this year. Intel's been incredible.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
ASML, we talked a little bit about SK Hynix and Samsung making over a $500 billion investment in South Korea. Final thought quickly, Stephen. I know we use some of our time for the breaking news.
Sure. I think the thing to watch is these companies are full of very smart people who have the long view about the AI market. And when you see these kinds of investments continuing, I think that's the thing to keep an eye on is those forward investments. $500 million here, $500 million there. Eventually, you're talking real money.
All right, good to see you both. Stephen Sopko, Bob Lang, great conversation. Really nice to see you both. Thank you. You know, we see the stocks there up 3.8%. Last week it was down over 7%. The week before it was up over 7%. You've been on a bit of a roller coaster here in this group. All right, joining me now for some big moves. Right now, Kevin Hanks is with me. Before I just want to quickly talk about the sector trends. Before I get to big moves, I do want to talk about some of the sector trends. What are you seeing there at the CBO?
Tesla.
Hello, Nicole. Yeah, about an hour and a half left in the trading day, and it's an interesting day because it's 5 sectors in the S&P 500.
Zero DTE, call side.
And energy
Size.
is close to unchanged, so it's really 5 up, 5 down, 1 unchanged. However, Nicole, if you could pick 5 sectors that you'd like to have up, it's information technology, it's communication services, it's consumer discretionary, it's financials and industrials.
Zero DTE, call side.
And the sign
Size.
of a healthy stock market and economy showing up, it'd be those 5 sectors. So the leadership of the S&P 500 is back in the hands of information technology and communication services. Google, Alphabet, and Meta having big days today. But like I said, it's also industrials, it's also financials that are up today. So a really good day. The macro is looking fair enough. It's the U.S. dollar is lower. The 10-year yield 4.38 is off its highs, and like I said, crude oil, though higher, is still really close to $70. So no major rally off of the weekend news. So pretty solid day here with the S&P up over 1.1%.
And most of the guests that have been coming on are still pretty bullish or neutral. Nobody's saying sell, or there's no real fear factor in the market, which is evidenced by the VIX. It's at 1765. I'm also keeping an eye. This is not for you, but folks, SMCI, which has continued the trend downward and is down 6% on the probe there in the Taiwan range. While down, let's move to the highest right now, session highs. I think about the big picture, and what I haven't mentioned so far in this show, I mean, we're so jam-packed. We have jobs, we have Kevin Warsh, we have Nike. Big week ahead.
Zero DTE, call side.
Yeah, listen, I
Size.
think there's a lot of chances for headlines. Obviously, the end of earnings season is usually marked by Nike, and they'll come out with earnings tomorrow. But Kevin Warsh, his participation in the EU
SP exports, long dated. Zero DTE, call side.
having jobs data come out
Size.
on Thursday, always the #1 data point of the month, Nicole.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward to see what comes out of that. And I just like saying the Sinatra forum.
SP exports, long dated.
So I want to see what Kevin Warsh has to say. Most of the guests still, while some lean towards a hike, they're not believers in a hike. They're very much in a wait-and-see mode.
Zero DTE, call side.
Thank you.
Size.
Kevin Hanks, live, CEOE. Time for our
Tesla wants to go. Just go already. Tesla. All right, S&P at the high.
You were looking just at the big picture, and you're talking about the market fundamentals at this point and how important.
Okay, it looks like we're going to go again. Got plenty of time, an hour and 15 minutes, so can we do it?
Hey, Nicole, how are you? Happy almost 4th. Yes, you know, fundamentals really are the thing that ultimately drives stock prices. This year has been interesting. Most of the gains have come from very speculative, you know, unprofitable tech, things related to AI.
Zero
power,
DTE,
but,
call
in the end,
side. Size.
earnings growth are what drive markets. And so we've gotten a chance to buy a lot of great businesses with great fundamentals that the market hasn't cared about, which, you know, doesn't always happen.
And I want to talk about the different names, okay? So we'll be quick with some of the big picture ideas, but you have Netflix and Visa and some of the aerospace and defense and your local ETF, which I'd like to talk about as well. But you did use the phrase about searching for diamonds in the dumpster. What's their takeaway there on that phrase?
Well, you know, maybe it's akin to a little bit of a value investment, but when you can find a diamond
Okay.
great company,
Wow, we're breaking out here. S&P. Very nice. Breaking out, new high of the day. Test, new high of the day. Very nice. There goes Broadcom trying to push them higher. Broadcom.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse. Deep calls.
Diamond in the dumpster, Netflix, Amazon, Visa. I'm glad you shared this. Can we talk a little bit about
Thank you. Thank you. All right. High of the day. SpaceX still going at SpaceX. Ho, ho, ho. SpaceX.
Zero DTE. Call size.
Consumer spending, that's business spending, CapEx, government spending, and so
Zero
if you can
DTE.
identify
Call
where the
size.
money is being spent, what companies are really strong and receiving a lot of that capital, they're going to be great businesses and have good earnings growth over time. And so obviously we have a bunch of consumer spending beneficiaries like an Apple or a Netflix or a Spotify. We also have some business spending with the CapEx story with AI, with Taiwan Semi is the second biggest holding. We have Broadcom, we have NVIDIA, Palo Alto Networks on the cybersecurity. And then on government spending, obviously governments are spending on defense and aerospace. That's a $3 trillion spend, over time. And so we love some of the defense names that have come down.
Zero
After the beginning
DTE.
of the
Call
year, they were
size.
very strong. And
Size.
then the market sold them off, so we got an opportunity to add some Raytheon and L3 Harris and GE Aerospace and a few of the aftermarket parts companies too, which have been tremendous compounders over time.
Yeah, I'm glad you added all those in because now I don't have to ask the energy question. I mean, you named, Raytheon and Aerospace and Defense for Raytheon, and you had GE Aerospace, you had L3, Lilly, also you had Broadcom in there. You talk about this, you look back to the 1990s, you followed a lot of consumer type names too, but you're always looking for quality. You look to energy, you did mention LNG, GE Vernova, Quanta. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's part of kind of the industrial renaissance meets the CapEx spending for AI. If you're going to have AI, you need compute. If you're going to have AI at scale, you need energy. And that's, clean energy, regular energy, all the parts and the picks and shovels of the energy build out, the data center build out. And so whether it's GE Vernova or, a Quanta or an Eaton, you're getting a kind of the whole supply chain of companies and parts that are needed to build out the grid. And let's face it, the grid is very aged, and we know that we're putting a lot of pressure on the grid.
Zero
around the world.
DTE.
So
Call
you have
size.
the semiconductors, you have the grid producers, you have the picks and shovels that are providing all of that, and then you have the AI and the companies. What we're not hearing, companies that deploy AI, that's the next wave of this. Over the next 3 years, you're going to have companies doing incredible earnings growth, margin expansion as companies prove that they have implemented AI. It is adding value to the business. It's allowing them to keep headcount flat, and it's allowing margins and profits to expand, which ultimately pushes the multiple higher. So that's kind of, first it's the build out, then it's the deployment
Tesla
phase. So
Pulse.
there's a long
Long
way to go
dated.
for this AI
Deep
team,
calls.
along with the power gen.
All right, Eric Clark, thank you so much. Coming up, large options trades right here on Schwab Network. The watch list. We'll be right back.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
TNMG.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
All right, we're breaking above the consolidation that we put in last week, SpaceX. All right, so there we go. We're breaking above those levels. Next level is this level right here. Okay, let's see if we can do it. Do it. All right, looks good. SpaceX.
Stocks off about 11% so far in the month of June. That's even with the solid gains that we're seeing here today. And Prime Days just ended, and Adobe Analytics put out.
Tesla looks like it wants to go some more. Man, that'd be a hoot if we're up big again tomorrow. Tesla. That's SpaceX just made a new high. It just keeps making new intraday highs. Sorry. IPO 200 and something.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep call, shenanigans.
But we did see some unusual option activity in here. This was a ratio type of spread here. You can see here from the where a trader bought 55,000 January 250 strike calls, paid an average debit about $26 for those calls. And then they sold about 90,000 of the January 290 strike calls, collecting an average credit of about $12.70. So the break-evens for this trader where they think the stock is going is between 254.80. That's about the break-even on the downside, and then about 342.70 on the upside over the next 200 days. So you see that big window that they have to remain profitable. Now, where does trader lose money? He loses money below that, basically about 250.
Oh boy, SpaceX is going, baby. All right. I like when the evening session rolls around and we see what institutions have in mind. If they're buyers, look at the volume. Look at the volume. Holy smokes. All right.
So yeah, this guy's taking a measured bullish approach here, but using some pretty big size here at Amazon with the expectation it's going to grind higher over the next 200 days.
All right, and we just had the Prime event, right? I saw news on the Prime event on the
SP Exports, long dated.
I wanted to talk about SanDisk. Now, this name, just since June 2020.
Okay. Do we have any SPX Pulse? SPCX. Do we have any SPCX? SPCX.
It's up over 4,100% over the last 12 months, over nearly 750% just this year. So yeah, it's been winter here, Nicole, and we did see some price target hikes recently.
214 jump.
$2,500 price target. Memory and storage as the most attractive vertical because of the pricing power that they have, the demand outstripping supply. So we've seen a little bit of a pullback recently, but still astronomical gains for these companies. But we did see some bearish activity here, and this was out in the July 2nd weekly after some really short-term positioning from this trader. They bought over 5,000 of the July 2nd weekly. The 1,800 strike puts paid a pretty hefty debit of over $41 debit for these puts. So the break-even where this trader starts to profit is below 17.59 over the next 3 days. That's about 13% below the current share price.
SpaceX.
So yeah, somebody taking a bearish view.
8 prints.
Hedging. I think it's somebody maybe speculating because they're paying such a hefty price for these out of the money downside puts.
Yeah,
stuff. And you know what I think about the big picture, how the NASDAQ and the S&P are breaking that 5-day selling streak and bringing up some of these names. Broadcom is a name that has been beaten down. Had the gap up higher on earnings, but then sold off
1.1
since then.
million.
And today it's up over 2%. What caught your eye here on Broadcom?
Yeah, bear market territory for Broadcom post earnings down about 24% from those all-time highs that we saw of about 495 bucks.
Wow.
That was at the beginning of the month. So it's been a painful month here for Broadcom moving forward. They did just last week released Jalapeno, OpenAI's first intelligence processor that Broadcom is developing with them in conjunction. But a lot of people like this. They're making those specific chips for a lot of these other hyperscalers, trying to broaden and diversify their supply chains here. But we did see some bullish activity in here. Somebody thinking that we're going to see some more gains. This was all the way out in the October monthly option, so about 109 days to expiration. Trader bought over 25,000
SpaceX.
October 410
SpaceX.
strike calls. They paid an average debit just below 28 bucks for these calls. So the break even for this trader where they start to profit is above 437.90 over the next basically 3.5 months. That's about 16% of the current share price, and their call volume about double normal daily average volume. And they sold out of their long position that they had in the July 360 strike calls, the monthly options that expire in a couple of weeks. So resetting a bullish trade here, going out in duration to the October cycle, but this is pretty big size for Broadcom and the biggest open interest position in October, Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, and, I think about how it ran up, thanks for, looking back to the earnings, how it ran up to that high of 495 and then had that big gap down on the earnings, and then it went down to 410, this is all in early June, and now you're bringing us some of the most recent options trades. Thank you, Tom White. Thank you, friends, for being with me here on the watch list, and I guess someone scored in the Brazil-Japan, or maybe they just missed it. This is the watch list. Thanks for joining me.
All right. Okay. SpaceX making that new high with 1 hour and 1 minute and 11 seconds to go. All right.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals.
All right, SpaceX looks good.
Enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds.
Okay, let's see. What are these? Our AAOI below the 50-day. We got stopped out of this one a while ago, right? AAOI, right. Apple. Okay, Apple's trying to push a bit higher into the last hour of the trading session. It's 3 o'clock now on the East Coast. Let's see what Wapner has to say.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS. GE before. Who's going to be there? Who's going to be there? And until Jamie decides, and he's doing a great job, we will find the right.
They're talking JP Morgan. JP Morgan. Okay, that's hanging in there. Tesla. Nice day on Tesla. I would take some profits off on Tesla. SpaceX still moving here. SpaceX. Nice reversal day.
Very nice start for investors on this shortened trading week. Let's get a check of our scorecard with 60 to go in regulation, and look at this. We're just about in the green across the board. You see the Dow is up about 350 points, the S&P up over 1%, the NASDAQ up almost 2%. The rest of the outlier pulling back fractionally. Shrugging off some weakness, we're talking about the NASDAQ in some
Amazon.
mega caps. They are outperforming with the newest member of the Dow, Alphabet. It's surging.
Okay, Amazon. That was a big trade. Amazon, that pulled back. Okay, what's Amazon doing? Amazon. Okay, had a nice run up in the morning, right? And then they just okay. So maybe this. Maybe we want to get back into this. Look for a follow through tomorrow. Let's see. Amazon 245s, 245s. Amazon 245s for. See if this works overnight. Amazon. See the second. Is Thursday.
Okay, great. I think there is scope for this market to continue.
Amazon.
Right, we do have the removal of what was an overhang from a sentiment
Oh, let's see.
oil, which can
245, 250 by vertical. 245, 250. Amazon 245, 250 for Thursday. $1.32. I'll get a couple of those. What the hell? All right, so I bought some 245, 250s cheap, $1.30. 245, 245, 250. Bought some 245, 250s. 245, 250. Call for Thursday. DTE. $1.30.
Shenanigans.
Outsized earnings growth, right? Or tech, and it's not just the Max 7, it's beyond tech. We had tech grow earnings 50% this past quarter, and it's projected to grow another 50% this quarter. So you're getting a really, really good valuation for outsized earnings growth.
All right, Max, I want to come over to you. Abby wanted to know if she could have both at the same time. It sounds like you want to do the same thing. You say you're pro-listed bullish, but you see potential for a number of pain trades, including a surge in the U.S. dollar, yields moving to the upside, and also the Mag 7 running a beta and that 4 PE kind of spiking up. How can you be pro-risk and also see a good chance
Amazon turning back up.
the rally happening at the same time?
Here goes Apple. Apple surging.
When we look at the Max 7, I totally agree. I think we're probably overdone the bearishness a little bit in the last couple of weeks. When you look at the Max 7, it's not like they've just stopped earning.
Okay, Apple's on the move here. Apple. Markets are acting super bullish right now, considering Core 1M where it is. Core 1M. Let's see. Core 1M is currently 761. Hasn't changed much today. Core 1M. So we could get a little bit of a surprise for some people that are chasing. I would rather buy the dip. That way I know I'm not chasing it and that the calls have lost value. So that's why I bought those Amazon calls. Looking for it to pop tomorrow. It could maybe not work. $1.30 per contract. Only took 5 of them, so it's no big deal. If it follows through tomorrow and we get an opening range breakout like we had today, I will probably do something else with it. Amazon. So we had a nice opening range breakout. It ripped to the highs and then reversed. Google managed to hold on most of the day, right? Google and Tesla, of course. You know what Tesla looks like. Tesla had a good day. Okay, SpaceX having a good day. Okay, made it all the way back up to 163 and change. S&P is still hanging in there. Okay, at the highs of the day. Pretty decent day for the S&P. Netflix pulled back. That didn't work very well today. Tesla, yeah, Tesla having a good day. Strategy, MSTR strategy. That was a pretty decent day. A nice reversal on strategy. Coinbase trying to turn the corner. BITX trying to turn the corner. BITX. Bitcoin. Not really that enthusiastic about Bitcoin lately. Oracle, not much going there. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom up the highs. 410 call strike is very active on Broadcom. Looking forward to gap up tomorrow, maybe. Took a few things off. Took half of my BlackBerry off. Okay, so I took it off a while ago. At least, 45 minutes ago or so? We made a new high, 1260, starting to fade a little bit. 3 days extended. PE is like 167, something like that. Okay, BlackBerry. PE is pretty extended. 114 to 129. This is BlackBerry. Price to sales 7.1. Its revenues and margins have been growing, expanding, but they're just a little bit extended. So I'll ride some calls. See if it keeps going tomorrow. SpaceX, new high of the day. SpaceX, new high of the day. SPCX. Okay, this is acting like institutions are buying. Okay. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Cool. Okay, Tesla's trying to break out again. Tesla, watch Tesla's trying to go. These stocks are acting very unusual. It's like institutions are buying. Something's pushing these higher. I don't think it's you, me, and people in the trading room. I think it's institutions and hedge funds. SpaceX continues. SPCX. Wow, that's a really pretty chart. SpaceX, almost 164 now. SpaceX. Hope you had a good day today. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got 51 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Okay, AMD coming off the high. Tesla's holding the high. So is Google. Apple's taking off to the upside. Apple, nice reversal. Would love to see this turn into a green candle. Not going to happen, but if we can at least get above the close, Friday's close there, a little bit higher. Friday's close is a little bit higher. Opening range high was up here, 288. Got $5 to go. Can we get $5 out of this in the next 51 minutes? I doubt it. SpaceX, though. SpaceX keeps going. Okay, that looks good. SpaceX.
Talk to me about the other side of the market outside of AI, because AI is almost like half of it at this point. I'm looking at consumer discretionary today up almost 3%. What's the catalyst for that?
Well, I mean, I do think a component of that is very much obviously tied
Yeah, exciting day. I love bullish days better than bearish days. I'm not a big bearish trader. I mean, I'll trade if I have to. I'll buy hedges and stuff, and I'll do some puts every once in a while, but I'm not like Russell. Russell's the king of the downside. Definitely. Takes a lot of balls. Takes a lot of balls to trade short.
So it's not a trade that we want to think about from a broad base, like say XRT, like retail ETF type of trade.
So you have faith in the consumer, but you don't want to play it on the retail side. Where can you safely play the consumer right now?
Oh boy, I should take a couple of minute break here. Right? Are you hungry? Yeah, you have a cold nose, you know that? You have a very cold nose, kitty cat. Here you go. Goose, you sleeping? Goose is sleeping. Your sister's eating. You okay, Goosey?
Second half of the year, earnings season about to kick off. Abby, great to have you here. Max and Brent, great to hear from you as well. Thank you again. We now want to turn to the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump cannot fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook, at least not for now. CNBC senior economic
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Politics, absolutely nothing. Does absolutely nothing for our trading. Lisa Cook, I don't care. Fine. That's fine. Shiny object over here while he does other things. All right, NVIDIA is also looking pretty good. NVIDIA is turning off the low here, off of VWAP. Opening range highs, that orange line overhead.
did respond to a post saying SpaceX
All
could reach
right.
100 billion in revenue by 2028, saying that would be disappointing if the company did not significantly even exceed those milestones. Plus, we got reports that right now they're in discussions with Charter that could suggest SpaceX is looking into satellite broadband and deeper mobility connectivity. And so right now, if Charter's ground-based infrastructure is used to support SpaceX phone traffic, it can help improve network reach, reliability, as well as the economics of consumer mobile. So the key risk is that right now the stock could be moving more on flows and fundamentals, and that's been the story for quite some time, because obviously if you have all this enthusiasm tied to like the inclusion of the Russell 1000, the NASDAQ 100, and then of course the enthusiasm post-IPO, it's like, what is your next catalyst? And I remember the days of Tesla waiting to be included into the S&P 500. It took quarter after quarter of consistent profitability.
Slack is acting really weird today. Certain things are not working properly. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe have to reboot my machine. Okay, so that's NVIDIA. SpaceX. I'm telling you, this is acting really strange here. Unusual is a better way to describe it. Very unusual price action. They just keep buying the crap out of this. It's like these funds that are required to buy SpaceX to mirror what the Russell 1000, the inclusion into the Russell 1000 on last Friday. So they have to include it in their Russell 1000 ETF version, for lack of a better explanation, or just the explanation. I'm sure there's a proper way to put it. Look at that. It's just beautiful. Wow.
Space has remained resilient due to what they call this mission critical nature and reliability, that right now a name like Adobe has seen growth that is
Amazon looking for that to turn up tomorrow. Apple looking for it to hold up in this area. Tesla's about to break out. So Tesla and SpaceX both acting very unusual. Boy, that'd be nice if there was some sort of announcement. Okay, we're formally going to merge the two companies. Ha, 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 in the message. Look at that 50-day. Jeez, that's a move that you don't see very often on Tesla. That's a crazy move.
Negativity around like a recent earnings event and all of the pessimism around that competitive moat. Maybe you could also see some near-term upside, because a lot
Wow, they just keep making new highs of the day.
Despite the fact that the fundamentals don't change the story here. There is the competitive nature eroding
SPCX.
these names, but I do think it's an interesting point to say, like, yeah, I mean, looking at the way both of these stocks have been beaten down this year, software has been on a pretty nice run in the month of June. So it doesn't mean that anything hasn't changed, but it's always about finding these opportunities.
Yeah, certainly. And Adobe's an interesting one because they're in the middle of a strategy pivot as well, too. So, I mean, it's sort of an as yet to be seen whether this will be effective or not. Obviously spurred by the fact that they've been caught up in this SaaS curve, but watching it switch to this, what are they calling it, freemium model, I think is how they phrased it for Adobe, will be interesting to see how that pans out. But this last story is the one with the most intrigue around it today. We're talking about the memory space. Obviously, we talked a lot about Micron, seeing another pullback in some of these memory names, but now we're looking at a class action lawsuit that is alleging that some of the big memory names are oligopolists. So walk us through this.
Okay, oligopolist is our word of the day, because that is what right now we are getting reports of. This class action lawsuit has been filed in U.S. federal courts accusing Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron of acting as an oligopoly in the DRAM market, alleging coordinated behavior to control supply and pricing. And so the suit just claimed DRAM prices have surged 700% over the past 4 years. That is far beyond what normal supply-demand dynamics would suggest. Plaintiffs have argued that these three companies simultaneously cut production and did not compete for market share, which they claim makes no economic sense absent collusion. And so a key allegation is a deliberate shift away from commodity DRAM towards high bandwidth memory tied to AI, thus effectively tightening the supply of these traditional chips and driving prices higher as a result. Micron specifically specifically was called out for its shuttering of its crucial consumer brand at a highly profitable point, where the complaint first framed the evidence as intentionally reducing supply. But the backdrop is severe supply crunch driven by AI demand, with expectations that memory prices could rise up to 50% by the third quarter of this year, amplifying the scrutiny of these industry
SPX polls. SPCX. Let's see what SPCX has got going here. Oh boy. Everybody have a good day today. SPCX. SPCX. 214.
If we see these shifts right now of cues of malpractice, basically, but this is going to be, I'm sure, more long-term. Oftentimes these court cases can take years and years to be solved, but it's interesting when you see some of the numbers, because we've talked a lot about the increased, obviously, prices behind memory. It's interesting to see it, though, like in context, how much the prices have gone up and how unhistorical it has been. And this lawsuit is a little bit different in terms of the usual price gouging or price fixing conversation that we have sometimes around gas prices and oil companies or things like that, because it's not arguing the individual companies are doing it. This one is arguing that the three worked together and they are trying to offer supportive reasons as to how they colluded to keep the prices elevated just for the three companies themselves. So interesting, because we've always said that they were all competitors. Yeah, I've never seen them framed as like acting as one unit. They are one unit, an oligopoly, according to this lawsuit, this class action lawsuit that we don't know who filed. They're just filed under a proposed business interest. So class action lawsuit nonetheless. We'll be following this one. Of course, Jenny, thanks for breaking all that down for us. Really appreciate it. Jenny Horn, co-host of Next Gen Investing. And I do want to check back in with Sam for a look at what we have coming up next in the show. Molly, we're going to discuss the next phase of the AI trade and how recent rotation within that space may provide some opportunities for investors. That's coming up next.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. And Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab.
All right.
Insights, support,
there goes Tesla. Goodbye. Goodbye, Tesla. Wow.
Sounds nice, right?
Micron Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Exchange, and this is the watch list. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp
SpaceX. Okay, just got a SpaceX. More SpaceX. Another one.
From analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The watch list.
Micron. SpaceX Pulse. 319. Okay, SpaceX Pulse. 319.
You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network.
12 prints, 1 minute. Okay, so 16 times baseline. Okay, that's interesting.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
SpaceX. SpaceX. All right, here's SpaceX.
Account with Schwab before there were branches in here, and he really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome back to
SPCX.
the New York Stock Exchange alongside Molly Caden over in our Chicago headquarters, checking in with these markets that are staging a nice rebound today off the back of what was a tough week last week, particularly for the tech trade. We're seeing the Nasdaq 100 with a nice bounce here of up at 2%. It continues to climb today as we have started to see more recovery in this chip trade. In fact, Micron shares have even turned positive in the session. Orbit Sanders, which is still down 3.4%, but you've got some very nice double-digit gains. Some of those are prison makers in the business of semis.
Holy shit.
Is also doing some of the heavy lifting today.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Up 4.5, Amazon up 3, Tesla up 8.6 right now.
Tesla. SpaceX. SpaceX. Still going, SpaceX. I keep lifting this up. 165. Wow. Very nice.
We're going into quarter end here, but the Dow Jones putting on about 320 odd points right now. So looking at some of these futures products, obviously we've got some stability in oil as well, and that coming off the back of a bit of a dicey.
Okay, now we got Tesla. Now we got Tesla. It looks like, let's see. Tesla Pulse. Okay, Tesla. Okay. 9 prints, 16, 2.6 million. Calls. Tesla. Tesla right behind it.
Obviously, if they come in stronger, could actually build the case for the Fed's hawkishness right now. Let's talk about the state of this AI trade and what we're seeing with respect to the rotation. Joining me now here at the desk of the New York Stock Exchange is David Featherstone-Hawk, who's the EVP of Investment Strategist and Vista Shares. David, always nice of you to join us. Thank you so much for your time and also for stopping by in the flesh. It's always good to do this in person. What do you make of this rotation? Because it's been pretty rapid fire under the surface, you know, between the hardwares, the softwares, the Mag 7. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, I think what's happening and what we've really been observing in the market is a lot of macro pressure. And a lot of that macro pressure is overweighing some of the really strong fundamental earnings that we've seen on the micro side. And so what we kind of see is a lot of short-term volatility, and that short-term volatility is driven, you know, by a number of things.
SpaceX still going here.
You've seen a lot of the
Holy smokes.
Zero DT.
Tesla break. Oh, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's going. NVIDIA, boom.
meaning South Korea and Taiwan. They're largely energy dependent, and that has a lot of pressure on, you know, the currency and inflation.
NVIDIA's going here.
A little bit more volatility. So we kind of view this volatility that's happening right now in the market as giving people a reason to pause, take a step back, and really look at the full AI picture and understand where do they want to position themselves within that. And what we've really been looking at is, you know, finding some of those companies that can take what they've generated from AI exposure and turning that into actual durable earnings.
All right, so we're, holy smokes. This is looking good. Having a good day. It's 3:24. We've got 35 minutes, 58 seconds to go.
Really strong quarter, really strong results, really strong guidance. And when you start pulling it back and understanding, like, why do they accrue so much value, you could start looking at the $1 trillion of capex that is going into
Oh, more SpaceX.
data centers in the U.S. You know, almost 40% of it is going into memory. So when you're looking at where people are actually finding some of these pockets that are not only, you know,
Yeah,
exposed, but actually
that's not working. Okay. All right, there goes NVIDIA. Yikes.
Zero DT.
Everyone's kind of very cognizant of. One that we find, you know, a little, you know, interesting is the proliferation of data. It's very important to store it. It's also very important to move it.
Oh, look at SpaceX. Wow. Very nice day today, SpaceX. All right, it's about to break out. It's about to take out, what is that? Tuesday's high? Okay, looking good.
Zero DT.
It's also really important to make sure that it has the highest degree of integrity signal while it's doing so, to make sure that you keep low latency, you know, low power pull, and the fastest speeds possible.
So we've certainly seen that migration of capital away from the hyperscalers into sort of the more bottlenecks, as you say, the memory, the AI infrastructure plays, the networking, etc. And it's sort of been characterized as the check writers versus the check takers now.
Exactly.
Something interesting happened in South Korea last night, where the check writers, which had been the check takers, South Korean, SK Hynix and Samsung, then became kind of like the check writers.
Exactly.
So we saw a migration and rotation of capital out of those names, which have been performing very, very well, into your industrial.
Okay, we just hit the high. Little profit taking there. Tesla's at the high as well.
Going to be, well, they hope to be powered by renewable energy. Is that what we're starting to see here in the US? Do you think? I mean, the check beneficiaries, those that are taking advantage of all that capex,
are also spending a lot of money. You're going to
Zero
start to see that
DTE,
rotation
call
into the
sign.
industrials because the
Size.
industrials are performing very well month to date.
Yeah, I think you're definitely going to see part of that start playing through. Where we've seen some of the
Micron
rotation
pulse.
specifically in AI in the
Shenanigans.
US has been one, a rotation out. People have started been taking some profits into some of the more like defensive positions that they can find in the current market. But also, again, what we've seen more likely is the rotation within AI itself. So when we've kind of looked at how some of the interconnect and optics companies have performed, some of the cooling companies have performed throughout the first 2 quarters of the year, you've seen some of that start lagging the memory companies, and part of that rotation we think is really driven by investors taking a step back, looking at
Cerebras,
for the long-term durable value, and that's kind of led a little bit more investment into the ones that you've seen, such as the memory companies, one, but two,
yeah,
also
quite
some
a
of the
bit.
semis.
All right, so these are looking better.
This rapid fire rotation under the surface day by day, like now it's starting to
Oh boy, NVIDIA. Thank you, NVIDIA. Wells Fargo, nice little bounce. Wells Fargo holding on to the, what is it, 200-day Wells Fargo. Okay, WFC. Wells Fargo. Right there at the 200-day. Okay. Nike had a little dump on Friday, right? Looking for that to get back up in the top of the range. SoFi, looking for that to break out as well. Okay, so unusual. SoFi, first time I've seen it close at the high. SoFi.
Capturing a lot of the value. A lot of the market, I would say, like the rising tides have really lifted all boats over the last year, and you've seen a lot of names that have been exposed, have a really significant run. We think that's changing. We think you're going to really want a little bit more exposure to the names that really can provide durable franchise value to where they're sitting within the infrastructure stack.
Okay, so we've got SoFi trying to break out.
All of the macro noise is not necessarily something
Okay, that could be interesting.
the long-term AI build-out. It's more providing a little bit more of a difficult
SpaceX made that high of the day. Okay. Tesla having a good time of it. All right, so that looks good. NVIDIA looks good. Okay, let me just take a look at NVIDIA for Mondo. Okay. So the opening range high was up here. All right, so it'd be nice if we close in the upper half of the daily range. The odds of NVIDIA closing the upper half of the daily range are directly related to what stochastic is telling us. You see that, Mondo? If that stochastic starts to turn up, that's going to be good. Look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Maybe tomorrow we can see another follow-through day. Close in the upper half of the daily range. As stochastics turns, MACD just needs to turn now. Volume needs to pick up. RSI is turning, so that's looking pretty good. SpaceX.
Yeah, we think it's a combination of almost an ever-increasing list that is adding to some of the volatility. So first, you have people really trying to digest the Fed decision, and whether it's going to be a little bit more hawkish, and getting a little bit more comfortable with the fact that they don't have as much visibility into that. Again, you have some of the conflict in Iran and how that plays out with energy prices and inflation. With some of the
Meta's off the high.
Supply chain, geographical location.
SpaceX and Tesla, those could continue to see activity tomorrow, I would think, the way it's trading today.
So you also have
All
that kind
right.
of weighs into the Fed decision as well. Is that going to start playing into specific policy adjustments? So when we think about a lot of that all converging at the same time, it was very quick to overwhelm the really strong Micron earnings that happened last week. But when we think about how does this set ourselves up for the short term, we're looking at the next 30 days. The next 30 days, towards the end of July, we're expecting to see a lot more earnings come out for a lot of the semi players that are specifically like ASML, TSMC, some of these really critical players that are going to provide a little bit more visibility into the lead times of capacity and how they're actually leaning into it, whether they're leaning into it. It's a hyperscalers coming up for earnings
Shenanigans.
towards the end of the month. So again, we're going to get a lot more visibility, a huge earnings season coming up. And what we've seen from Micron is what to expect from some of the other players in the space that are also capturing a lot of that value. We think it's a really good opportunity for the micro to kind of push back a little bit against the macro.
David, always appreciate it. Thank you so much for
Shenanigans.
joining us.
Yeah,
And
thank
safe
you.
travels. Have a great holiday as well.
Thank you.
David Featherstone-Hoff there, ESP and investment strategist at Vista Shares. And Marley, I'll send things back over to you in Chicago.
Thanks so much, Sam. Coming up next, we're going to discuss an overlooked opportunity in the AI build-out and the importance of data to the development of artificial intelligence. Market on Close. We'll be right back.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Zero DTE, call size.
Sometimes
Size.
you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden alongside Sam Bottis in New York. Honeywell lower today after completing its announcement of its spin-off, of its aerospace technology business. The industrial giant also completed a reverse stock split, reducing its total outstanding shares down to 317 million from 634 million. Honeywell Aerospace began trading on the NASDAQ today under the symbol HONEA. Let's check in with the industrial sector, see how they're doing today. I'm looking at Honeywell Aerospace, ticker HONA, trading down about 3% on its first day of trading here. GE Aerospace higher on the day, up 1.5%. Though Caterpillar having a really nice day, up more than 3.5%. Deere & Co. up about the same as GE Aerospace, but Boeing slightly lower on the session, down about 1%, even after that deal of orders from China Southern Airlines. A mixed picture today, but I want to shift gears here and move our conversation back to AI. Bring Sam back into the conversation and welcome in our next guest. Joining us now, Troy Demmer, co-founder of Gecko Robotics. Troy, great to have you on the show. Now, you argue that first order data is becoming one of AI's potentially biggest bottlenecks. For our viewers, can you walk us through what first order data is and why it's so important?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. First order data is really around this principle that in order to solve some of our most challenging problems inside the industries and sectors that undergird society, that data is the untapped potential. A lot of times that information is very tribal in terms of how these physical worlds operate and workflows. And how do you get that information in a structured format that enables the next generation worker to come online, and the systems and automation that has largely not produced the gains that we've hoped for in the past in terms of the big data analytics initiatives that existed previously.
So where would be the investment opportunities within that, Troy?
Absolutely. Well, there's a burgeoning of tools out there today that are allowing this data to be collected in high fidelity mechanisms. Things from like robotics and other systems to help codify these workflows and this tribal knowledge that exists out there. At Gecko, where, I've been building this business for 10 years in the sector of mining, manufacturing, defense, energy, what we've seen is that
all right, so apparently I gotta save this as version 6 in order to publish it.
Grounded in terms of the first principles ground truth. And so what might impact what happens on the boots on the ground versus the enterprise.
Yeah, version 5.
Between those data sets. Again, what exists in the enterprise, the things that have been counted and aggregated don't necessarily turn and move the needle at the factory floor inside of the machine shop or in the shipyard. And so this
all right, so SpaceX. Big breakout today. Apple pulling back down now. Tesla having a good day. Tesla made a new high. Opening range breakout over here on the left. Opening range breakout. Okay, that looks good.
First order data and getting access to it.
Yeah, I think that, again, anything that's, kind of critical to supply chains from the earliest stages of the industrial base, such as mining, energy, through the manufacturing kind of value-add supply chains. All of these industries operate off of very kind of legacy existing methods and really reliant on the humans that do that work today. These are incredible humans that do this work, but they're increasingly not there. The subject matter expertise is leaving, and these industries need to be attractive for the next generation as well.
Tesla.
So we're looking at AI investments that
Okay, Tesla having a really good day today.
not just leverage the capability that we're seeing with these incredible foundational models that have largely been trained off of the world of words and
Broadcom. I'd like to see that follow through tomorrow. Broadcom tomorrow then.
the boots on the ground. What is their perspectives? And that information cannot be found, inside of any place other than that true ground level.
S&P fading a little bit. Tesla is going to run after hours or run into the close. We've got 22 minutes, 50 seconds to go. 22 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Cerebras at the high of the day too. CBRS at the high of the day.
Yeah, that's a great question. It is very much all these industries have tremendous untapped potential, and I think we're seeing that today. The need to get an additional megawatt hour out of our energy grid to power a data center to run a memory chip. These things are all very impactful, and lots of gains can be had today with the infrastructure we have. Now, how are we attacking this? Again, at kind of a company level, we are focused on embedding technologies at the ground level, robotics to augment those workflows and automate where necessary, and then to create the ability to codify and capture that data that does exist and work with the existing data sets inside of these organizations. This can be everything from their standard operating procedures, the way they operate, to sort of the regulatory frameworks that they need to comply with, and ultimately yielding an outcome where fusing all that information together can actually create
Okay, can we get back up to 250?
that's required. Now, there are a lot of
Nice, nice, nice,
this is a big
nice.
problem, right? This is a problem that goes beyond what one company can solve, and so we started.
All right, Tesla with deep calls continue to be traded. Tesla deep calls continue to be traded as the stock continues to push higher. Tesla.
Industry, things like trucking and logistics and weather data, right? How volatile has weather become? The information is still, largely being gleaned from existing sensors that have existed for decades. We haven't really rethought what is the information that helps us get ahead of weather patterns, and the magnitude of ways that information can be utilized in a wide range of industries.
So, Troy, if you've launched a fund focused specifically on this, is there an argument to be made that perhaps the investment isn't being made in the right place? Because we are seeing investors pour money, throw it.
NVIDIA trying to break higher now. NVIDIA bounced above VWAP and continues to push a bit higher now. NVIDIA opening range highs up there at this level. Okay. Be nice to see a follow through tomorrow. Dip buyers come in.
But the question is what's going to feed those foundational models? And if we're only reliant on things that can be found on the internet, video game simulations, YouTube videos, that's a starting point, but it doesn't get you to the end result. And I can attest to the realities on the ground, and there's no substitute for capturing that ground truth data. And so we're investing in companies and startups that are focused on that are focused on leveraging the great tech that's out there that's becoming widely available, but also that differentiated capability to not just connect the data that exists inside of the corpuses of data inside of these organizations today, but also to create new observations, to leverage additional information that can be gleaned, structured, and captured and codified into workflows to help create more scalability. There's this thing that happens almost every single time.
Okay, SpaceX looks like it wants to go some more. NVIDIA looks like it wants to pop. Let's see, how much NVIDIA do I have? Would like to buy some more NVIDIA. Just not going to do it right now. End of day. End of day. Not going to do it. Let's see. NVIDIA. Okay, I have August calls, so that's good. NVIDIA with the August calls at 200s. I got some 200s, some 215, 225 call spreads. Those are all out in August.
And create tools and technologies that augment and structure and learn from what some of the good practices that are doing today and continue to build upon those. So these organizations can really, truly be durable and do more with less.
I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today and highlight this less talked about part of the AI trade. Troy Demmer, co-founder of Gecko Robotics. Coming up, it's Options Corner. Ben Watson will be joining me right here in our Chicago studio to take a look at the options activity on Amazon after the conclusion of Amazon Prime Days. That's next on Market on Close.
All right, looking for higher highs, NVIDIA.
Sometimes you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes? Or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem?
USD may rise in 10 seconds.
Stock soaring and why getting booted from a major index is just punishing another. Love those movers.
Google trying to break out to new highs. Google trying to break out. Okay, that's nearing the high of the day again. Google, Tesla hanging out at the highs. Okay, NVIDIA turned up. That looks good. SpaceX having a good little run today. SpaceX. You can see that last week's high right there, that horizontal. Looking for a follow through.
Micron Pulse.
Okay, even Micron's got some things going on. Micron, okay, Micron, big buyers at the low of the day, right at the 21 day. That's good. SMH, okay, SOXL, all of this looks good. Okay, Taiwan Semi, got some Taiwan, actually, no, I sold Taiwan Semi, that's right. Let's see, Taiwan Semi, I'm not in this anymore. Nope, I'm out of Taiwan Semi.
SanDisk Pulse. Shenanigans. SpaceX. Long dated.
All right. So the one thing that we were talking about last week, the SPY put flies, that was a hedge. I was okay with that as a cushion, as a hedge. I was hoping that most stocks would break higher like they're doing today. So I got my wish. The put flies, however, evaporated. That happens. That's exactly what I figured would happen if we got a big pop and all of these stocks like Tesla, NVIDIA, SpaceX, Cerebras all reversed and moved higher. So you take the good with the bad. Protected so I can sleep at night. Cerebras, big reversal on Cerebras. Big reversal on SpaceX. Okay. Tesla, nice run up today. Very happy with SpaceX, with Tesla.
Intel Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Intel is at the high, just off the highs. Intel, okay. So high of the day was up here. Let's see, Intel. Okay, that looks good. Netflix not cooperating. Google looking okay. Google, another one. Google have some longs on Google. Out in August, Google's making new highs right now as we speak. Google going, and whoa, there goes Google. Big reversal. All right, so I love when I see these institutions come in. When you see the volume at the end of the day, you know, after, say, 2 o'clock, that generally is institutions liking what they see. They come in, they buy. Okay, so
NVIDIA Pulse.
very nice.
Long dated.
NVIDIA, long-dated calls on NVIDIA keep coming in. Okay, so that looks good for Mondo. Mondo bought some NVIDIA. Okay, Microsoft off the low. Okay, Microsoft, we had some rotation into software. It was one day. Semiconductors, they were selling semiconductors, buying software. We had one day. Software, no follow through today. IGV, everything else is pushing higher though. IGV hit the 50-day and got rejected. Doji, let's see what we follow through tomorrow. Be nice if more sectors participate. For now, we have breadth okay for the NASDAQ and the lower panel NASDAQ. Small caps, mid caps, and large caps kind of took a break today. S&P equal weight, RSP. Equal weight, we're up at the upper Bollinger Band. New York Stock Exchange, not exactly bearish. New York Stock Exchange trending higher today. Okay, it looks like it's going to break out to new highs. The industrials, Dow Industrials, it's only 30 stocks, but we want to keep an eye on this too. Trending. IWM. Buyers stepped up at the low of the day. IWM. Qs, same thing, bounced at the 50-day. And the spiders, back above the 50-day. So, not a bad day.
Zero DT coal size.
Okay, Frank. Well, the FDA has selected the first 7 companies for its pre-check pilot program, and that's a program that's designed to accelerate review of new manufacturing facilities here in the U.S. Now, those companies are Eli Lilly, Regeneron, Amneal, Fujifilm Biotechnologies, Solaris, Korea Therapeutics, and Kyowa Kirin. And so this
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
For Lilly, it's the Indiana site that's going to one day make the main ingredient of GLP-1 shots.
Okay, Lilly.
It's always a highly traded name. Was it a normal trading day and options activity higher or lower than usual?
It was actually fairly typical for Amazon in this case, and that was kind of the broad options market as well. Even considering the fact that we've got a lot of data coming out, you would consider that there's some compression in maybe that volatility going into the end of the week. You get the VIX moving back below the 18 level, it's sitting around the 17.5 handle. That suggests there's not a lot of fear in the market. Also suggests that maybe there's not a lot of hedging activity. Calls and puts were roughly equal today, so there's really not enough dispersion to lean one way or another directionally. And then you really have kind of a slowdown if you want to look at the number of 0 days till expiration contracts, both on Amazon as well as on the overall S&P 500.
Q's pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Investors are waiting for the data points that we've got, jobless report and others coming in this, again, condensed time frame to see if that volatility explodes again.
Q's pulse,
before maybe
long
taking
dated,
some of those shorter term
deep
bets.
calls.
A bit of wait and see mode on Amazon on this shortened trading week. Ben, really appreciate you being with us to break down what we're seeing in Amazon today in terms of that options.
Zero DTE call side. Size.
George will be talking about today for Overlook Stocks. Thanks so much, Molly. Well, for Overlook Stocks, George Phillips has his eye on Allegro Microsystems heading into the pros. So he'll break down the news of what you need to know coming up next on Market on Pros.
Sometimes, you could have done better.
ALKT.
Same goes for where you invest.
SPC now.
Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings,
SLS.
global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits
SPCH.
and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it
Tesla
counts.
pulse,
SPCU.
long dated.
Jenny Korn, we go beyond the headline, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com.
Zero DTE call side.
Connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming
SPCH.
services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
SPX pulse.
SLS.
Enter. This place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place.
SpaceX,
It's like
long dated, deep puts.
everything investors need. All in one place. So yeah, Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. Pick up their lease. We have to buy that. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab. Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnard from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now for Overlooked Stocks. Allegro Microsystems running to a new record high today on the back of a price target high. So joining me to discuss that is George Siller, Senior Markets Correspondent. Obviously, you were seeing a 9-day for the broader semiconductor space here, George, but just walk us through the downlights analyst note as well.
Well, I think, these calls are interesting, and some of these analysts who are essentially re-rating the stock, which Allegro Microsystems justify a re-rating based on the prospects going forward. I mean, if you look at the last year performance for this name, I think it's up about around 92%, and year to date of 150%. So it is certainly one of these semiconductor names more in the small cap space, or what's called mid cap. It's around $10 billion. Nonetheless, you look at the instruments they supply the market as well as the end markets they sell into, they're quite robust and growing. And this is essentially a company that designs and develops and manufactures analog and mixed signal integrated circuits. So some of the competitors include ON Semiconductor and Texas Instruments, as well as
Zero DTE, call side.
Supply also application-specific integrated circuits. So these are, again, motion control circuits that are used in factory automation, industrial application. These are complement markets. Data centers have been growing.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
But they also develop speed sensors for LiDAR and, of course, EV and autonomous driving technologies. There may be a sympathy element to the meeting today, considering Tesla.
Zero DTE, call side.
As well. But again, if you look at Mizuho's call, they did upgrade the price target to 67 from 54. They maintained outperform rating. They still see positive growth, at least going into 2027 for the company's guidance that they provided last quarter. They cite strong demand in industrial applications, robotics, factory automation, and AI data center end markets have been growing for the business as well. And that's been the case for not only just many industrial companies, whether it's Texas Instruments in the industrial semiconductor stack, or Caterpillar, we've talked about them quite often, or Honeywell, but companies that are in factory automation as well as data centers. And companies like Allegro seem to be doing very well considering the expansion of the markets that they're selling into.
Yeah, it's interesting because they're benefiting from sort of both sides of the business as well. It's up 148% or so year to date now. I did also see that it was TD Cowen last week named it as one of its best ideas, as you say, of mid to small to mid cap stocks here, and talked about how AI data centers as well as the automotive sector secular growth drivers for this chip maker. Then who would you classify as competition here? Like, who does it sort of stack up most similarly against?
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, NVIDIA is still pushing. NVIDIA is still pushing. Okay, AMD is starting to turn here. Do I want to buy any AMD? Could be higher tomorrow. Or do I just want to wait until tomorrow? I'll wait until tomorrow. AMD, this looks like a good entry, but there's only 4 minutes left in the day, so I can't buy this time of day. Could gap down tomorrow, so could gap up too. I hope everyone had a good day today. I'm your host, Cousin Eddie, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 29th, coming into the end of the month. I bet you NVIDIA is going to break out. I bet you it's going to break out. AMD, sorry. AMD, the way it traded today, looking really good. AMD.
Tesla Pulse.
Coming into the closing bell, AMD. AMD.
Last year, last quarter, 64 cents. Next year, they're expected $1.49. So that's more than double last year's growth expected next year. So their sales are growing, their earnings are growing, and they're expected to be fully profitable this year again.
Wow, their calls are super expensive. Just looked at AMD. Let me just check this out and see what the deal is here. AMD. All right, let's see where AMD falls on the. Oh, it's way over here, huh? Thought it would be a lot more expensive. 17% risk reversal. Selling put spreads. High implied vol. No. Implied vol is 72%. Realized vol is 79%. I'm looking at AMD. It's way over here. Huh. Okay. Meta's pulling back in now. Tesla is just off the high of the day, coming into the last 2 minutes of the trading day. Okay. Hedge flows, nice little rally up. Sneak sally up today. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see what Charm looks like. Charm. Okay, so it's just going to pin right in this area, just below this resistance, right below this level. Okay. 99 percentile. Negative gamma strike at 74.35. Okay. Okay, Microsoft turning back up and Apple turning back down. Google and Tesla holding its ground. SpaceX just off the highs of the session. Cerebras having a good day. We had a pretty good day. Hope everyone had a good day. Cerebras, big reversal back up. Cerebras. 60-minute, nice reversal back up. Okay, just off the highs of the session. All right, so people cashing in their chips with 50 seconds to go. 50 seconds to go.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
AMD.
That's a really interesting part of the story, right? As we see Alphabet's conclusion there, obviously, somewhat symbolic, but as we know, it really did have
AMD, nice reversal. All right, that's a wrap, folks. I have a hard stop. I got some food that I'm cooking on the stove for dinner. Just getting started, so I'm going to wrap this up. Hope you had a great evening today. A better morning and afternoon session. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 29th at the closing bell. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. Be safe. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.
Spider Pulse. 0 DTE.